Hello, 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 everyone. These tunes, if you enjoyed those tunes, that tune was made by our one and only Gayfesh, who you can see right here. And the new art, look at this shit. Fawn. Once again, our very own Fawn, the person who made our incredible emotes. Doesn't it look wonderful? Sorry about the issue. We had to, I know, Dan. I'm sorry, Dan. I'm really sorry. Don't worry. It's just because we're having issues with YouTube, okay? That's all. It's just YouTube issues. I will fix it as time goes on. Don't you worry. We're all here now. I will fix it for the future. And I apologize for anyone struggling with getting to the streams because I know it's annoying. It's annoying as fuck. It's annoying as fuck. Don't worry. It will be over soon. Hey, Gina, good to see you. Welcome everyone who's here today. We are all chatting. If you want to be up on the screen, you want to go get over in the Discord. We now have, excuse me, for all of my wonderful mods, the first couple minutes of stream, I usually let everyone know what's going on. We have commands now available in YouTube chat, so we can do stuff like this. Bam. Okay, maybe it won't work. Okay, that's hilarious. Maybe it won't work. That was disappointing. I don't know how to fix that problem. How embarrassing. Well, okay, so the commands still aren't working. We'll figure it out. Listen, mods, if you could keep a Discord link handy, I would deeply, deeply appreciate that. I am working on getting the bot going. So if you want to join and be up on the screen, join the Discord. Now, as I say, hey, welcome back, Beanie Guitar Guy. Very happy to have you. Very, very happy to have you. I hope the audio is sounding good. I am going to be doing an upgrade to my audio setup relatively soon. You want a dab? Dab. There you go. Some free fucking dabs for you. I know. I gotta, I don't know why the bars are doing this. It's not. Okay, the bar is, Oh, I know what's going wrong. I know what's wrong. Here we go. I got it. I fixed it. Fixed. There we go. Fixed. Whew. Can you pin post in YouTube live chat? I don't know, actually. I am still learning some of the stuff about YouTube. So forgive me. For all of you who are here today, normally we would be streaming on my website, demonmama.com/live to go straight to the feed. That's where we would normally be. However, at the moment, we are in a position where I can't embed YouTube streams to my website. So what we're doing right now is what we call a YouTube partner push. And I know that sounds very dramatic and silly, but basically what it means is I'm trying to get enough watch hours on YouTube so that we can actually do stuff on my website. And, oh, thank you. This is my Silk Song shirt. Look at that shit. Look at how pretty it is. Hornet. Yeah, we're trying to get YouTube set up so that I can safely stream to YouTube going forward. Oh, listen, don't worry, Beanie Guitar Guy. I will do my best to try and keep an eye on the YouTube live chat in addition to the normal chat. And in the future, it will all be in one place. Well, listen, don't worry, Crosslight. We'll figure something out. It'll be cool. I'm gonna add some Discord emotes, and if there's ones that people really want, we'll get it working. Okay, we'll get it working. We'll make everybody happy. My goal is to get everybody happy. See, because when you come to my stream, and I've said this before, I view my stream something like an inn. You know, you come by my stream, and it's my job to make you all feel happy, to entertain you and educate you to the best of my ability. I serve you up fresh, hot content, and that is my goal every single day that I'm on stream. Now, why is Discord being so silly? It looks like it's getting cropped a little bit, which is a little strange, because it shouldn't be. Huh. Can you send GIF emotes? Yeah, you should. I am an edutainer after all. That is true. I am indeed. That is my job. That is what I see myself as most clearly. The bottom one. Let's go to 55. I got to get my Discord in line. There we go. There we go. There we go. Edutain. I will be edutaining you. Josh, we will play more tonight. Just simply stay up late with us. It's going to be great. Apex, awesome. Love it. It's amazing. Look, I got my soda. I got my water. Are you all ready for some motherfucking content? Because we got a lot of stuff to talk about. So, let me tell you what's on the radar for today, all right? You ready? First, we're just going to do a little bit of a quick channel update so you all know what's going on with the channel. I like to do this at the beginning of most of my streams, let you know what I've been working on so you guys know what the fuck is going on here. And I do this at the beginning because usually the people who are most interested in my streams show up right at the beginning. That doesn't mean you always have to show up. Just don't overthink that, okay? But a lot of people who are most interested show up at the beginning. So I like to give a little update on what's going on. After that, we got to talk about the Democrats, okay? We really got to talk about the Democrats because boy, oh boy, are the Democrats in the crosshairs lately. And I gotta say, I think they kind of deserve it. Yeah, I think they kind of deserve to be criticized. Let's be completely honest. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to criticize the Dems. We're going to talk about whether they are the enemy of the left. It is a little bit about the Kamala thing. But it's more. Hat. Yes, hat. Pelosi is yikes. I agree. Then, after that, we are going to talk about Rudy Giuliani. Rudy Giuliani, the shitbag of New York. We have to talk about Rudy Giuliani because, as it turns out, the entire Trump administration is just grifters grifting other grifters. Much like all of capitalism, but it's specifically bad inside the Donald Trump admin. The demon rats? Maybe. I think that would be better. I think we'd have a better thing. Rudy is up to no good, and we're going to talk about it because laughing at the misfortune of your opponents is incredible. And that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be laughing at Rudy's misfortune. Not just Rudy's. Actually, it's Rudy's fortune. It's Trump's misfortune. And then at 5 o'clock, which is about 2 hours from now, we're going to hang out with the Marxist-Leninist gamer streamer extraordinaire, famoushorse. So that's going to be fun. We're going to talk about politics and our differences in politics and our different interests and stuff like that for a while. And then after that, we're going to do freeform stuff. It'll be fun half. I'll react to things that you send me. We're going to do fun shit. It's going to be a great stream today. I promise. So let's get right motherfucking into it. First, I want to give you guys a little bit of an update on the stream. So the first update you all have seen already. Let me just show you. It's incredible. I am dumb. I didn't realize my mic was cutting out. I'm sorry. What I was saying is, Sudaphon made that. Why am I so cringe? Why am I so goddamn cringe? Doesn't this look good? This was made by Sudaphon. Look, you all can ping everybody. If you think this is great, ping at Sudaphon with a hug or a hypers or something like that. Give Sudaphon some love. There you go. Blow up Sudaphon's Discord. Look at that. Boom, boom, boom. I don't know why I had to cringe there. I didn't realize. Hey, famoushorse, you're here. Hello, hello. Happy to have you. Look at all those pings. It looks great. So we have a proper live screen. That was, took a little bit of negotiation and some stuff. Sudaphon did a lot of work on it, and it made me feel really happy. So big thanks, big thanks to Sudaphon. Now we have a nice thing. Now, I've also been editing a whole bunch, and our wonderful one and only Gina, my thumbnail creator, and also our lead mod, celebrations to Gina, has made us a bunch of really fucking cool thumbnails for the upcoming videos. We have an official Drama Mama investigation thumbnail now, and it looks, mwah! It looks so good. If you could draw me anything right now, what would I want? You know what? Why don't you draw me going demon mode? Like going like, ah, and becoming a demon. Bam, there you go. I've never had art of me going, ah, into demon mode before. I've only ever had the mauled. See? Yeah, max sips is powerful. I will agree. Yeah, there you go. If I had to do that. Pinkwug, hey, Pinkwug, I am thinking about buying one of your flags to put up in the background. Why does my camera look so crooked today? Doesn't it look crooked? It's weird. Oh, that's much better. That's all it took was just a little bit of that. I'm thinking about buying one of your flags, Pinkwug, because I love the red anti-brunch action flag. It looks so good. It looks so good. So I'm thinking about getting that and putting that up in the background so we have something else in the background. Anti-brunch action. Yeah, show me, Max Sips. Post it in the gallery of Brimstone and tag me. Yeah, so, and let me see. Let me just double check. Oh, yes. Also, I have an announcement. Everyone. We have added 2 more incredible members to our awesome mod team, the Gallery of Brimstone. It's over on the sidebar. Max, you need to press the rules. Somebody tell Max how to do it. Anybody tell Max how to... Max, you have to go to the rules channel and press the button at the bottom so you can see all the channels. Famous Horse, you too. Famous Horse, I'm on YouTube today. I don't know. There you go. Click the little check mark. It's not a check mark. It's actually an imp, but it's okay. Click the imp. There you go. Now you can see everything. There you are. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Yeah, there you go. Everybody's verified. Famous Horse and Max Sips, I need to give you roles real quick. Max Sips, you get a content creator role, and Famous Horse, you get a content creator role. Bam. There you go. Now lick. Now lick. Now listen. No lick. Now lick. Now listen. We have 2 new mods, Silent and Devious Chillster. So welcome to the mod team, Silent and Devious Chillster. You absolutely deserve it. Thank you so much. We will probably be adding at least 1 more mod coming soon. But just wanted to give Devious Chillster and Silent a shout out for being our... yeah, content creator means you make stuff that I've seen before. So if I've seen your stuff, then I give you the content creator role. Are there any requirements to becoming a mod? I'd love to help. Well, the only requirement is that you're willing to abide by the rules, listen to me and Gina, and follow the mod guidelines. As long as you do that, we're willing. As long as we can trust you. This stuff does include memes. Yeah, that it can. It can for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so let me just get a sip real quick. Delicious. I have some Diet Mountain Dew today, which actually is pretty decent. It's pretty decent. It's all right. I also have a giant cup of water. Look at this. Water, right? Am I right? Water, so good. Yeah, wait, Gayfesh, you have the content creator role. Gayfesh, you have the content creator role, or you should. You have the content creator role, Gayfesh. You have it. Yeah, see? It's because your position as an infernal guard in the server overrides the content creator. So you have double fancy colors. Yeah, and also, oh yeah, also, Slime Cat, I gave you the Hell Dweller role because I realized that now that you're hanging out on the Discord a lot, you get the Hell Dweller role, which gives you a lot of power, so use it wisely. Use it wisely, Slime Cat. Very powerful. There's only like 1 position higher, and that's me. Well, I mean, Silent, to be fair, that is creating content. You entertained people just like a streamer for hours, so you deserve it. Yeah. All right. Oh, yeah. Also, wait, how do people get Hell Dweller? Well, to be a Hell Dweller, you've got to be my partner. That's the rule. Because you got to live in hell with me. So, And right now, with all due respect, much love to everyone, but I'm not taking any applications for new partners. So I'm all partnered up right now. So yeah, I'm doing great, Couchy. I'm doing really good. I've been enjoying my return to WoW. All the Eldritch shit makes me very happy. Yeah, I love that shit. I love the Eldritch shit in WoW. It's always been really good, and I'm glad they're doing more of it. I think I might play WoW again. I think I might. No, I hope not. I hope not. Oh, hey, Jade Monkey. Jade Monkey, make sure you go to the rules page and click the little imp so that you can join in. When's the crazy hat coming? I'm going to order it probably tonight. So, yeah, I'm probably going to order it tonight. So yeah, it'll be here. People made me and Demon Mama relapse on WoW and I fucking hate you. Yeah, but it does look good. Well, to be honest, it's not a bad time to play WoW because they just revamped leveling that lets you experience the storyline really, really well. Yes. But what must I give? Everything. Oh! There we go. Yeah, I've played WoW many times in the past. Hey, is there anything extra I can do to prove myself to be a mod? Rain Time, I will talk with you after this. I think that you would make a good mod. I'm just trying to catch up on everything. I already play on Terralion. I don't know if I'm going to move off of Terralion, but I might. We'll see. We'll see. So, do I have a welcome page? You can set that one to direct people to rules. I do have a welcome page, I thought, but I may have messed it up. So I may have to do some upgrades. I'm still pretty boomer when it comes to Discord, but I'm having some help now. So yeah, any suggestions to make it easier, I will implement as quickly as possible. All right, one last thing to discuss before we get into the real meat of the content, before we actually get the content going. Showered, unfollowed. Yeah, I did shower. Of course I showered. Obviously, I be clean. I'm going to be of course I be clean. Squeaky clean. Last night you got bullied. Wait, what'd you get bullied for? Bullied? Yeah, no stinky. No stinky. Eve. One last thing. I have been thinking very seriously about permanently moving to YouTube. Oh, Table Knife. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Like, seriously, no joke, is amazing for you to do that. I deeply appreciate it, and huge shout out to Table Knife. Table Knife has been timestamping my videos, which is something I didn't even remember was a thing that happens on YouTube. And that was one of the things. I'm not kidding you, Table Knife. Seeing your comment that timestamped my video made me even want to consider switching off of Twitch to YouTube, like, in the long run. And the reason why is like, oh my God, like, people can actually see my old videos when I'm on YouTube. So yeah. The thing is with Twitch, yeah, Twitch VODs are impossible to access. Any updates on the Among Us game? I haven't heard for this week, but I'm sure I'll hear about it. I've been invited to play again, so I just don't know when the next one's gonna be. Yeah, timestamps in the description make the nav bar really nice. YouTube, listen, and just so we all know, I'm pulling like 139 viewers right now, which is unheard of for Twitch. I would not have been pulling 139 viewers on Twitch. So I think it might be good for me, for the channel, for the community, for us to make a switch to YouTube. Yeah, and you can rewind a YouTube live stream, which is, I'm kind of excited about it. Yeah, also I can interact with Vosh. I can review Vosh videos. The only bad thing about, I can't duo it. I'm an affiliate. You can't duo stream. If I was to cancel my affiliate contract, maybe. I can always still go on Twitch panels. There's nothing that stops me from that. So there's really no downside. The only downside is that I would be exiting the YouTube sub marketplace or the Twitch sub marketplace, which kind of sucks. But I will do my best to accommodate anybody who's supported me on Twitch. I will do my best to accommodate you within the limits of my ability. So if you've supported me on Twitch, I would encourage you to continue supporting me through my website. Keep in mind that my website gives me all of the money and not just half of it, like Twitch does. Twitch takes half of my money if I do that. So I'll do my best. I'll do my best to accommodate anybody who's supported me on Twitch. And going forward, if you sub to my website, it costs less for the sub, and you get to support me directly instead of Twitch. Yeah, their TOS has been killing us. It's been killing us. Chud got knocked down. Our favorite co-content creator, Chud Logic, got knocked off of Twitch for 7 days again. Yeah. And yeah, exactly, Gayfesh. Yeah, on the website, we will have all kinds of emotes. It's going to be amazing. So, yeah. Yeah. What did Chud do? He didn't do anything, just like last time. Apparently, what he thinks it was at one point he scrolled past an image that had a Nazi flag on it. It was a meme image that had a Nazi flag on it, and apparently there is auto detection for that sort of thing, and it banned his channel for 7 days, which really sucks. And I don't know if you all know this, but not being able to stream for 7 days severely impacts your income as a streamer. Like, I mean, you might not make rent if you can't stream for 7 days. That could be like 4 or 5 streams that you're not getting any money on. It's really hard. It's really, really hard. The Twitch TOS for politics is really rough. YouTube just posted to change their TOS. Apparently, small creators that don't get anything from ad revenue will now have ads placed on their videos. Yes, it sucks, but it's not nearly as bad as Twitch. Apparently, you can play Wolfenstein, but I don't know. Like, this is what they don't explain anything. Twitch is so bad about explaining their TOS. Okay, Rain Time, enjoy. We'll be back. We'll be here for a while. You know, I do big, long streams. When will the YouTube chatter be able to donate through YouTube chat? That will happen once we hit partner, which should be soon. That's the last update in this section. The last update is to let you all know how we're doing on our progress, which I'm about to tell you right now. Now, I will warn you in advance, our channel progress seems to be have a bit of a lag, but right now we are at 2,933 out of 4,000 public watch hours. Let me just show you. Here, I'll show you on the screen, actually. Watch this. Watch this. Ready? Watch this. Watch this. Look. 2,933 out of 4,000. So if we get this up to 4,000, I'll be able to apply, and then as soon as YouTube gets back to me, we'll be able to do it. Stream hours do count. They count, but they're on a delay. So, like, I don't think I've gotten all of the stream hours yet from... Well, I did. I got the ones from the last stream. But, yeah, they come in on a delay, so they don't update immediately after stream post for some reason. I don't really understand. YouTube also has its own mystique to it. But, yeah. So, there's a lot of exciting things happening. We're making a lot of changes. We're making a lot of growth and whatnot. I know YouTube has its frustrations. Listen, no platform is perfect. We just have to go to the best spot that facilitates me bringing you good content. And that's why I do these things. That's why I do these things, okay? I do these things because I want to make the space, the content, the chat, everything as easy and enjoyable as possible for all of you. That's the goal. I know sometimes I fuck up and it's not perfect. Bear with me. These things are scuffed. It's just how it goes. Yugi, you will not get away this time. Well, maybe Yugi will get away this time. How do you know? How do you know Yugi is not going to get it? I disagree, Likely Lad, by the way. I disagree with that statement. I think they are, by and large. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much for all my mods posting stuff. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. Listen, anybody who watches my videos, you can make a playlist of my videos. You can put them on in the background. Anything. A lot of my videos are sort of long-form conversations. They're great for listening to while you're playing video games. They're great for listening to while you're doing chores, while you're going on a walk with your dog. So throw them on, and it will count, and it will help us get up there. So I appreciate all that you do. Hey, Zanzi, very, very happy to see you. I like watching your long debates while I'm doing operations at work. Hey, that's perfect. It's funny. A lot of people who do, like, scientific stuff have told me that they like watching watching my VODs when they're doing sciencey stuff. It's really, really cool. That sounds awesome, Jessica. Someone on DeviantArt suggested to me that I should join the LaRouche pack when I told them that I was a liberal socialist because they said that Trump is anti-establishment. And I had to explain to them that being a porky pig billionaire bully does not make you anti-establishment. We had a whole conversation about this. Oh my God, the anti-establishment thing is so frustrating. It's so frustrating. People don't know what that actually means. They don't know what it means. And that brings us to our first topic of the day. The Democrats. Okay? The Democrats. We've done the channel update. So now it's time. Now it's time for us to talk about the Democrats. Try to be sympathetic. Since it's no accident they don't know what anti-establishment is. Yes, that's true, Zanzi. Yep, that's true. Jimmy Dore is anti-establishment, not a person anyone should listen to. Oh, I agree. I may or may not be a member of the organization known as the IWW. I may or may not. May or may not. Who knows? It's a mystery. Rain time, don't you worry. You go do what you need to do. We'll be here when you're back, and the VOD will always be there, okay? Remember, I'm here to I am here to provide content for you, not the other way around. You all can support me if you want me to help making content for you and whatnot, but I'm here to make shit for you. That's what I'm here for. All right? So, with no further ado, let us get into it. The Democrats. For those of you who don't know, true, you could be a pay piggy if you want to. That's cool. Am I here? I'm here. I'm here, Windleby. I'm here. I'm here. Are you? Are you here? Am I here? What happened? Oh, I don't know anything about what Jimmy Dore's thoughts on the IWW are. Welcome to the Shadow Realm, Jimbo. Are there any of us here? Yes. We are all here. Yuck, the Dem stock. Okay, all right. Time to focus. Time for me to focus my goddamn brain. I focus. All right. Oh, Trump watch. Not massively important, just a good giggle. Listen, if you send me links, I will try my best. I will put them in a document so that we can look at them in a minute when we're done. We will focus. We will focus. Don't you worry. And, in fact, Gayfesh, that's another thing I'm going to be working on tonight. Tonight I'm going to be working on Discord commands. Now we focus. For those of you who do not know, the Democrats just won an election. I know. It's hard to believe that the Democrats won something. I know. We hear about the Democrats losing all the time. Everybody calls the Democrats losers. The left calls the Democrats losers. The right calls the Democrats losers. Even the Democrats call themselves losers. They love to lose. They are lose lovers, if we're completely honest. Despite all efforts from the Dems, they won. True, Peter No Peterson. They're losers. They're losing. They're not coomers. They're losers. And it sucks. It really motherfucking sucks because the Democrats are, unfortunately, the leftmost viable political party in the United States. And that really sucks. I promise, every time I think about that, a small piece of my heart dies. The fact that we don't even have a milquetoast Labor Party here in the United States, that the best that we were able to cough up was the Democrats, sucks. And for those of you who are coming in here who might be new to the leftism stuff, oh, did I steal a joke? Oh, I'm sorry, whatever. I think I shouted it out, whatever. Whoever made the joke, good job. For those of you who might be new to the whole leftism conversation, and you might be like, hey, but I kind of like the Dems. I kind of think they're okay. Well, they're okay in certain ways. Like, for example, I mean, the Democrats did ultimately allow gay marriage to happen. The Democrats did allow they literally ran the first black president in the United States, which is, hey, that's pretty good. That's a genuine thing. The Democrats do have much more equal representation in their party, but if we're completely honest, what the Democrats' real role in this country is not being fascists. That's it. That's their only role. I mean, because the Republican Party they're fascists. That's just what the Republican Party is at this point. And I know. If you're new to the whole leftism thing, you might be like, the fuck? What do you mean? The Republicans? Fascists? Yes, the Republicans are a fascist party. They talk frequently about small government this, small government that, but what they actually do when they're in office is dump a fuckload of money into the police, into the military, into surveillance. They cut social benefits. They fight unions. Their goal is to repress the people in the name of law and order as much as possible. And it's no accident that the entire Republican Party, with a few incredibly minute exceptions, are all old white guys. How many of the Republican voters are good old American workers? Well, probably some. And that's the thing. But the thing is that there's a difference, and there's a very distinct difference, which we're going to talk about more. There's a distinct difference between the Republican Party and Republican voters. Much like, and the power consolidation and the regulatory capture and the deregulation. The Republican Party is bad news, like all through and through. And I really want people to realize that, because I personally think that the Republican Party is really standing in the way of any social progress in our country. And it's actually killing us. It might be killing the entire planet, arguably. The Republican Party doesn't give a shit about the environment. The Republican Party doesn't give a fucking shit about education, about healthcare, about toxic waste. They don't care. What they care about is a culture war. They care about a Christian-themed culture war. And that's what they always talk about. Just the other day, we did a segment on Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro talking about the destruction of masculinity. Yeah, I agree, Flair. Oh, yes. Oh, very true. Very true, Otono Aji. Never heard that one before. Getting an emergency alert on my phone about the extreme virus risk. Well, yeah, the virus risk is really high. It's really high. The Republican Party is standing in the way, like firmly in the way of progress in this country. Mitch McConnell, who is the head of the Republican Party in the Senate, has a graveyard of bills. I talk about this all the time ad nauseum, but keep listening, because Mitch McConnell has a graveyard of bills on his desk. And I've said this before to other people. I've said this before on my stream, but I'm going to say it again. You would have money right now. You would be getting paid a rudimentary form, a primitive form of a UBI if it wasn't for Mitch McConnell. Yeah, no, we're not. We're all good. Yeah, he is a absolute murderer of bills. He kills every bill that comes to his desk. We would have had relief bills if it wasn't for Mitch McConnell. We would have already had one. We would be getting paid. All of us, every single one of you out here, most likely, with a very few exceptions, would be getting paid by the government to survive coronavirus. He enjoys being called the Grim Reaper of the Senate. That doesn't surprise me. I'm sure he gets off to that sort of thing. A lot of small businesses didn't survive COVID, but they would have if it wasn't for Mitch McConnell. Chuck Grassley has COVID. I did hear that. RIP. He's also a murderer of American citizens by killing bills. I would agree. That's the case. It's sort of secondhand, but yeah. You mean I wouldn't be grinding gigs that pay like $2 an hour to pay the bills? Probably not. You'd probably be a little bit more comfortable. Probably not amazingly comfortable, but certainly better than that. So Mitch McConnell, who is the prime representative of the Republican Party, he's their guy in the Senate, should tell you the direction of the Republican Party. The Republican Party does not care if Americans die. They don't care. I'm not kidding you. Did you not see the Republican representatives going up and saying, well, we're really concerned about our human capital stock? They refer to workers as human capital stock. That is the state of the Republican Party in this country. They don't even have a platform, which is a really good point, wall panel. They don't even have a platform. They just said, we're going to do whatever Trump tells us to do. With that in mind, now that I've done my fair share of shitting on the Republicans, this is why I say that the Democrats, their only job is to not be the Republicans. Because as it turns out, in America, when you're given a choice between fascists and not fascists, you're going to choose not fascists. Or most people will choose not fascists. Most people who aren't rich, white, or highly indoctrinated are going to choose the not fascists. And the thing is, unfortunately, the not fascists have a lot of problems of their own. But guess what? They won. And barring some sort of really intense attempted takeover by Donald Trump, which might happen, we've talked about this, but that's not the subject of today's segment. Even in a fascist versus on the way to fascism, the choice is still clear. I agree, Zanzi, 100%. It is better to not have fascism today. There are a lot of indoctrinated people, but we can work on that over time. Yes. So, barring again... Oh, yeah. Isn't that bad, Posadas John? Yeah, they actually said that. I could find the clip. I just didn't save it for here because I'm kind of just, I'm just talking right now, and that was one that came to mind. But I could show you the clip easily. I could find it easy. Just look it up on YouTube. You could just search it on YouTube. Human capital stock, you'll find it immediately. It's ridiculous. It's horrible. It's horrifying. Also, actually, you know what? Before we move on, I'm going to show you a clip real quick. Let me just get you a clip real quick. One moment. Let me just get this for you because I saved a clip for us to watch today that's pretty important, and I think it will illustrate what I'm talking about here pretty well. Let me just bring it up. I didn't have it on hand for this section, but I think now that we're talking about this, it fits pretty well. Let me just get this clip real quick. Here we go. So, this clip I'm about to show you, anybody seen this one? This is Dr. Scott Atlas. Scott Atlas is Trump's COVID guy right now, okay? For those of you who know, that's basically all you need to know about it. He's a Trump crony who got input of COVID-19. I want you to just listen to what he says in this clip, okay? Let's listen to it.
They're suffering from with isolation. Yep. And this kind of isolation is one of the unspoken tragedies of the elderly who are now being told, don't see your family at Thanksgiving. For many people, this is their final Thanksgiving, believe it or not. What are we doing here? I think we have to have a policy, which I have been advocating, which is a whole person, whole health policy. It's not about just stopping cases of COVID. We have to talk about the damage of the policy itself. So what does the federal government do? It's what I've advised. They're suffering from with.
So yeah, this guy is arguing that we shouldn't take COVID precautions on a national level around the holidays because it might be old people's last Thanksgiving anyway. This is why I say that the Republican Party does not give a fuck about you. That's right. If there's anybody who voted Republican listening right now, the Republican Party does not give a fuck about you. I'm talking to you. And I know that sometimes lefties can come off as a little combative and whatever, but I'm trying to reach you. We're trying to get your attention and show you that the party that you are supporting wants you to die. They want you to die because you are inconvenient to them. Unless it's an election year. Other than that, go fucking die is what they're telling you. You are puppets. And it sucks. And I'm sorry because I've been in that position myself. I grew up in an incredibly manipulative religion. And I know how much it can hurt to realize those sorts of things. That you're being used. But you are. And it's better to realize it now and get out of that Republican position than wait till later. U.S. COVID deaths are officially over 250K. Okay, I'm going to update that in my mind because I'm sure we're going to have a lot of conversations. I know, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. We live in a death cult. Oh, Posadas John, is that the clip? Let me take a look.
All right,
Yeah, here we go. Look, let's just drive it home. Let's drive it home before we move on to the Democrats.
let's keep this really simple. There's not only imports and exports in trade, there's imports and exports in policies, markets, conditions, economic fundamentals. This morning, Chairman, the Germans auctioned off boons, negative yielding for the first time since 2016. Is it no wonder that our rates continue to get pressured lower for many reasons, including but also outside the notion of our economy slowing? What do you think about negative rates and some of what's getting exported not only from Germany but Japan and China regarding policy and economic weakness?
Right. Well, Rick, as you know, because you live right there on the floor, right, that our bonds are substitute for their bonds. And right now, our 10-year is clearly responding to the negative news in Europe. And the news in Europe, the economic news, is really negative. If you look at industrial production, if you look at German GDP numbers, 3 of the last 5 quarters are looking very close to, if not in recession. Italy's got a lot of stress, and the whole Brexit thing is lurking over all that. And so if you had to say what's different this year from last year, last year at this time we were looking at a weak first quarter, expecting a strong second quarter, but the rest of the world was kind of doing a lot better. This year we're looking at a weak first quarter. We still expect a strong second quarter and rest of the year, but the momentum from Europe and the momentum from Asia is much different than it was last year, and I think that that's what the bond market's responding to.
No matter how powerful an airplane you have traveling through the air, the winds coming at it are going to slow it down. And the more they pick up, the more it's going to exert headwinds. The U.S. economy has slowed a bit on its own. But the big question, Chairman, is how much is being exported to us as a headwind
in the rules
versus
channel.
our own condition. And even if it's more overseas, what can we really do about it? I like the underpinnings of the economy, but there's little doubt that we're getting affected by our own coming off our best economic levels and much of Europe and Japan really going down the basement with regard to theirs.
Right. Well, first of all, as you know, that since we have a big trade deficit, the feedback into the U.S. economy of negative news around the world is much smaller than it would be for, say, a different economy like, say, Germany.
Yes, you did,
where they really, really care about their exports to us. And if they were to go down because we were in trouble, it would really directly impact their economy. And so I think that basically for the U.S., the question is, as we look forward, that are we more likely to have upside or downside surprises? And I think that the downside surprises really came over the last 6 months and involved the economies around the world. And there's not a lot more negative news that could be worse than what we've seen in those places. But there's a heck of a lot of upside risk in this year, and I think that that's one reason why equity markets have really been able to digest everything. And the upside risk is basically last year at this time, I think there was a lot more pessimism about us moving forward with trade deals. But now we've got USMCA that can pass Congress this year. We've got Secretary Mnuchin and Ambassador Lighthizer fly into China today with these ongoing negotiations. There's a lot of upside stuff that could happen. Meanwhile, deregulation is continuing to gather momentum. We're expecting a lot more deregulation this year. So I think that...
Remember what I said? Remember what I said earlier? I didn't even remember this segment of the video, but remember what I said earlier about how the Republicans are the party of deregulation? Do you know what deregulation means? Deregulation is when they take away protections that the government has placed on things like, I don't know, pumping toxic waste into local rivers, things like workplace safety. That's what deregulation means.
In the U.S., the risks are balanced to being actually leading on the upside relative to last year, and that the negative news around the world is something to factor in. But since you can think about things that could break the other way for us, that you should continue to be optimistic.
No, and the things you mentioned are the tailwinds, and I am definitely on your side there. I think the regs, taxes, all that business-friendly administration, to me, is the biggest deal. And we saw that rally in stocks reflecting that even before
They're just
Donald
spitting
Trump
in each other's mouths and eyes.
But we have to leverage more lifting, but with regard to our domestic economy based on what's coming in. So I guess my next question is a simple one. that makes trade that much more important. And I think trade is outsized. I think that trade is the catalyst in so many areas that we're unaware of, that should solutions be found, it'll really give us a turbo thrust. So my questions are simple. Some of the agreements, like you mentioned, that are already done, is there going to be a problem pushing them through Congress? And more importantly, do you think that the China deal will include the trillions, not only the billions? Buying more grain is fine, but we really need to keep our eye on the big prize, and that's with a T, and that's IT.
Fair, Otana, but
look, the going to China first, that our negotiators are on the ground. I don't want to get too far out in front of them, but I could say that it wouldn't still be working if they weren't making a heck of a lot of progress. And it's not just about one crop. It's about fixing a relationship that's not really been successful. I think that as far as USMCA goes, that really what's going to happen is that Congress is going to look at the details of the bill, the labor protections in Mexico, even things like really important things like ocean litter, agreements about limiting that. And they're going to think, this is a really good deal that we've negotiated. It's the first 21st century trade deal that America's signed on to, really, with again, like the internet agreements, the data protections, and so on.
So you mean the same group in Congress that won't take Mueller at face value is just going to vote? Well, we'll get into that in another time. Last week, the Treasury Department released February monthly deficit. $234
I just want to give you the context. I want you to know that I'm not cutting this out of context. Now, that's why we're watching this.
That you have to have deficits to seed programs that actually deliver in the future, but I want you to weigh in on deficits.
Right. Well, I think that you're right that the president's first round was really to focus on the biggest problem, which was that we were the highest corporate tax place on earth, and our regulations were advancing at a ridiculously high rate. And I guess the final thing is that our defense had been allowed to wither on the vine a little bit, and so he increased defense spending. He led a deregulation effort that we just documented in the economic report. The president actually cut paperwork costs for the first time that we could find a recorded
Don't worry, it'll be over soon, Breyer.
The tax cuts. But now, as we look forward, that you're right, that the deficit is a serious problem, and that's why the president's proposed across-the-board spending cuts of 5%. And I think that as we look forward to the debate this year over the budget, that we're going to really, stick to our guns and pursue a big reduction in government spending this year.
I guess another issue that I would like to bring up is when this administration wants lower rates, and I understand, I get it. We now see that overseas, keeping rates low and negative really hasn't made a huge difference. Is it really problematic for this administration, for its central bank, to try to have some insurance for the next slowdown, a real slowdown, because we know somewhere out there is one?
Well, I know the president has had some opinions about what's going on at the Fed, but that's not my role at the CEA, really. And the one thing I can say is that we've appointed great folks over there to the Fed, and I think we're continuing.
He's talking to a Wall Street guy.
And I think that anyone who wonders whether we respect the independence of the Fed should look at the
this was from before the election. This was from the beginning of this year.
You've been on record saying that you think we have a shot at 3% for the next several plus years. I think you may have said 5. And I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you, but you're certainly in the minority. Can you give me something in real time that gives you confidence that your prediction will be correct?
Yeah, sure.
I think this was, let me see here. This was in March. This was in March 27th. Wait, this isn't even the right one. This isn't the right clip. Wait, this isn't even the right clip. This is the wrong clip. God damn it. Where's the one? Where's the fucking one? Here we go. God damn it. That pisses me off. Here we go. Happens.
I've been arguing for some time now.
Capital stocks destroyed
World
War II. He thinks that it looks a little bit like at the end of World War II, the countries that didn't have their capital stocks destroyed by the war, that when the war ended, they pretty much got their economies going at a rate of 40 or 50% a year. And while, he was cautioned about the analogy, and it was just in a private email, I think that Professor Barrow's view that we don't have, our capital stock hasn't been destroyed, our human capital stock is ready to get back to work.
Ouch. All right, look. See, this is why I didn't have it ready. So forgive me for grabbing the wrong clip. Nonetheless, you can see that this guy is always smiling and positive, because what they're doing is they're selling the country on the concept that the stock market works as intended. That's the thing. And he describes people as human capital stock, because that's what workers are to people like this. Human capital stock. Literally, describe them like animals. You know what livestock is? Switch one word. Human capital stock. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty fucked. So the reason why, again, I know that was a little bit of a ramble, but the whole reason why I showed this section, the whole reason why I wanted to show this is because I want people to understand that while we are critiquing the Democratic Party, and we are about to critique them very, very hard, there is a reason why we've been stuck with the Democratic Party. And that's because these guys are the other option. These guys are the other option in the United States right now. No, hold on. I just got a DM. Let me just make sure. Yeah. So, now, we got to talk about the Dems. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, now that we understand why I fucking can't stand the Republicans, why I think the Republicans are one of the greatest moral blights that has ever existed in the history of this motherfucking country. Oh yeah, really? That's awesome. Who should run when Bernie dies? We'll find out. We'll find out in the future. This is what's up with the Democrats right now. Let me just show you. Many of you have probably seen this already, but I'm going to show it again because guess what? We can be angry motherfucking together. You ready? Let's take a look at this. Ready? I'm going to play you a little video. Okay. Here we go. Ready? So right here, over here, I'm going to move chat for a second. Here is Kamala Harris. Right here is Kamala Harris. Coming from this side of the screen is Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham. And we'll talk about Lindsey Graham in a second. But let's just show what happens here. Most of you already know who Lindsey Graham is. Boom. Fist bump. Bada boom. Let's watch it again. Want to watch it a third time? Want to see the Democratic vice president who just won against Donald Trump, fist bumping the stooge of Donald Trump, who is currently attempting to get the Democratic election in Georgia thrown out. Yeah, damn. That's really fucking bad, isn't it? That's really fucking bad. Now, you might get the, you might get this whole defense of like, oh, well, it's just, they're being nice. They're being nice because they have to work together. Motherfucker, this guy is promoting a conspiracy that you didn't win the election. This guy is contributing to people who believe that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have committed treason and are not going to take over. They are contributing to the mentality of a civil war. It's a big club and you ain't in it. There are times where you just can't be nice. And guess what? Do you want to know what's even worse about this situation? Do you want to know what makes me even motherfucking madder? Is that Kamala Harris should know fucking better. Even if Kamala Harris wanted to be buddy-buddy with Lindsey Graham behind closed doors, Kamala Harris should know, first of all, that obviously everything in the halls of Congress is recorded, obviously. Literally, we have a channel called C-SPAN who does that. Kamala Harris should never have done this in public because whatever happens behind closed doors, maybe they're on peaceful terms one-on-one. Fist bumping the guy who is currently delegitimizing the election at this point in time is one of the most fucking stupid political moves I can possibly imagine. And I just want you to recognize that this particular tweet, this is just one. This is just one of many. Look at how much engagement this shit is getting. Look at how much engagement this shit is getting. Everyone is seeing this. Everyone is seeing this motherfucking shit. And do you know what that does? That undermines legitimacy. Even worse. Even fucking worse. This undermines the legitimacy of our government even more. Because what it seems like, what it looks like, and keep in mind that in politics, this is not true necessarily in the court of law, but in politics, it is important to not only avoid corruption, but to avoid the appearance of corruption. You want to know why? Because as it turns out, public faith is incredibly, incredibly important to the functioning of government. This is a flub of unbelievable proportions, and it's hardly the first one. Because we have, Feinstein, Senator Feinstein, Dianne Feinstein praising Lindsey Graham and how he ran the bullshit confirmation hearing of ACB, a person who, just so you know, might make it possible for them to overturn gay marriage in the United States, who will make it possible for them to overturn Roe v. Wade, removing the right of women to get an abortion in the United States. And arch-Democrat Dianne Feinstein congratulated and praised Lindsey Graham on the bullshit confirmation hearing that was blatantly hypocritical, blatantly partisan, blatantly politically motivated, and she praised him. So this is hardly the first time. The fucking Democrats have been doing this over and over and over. They don't even understand what they're doing. And what's worse is not only do they not care not only are they disgusted by the immoral behavior of the Republican Party enough to not want to fist bump them. That is bad enough. It's bad enough that the Democrats feel comfortable, hobnobbing and being friends with people who are literal fascists. But they also give so little of a shit about the American people that they're willing to just praise them openly in public, knowing that that undermines the hope and the legitimacy of the government. I love that, American politicians are so out of touch they would call it fisting. Some of them have. You know it. True! They probably have. Don't forget the head dinosaur Nancy Pelosi trying to stagnate the actions of progressives like AOC and Ilhan Omar. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. The Democratic establishment has done everything in its power to stifle progressive politics in this country. They have done everything in their power to slam down on any social justice movement within the Democratic Party over and over and over again. So this is why lefties like myself call the Democratic Party a center-right party. And why we advocate for voting for Joe Biden only because we have no other option than either having to struggle against Biden or having to struggle against Trump, and Biden is a better option. Yeah, rip RBG. What this is called neoliberalism. And the Democrats are indeed neoliberal. Oh yeah, well, no, not everything is. Slimecat, everything is neoliberal or fascist. That's the secret. And there's a saying that people say, and I don't fully agree with this or the logic of it, but the saying goes, cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds. And this right here is what people are talking about. This shit right here is what people are talking about when they say that. Because Kamala Harris is supposed to be left-leaning. Kamala Harris is supposed to be fighting against Trump. And yet, here is Kamala Harris on video fist bumping Lindsey Graham, the arch conservative, the guy who has helped greatly, mind you, not just a little bit, has helped greatly in contributing to the 250K dead Americans. 250,000 dead Americans. Graham is one of Trump's biggest simps. Yup. And here we go. There's a nice little fist bump. Haha. Can you imagine how you would feel if I was fist bumping Richard Spencer? If you had a video of me fist bumping Richard Spencer? This is like that, but worse. This is worse. Because Lindsey Graham has done more individual harm than Richard Spencer. And Kamala Harris is in a position of power considerably greater than me. Considerably. How much faith do you all have in the Democratic Party when they're willing to be nice in public, in the eyes of the public, knowing they're being watched, with the people who have led to the death of 250,000 Americans wastefully? How bad is Lindsey Graham? Lindsey Graham is real bad, Flair. Real bad. And I don't want to go into I don't want to derail this whole segment into talking about Lindsey Graham, but Lindsey Graham, he ain't good. In fact, right now, he's fueling Trump's coup attempt. Like hardcore. Lindsey Graham is one of his biggest supporters. He's horrible. And unfortunately, it gets worse because the neoliberal problem, the problem of the neoliberalism in the Democratic Party gets even worse. Let me just read you a little thing here. Ready? I'm going to show you a quick little tweet here. Okay? Governor Cuomo on following COVID-19 rules. This is from the official Twitter of a Rochester, New York news station, local station. Cuomo on following COVID-19 rules. If you're socially distant and you wore a mask and you were smart, none of this would be a problem. It's all self-imposed. If you didn't eat the cheesecake, you wouldn't have a weight problem. One of the most foremost Democrat governors in the country, the governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo. If you're socially distant, you wore a mask, and you were smart, none of this would be a problem. It's all self-imposed. If you didn't eat the cheesecake, you wouldn't have a weight problem. Fuck the Democrats. Fuck the Democrats. Fuck the Democrats and fuck them and again and again and again. Fuck the Democrats. Can you imagine being so inhumane that in the midst of a crisis fueled by the right wing, fueled by right-wing disinformation, that you would use your position of power as the governor of the second largest state in the United States, where many thousands of people have died, to tell people it's your fault for not wearing your mask. It's your fault for eating that cheesecake. You know, that fucking boils my goddamn blood. And this is why people say, we ain't going back to brunch. We aren't going back to sleep. Because fuck the Dems. These people don't give a shit about us either. And there's a better future. Because what we're going to do, all of us out here who are lefties, all of us who want a better world, are going to do better than the Dems. This is why you can't just stop at voting for Joe Biden and call it good. Because this is what you get under Joe Biden. What you get under Joe Biden is rugged individualism, bootstrapping, and just a slightly nicer veneer. Just a little bit. Brunch is canceled permanently. Until this country has equity, until this country has civil rights, until social justice is achieved in this country, none of us are going back to brunch. And if you decide you want to go back to brunch, then I hope you won't mind, but I'll be shaking the chair underneath you and flipping your table. And I hope all of you will join me in that. Because we can't do this anymore. This neoliberal bullshit is not going to work anymore. It really is not. People are dying under the neoliberal order. Joe Biden has won. But guess what? Joe Biden won't be in office until January. And do you know what will be happening in January? Just so you all know. Do you know what's going to be happening in January? And I apologize. This is going to get a little dark for a minute. Let me just show you what we're looking at is going to be the case in the middle of January. Let me just bring this up real quick for you. Let me just show you. You seen this recently? Seen this chart recently? So here's where we were when we went into lockdown the first time. Over here. This is where we were when we went into the first lockdown. This is where we should have gone into a second lockdown, and we didn't. And this is where we are now. Do you remember how bad it was at the beginning of the year? This is not even the beginning, because we're not even going into lockdown yet. I mean, a few states are, but most are not. Look at how much more. We're talking like triple. Remember when they were talking? Remember when people were talking about the hospitals being overwhelmed, so much so that people were dying and just being thrown into trucks? That happened here in America this year. Do you remember that? That's happening now 3 times as much. Right now. And we're going into winter. And we don't have any relief checks. People are going to get evicted. There's going to be a lot of homeless people. And the Democrats have no answer. The Democrats have no answer. Because the Democrats don't care. They care about civility. They care about fist bumping with Lindsey Graham. They care about standing by and eating their brunch and returning to normalcy because they're fine. They're not workers. They have cushy jobs. But guess who can do something about it? Do you want to know who can do something about it? This is going to be our crisis of the 3rd century. This is going to be the fall of the American Empire. Listen, this might come as news to all of you. The American Empire is falling. It's not coming. It's here. It's here. It's here. But guess what? I know that's a little doomer, and I'm sorry if that scares you. It is scary. I'm scared. This is something that scares me. I've been thinking about this all year. For those of you who are new to my channel, all of you newcomers, all of you 191 amazing viewers who are here right now, Pog, amazing. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe, please. It helps me. But all of you who are here, you might not know this. It's not doomer time. Just wait. Those of you who are here now, my first panel that I ever went on, the first panel I ever went on in my entire streaming career, way back when, at the beginning of the year, some of you might have been here. Some of you might have been here. On that panel, I warned people of this sort of outcome. I said, hey, we really need to take this seriously. This was back when Bernie was still in the race. And I said, Joe Biden is not going to carry us through this COVID thing. We don't even know if there's going to be an election properly this year. Well, as it turns out, it was a real mess. But I know, Snowdrift, it's sad. This was back when I was still fighting for Bernie because Bernie was still on the ballot. No, Jessica Gaylord, not even that will do it. You can't stop the fall of the American Empire. It's too big for any one of us to stop, and we don't want to stop it. We don't want the fall. We don't want to stop the fall of an empire. But I can offer you an alternative that the Democrats have failed to offer and are failing to offer. And that alternative is socialism. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. That alternative is community. That alternative is something better than what is being offered right now. And that only happens if we fucking build it. You see, we take care of us. Do you understand that? We do. We do. The Democrats don't fucking care. They are going to go back to brunch. They're going to be sitting in their McMansions while people are dying in the streets. They're doing that right now. But we can take care of us. We can win advantages for ourselves and for our communities and share them with the people around us. We can connect and build bonds. We can watch out for one another. We can educate ourselves, and we can fight. And we can decide to not settle for the dems, but instead strategically, intelligently, and effectively build a better future. Because if we don't, no one else will. And I know it can be scary because, let's be real, a lot of us don't probably have a whole lot of influence, but we probably have something. We all have something that we can do. And if we put those talents together, you know, there's this crazy thing. There's this crazy thing called cooperation. And cooperation builds into socialization, which builds into civilization. Humans do good together. Humans do really good when we work together. Have you seen what humans have done in the past? We have built the most fucking wildest shit. Humans put people on the moon. Humans put a fucking robot on an asteroid that's moving through space at like 1,000 miles an hour, and they landed a fucking robot that's like this big in comparison on it. That's fucking, what the fuck? We've built flying machines. We've built laser guns. We've built video games and cathedrals. But we have to do that shit together. We can't go on with this absolutely idiotic, hyper-individualistic worldview, this Thatcherite. You know, do people know who Margaret Thatcher was? Maybe a lot of you don't. Margaret Thatcher was like the UK's Reagan. Ronald Reagan, Republican guy, obsessed with rugged individualism and bootstrapping. And Margaret Thatcher, called the Iron Lady. Ollie has a good vid on this, yes. Nah, Thatcher didn't have girl power. Fuck Margaret Thatcher. And fuck Ronald Reagan too. And fuck the Democrats and fuck the Republicans. True, Silent. As an Irishman, I piss on her grave. As an American, I remotely piss on her grave. Sorry, we can't say that here, SQ. Got to get that one out of chat, mods. Sorry. But I mean, well, no. Okay, that's complicated. But we can't say that. Sorry. No offense, just don't worry about it. Just watch that shit. I do agree that Margaret Thatcher is dead. She is dead. A piss over the pond. True. Honk. So, when I say, fuck the Dems, it's not because, it's not out of some stupid and like unthought through anti-establishment view, which I think is stupid, by the way. If you just hate the establishment just because it's establishment, if you go like the Jimmy Dore route of just like the Dems are just as bad as the Republicans because they're both the establishment, you're not thinking tactically. I dislike the Democrats because they don't approach politics seriously. Because they are a false opposition party with some good people in it, mind you, because Bernie ran for the Dems, AOC ran for the Dems, and there's some hope in radically changing the Democratic Party. But we have to take it motherfucking seriously. And it's going to have to be a multi-front battle, because we're not going to win by just voting at all. And we're not going to survive this winter. I'm serious. A lot of people are going to be hurt permanently or die this winter. That's a fact. There is nothing that will change that right now. However, we can make it better if we look out for each other, if we care for one another, if you give a bed to a friend who needs it, if you reach out to a family member who needs your help. The establishment of the Dems, the establishment of the Republicans, has become the fixation point. But the fixation should not be on just the establishment. The fixation needs to be on the actions that build a rotten establishment. A rotten establishment that is currently choking our country. People like me are working within progressive democratic causes to literally weed out the neolibs and or bully them into leftist policy. I don't want anyone to give up hope. No one's giving up fucking hope in this chat. None of you better be dooming in chat right now, because this is not the moment for doom. This isn't the moment for doom. This is the moment to become resolute, to recognize that we have an opportunity, that there are many people who see this. See, there's this thing that's been popular on the internet for a long time, and that's being like, oh, everybody's dumb. People are so stupid. And sometimes we make little throwaway comments, and that's fine. But if you start actually believing that everybody is stupid, you will become a doomer. And it's not true, actually. People are, when they're given the right tools, pretty good at figuring shit out. In fact, I'm surprised every single day by how many wonderful people and intelligent people I meet. My server, my community is full of wonderful, talented people. I know each and every one of you has talents. Each and every one of you has skills. And those skills can be put to good use. Look at that fucking wide peepo right there. Holy shit, look at that. That's wide. But seriously, mind if I point the link to that? Yeah, go for it. Go ahead and post it. That's fine. I know you're working on something, so get it in there. Some of us are like me. What my talent is I can rhetoric. I can speak. I know some stuff about cameras. I know how to connect with people. I know how to talk. That's my skill. I have a couple other skills as well. And I'm doing what I can to reach out, to teach people, to entertain people, to keep their spirits as high as possible in these hard times. Other people have different skills. And we need those skills. No matter what fucking this neoliberal order makes you feel, you have a place. You have skills that can fix this fucking world. And if you don't yet, you have the capacity to learn them. So that's why we're not going to doom her. Because in times like these, in times of great hardship, we are not benefited by letting ourselves spiral into darkness. We are benefited by identifying who has created the darkness, why they created it, and how we fix it. This is the time for us to bloom. This is the time for us to get better at this shit. And also, this is the time for us to bully the shit out of the Dems, out of the Republicans, and not just to bully them, but to do so in a way that actually makes meaningful change. You understand? I'm done. I am so motherfucking done with this stupid performative bullshit of being like, oh, the Dems are... It's like the crystal ball shit, the Jimmy Dore shit. I'm done with that shit. Meaningless whining that doesn't identify how we can actually make change. You know who's a good ally? AOC. You know who else is a good ally? Fucking Anarchists. You know who else is a good ally? People who share our values and are actually trying to change the world. You know who's not our ally? Joe Biden. You know who's not our ally? Kamala Harris. You know who else isn't our ally? Nancy fucking Pelosi. These people are not the only option. And there's many possible paths before us. There's a lot of things that could go wrong. I don't know. We don't even know what Trump's going to do yet. But do not get complacent. This is not the time for complacency. Oh yeah, Ilhan Omar, Cori Bush. This is not the time for complacency, for saying, yeah, I guess we can just let Pelosi keep doing her thing, even though she's contributed to deregulation, which has led to the collapse of the American working class. True, Nina Turner's amazing. Also, we have to fight against neoliberalism. And it sucks because we're fighting a two-front war. We're fighting against the rampant fascism of the Republicans, and we're fighting against the corrupt, rotting, but polished on the outside establishment of the neolibs. But we can do it. We can do it. And if we can't, well, at least we tried. Because guess what? Here's the deal. We have the benefit of being correct. Kind of cool, huh? We have the benefit of being right. It is the lefties who have recognized that the world is in danger. It is from climate change, not from some imaginary bullshit that's invented to justify why you still push Christianity to everybody. It is the lefties who have identified that the masses, the objective majority of people in the world, but also in America, live in abject poverty. I mean, true, Pinkwug. They are both to the right. They don't have us flanked. But it can be a little confusing. And sometimes we have to do things like vote for Biden because he's better than Donald Trump, and we would get immediately killed under Donald Trump. Do you think the more we call for action, the more threatening and uninvited we sound to people who otherwise would be open-minded to the ideas and messages that we are trying to get across? No. I just think we need to do it effectively. I think we need to do it effectively. I don't know about you, but I'm tired of seeing people that I love suffer. I'm tired of seeing people that I love being ripped off by bosses, being ripped off by their shitty jobs that mistreat them and then leave them for dead. I am tired of people that I love paying their taxes, working their fucking asses off, and then getting fucked by a government that says that it's there to protect them. I am tired of witnessing the supreme depression that other trans people around me suffer, including myself. But I am so motherfucking done with this shit. I'm so tired of it. So I think other people are as well. I think a lot of people are tired of this. How many people do you know who are like super gung-ho about life in America right now? I mean, that's true, Volterra Op. I agree. We are strong together. We are not strong when we kowtow to every demand of the Democrats. We are not strong when we allow Republicans easy wins. We have to fight, and we have to fight hard, and that means taking it seriously. So yeah. The official slogan of the DNC? Let's find out what we got here. What's this meme? Just do nothing. There you go. Yeah, let's do this. This is a good one. Just do nothing. Just do nothing. It is impossible. This is one of those don't dead open inside. True. almost every conversation I have about how America is very powerful, but that it's very flawed, and almost every time I get shut down. Well, it's a hard conversation to have. People believe very strongly in this concept of patriotism. They're very personally invested in it. See, one of the things that's really hard about dealing with neoliberalism is that neoliberalism is an ideology. It's not all that far off from being a religion of a sort. Really, really isn't. It really, really isn't. People have bought into this belief that everyone is just an individual, that everything you do is intrinsically your fault, that every man is an island and nobody affects one another. But that's not true. We grow up in families. We rely on one another for all kinds of stuff. Like, for example, I think this, I can't even fathom it. Think about what I'm doing right now. I am streaming over a phone that was designed by thousands of people who I don't know, which is firing through a wire which was invented by a team of people I don't know, into a computer full of parts that were invented by 1,000 different people that I don't know, on screens invented by people that I don't know, and their work, and they don't know me. We do this shit for one another. And it's only our ideology that tells us that there's something wrong with that. We make stuff for one another. We take care of people that we don't even know. Because that's what humans do when we're at our best. When we're at our best, we work together, even if it doesn't directly benefit us. Because all of us being together, all of us surviving together and making a good place for us to live in benefits all of us. Humans, in my mind, we should work for a world where humans, all humans, are the beneficiaries of the collective human knowledge. We figure something out cool, we should share it with one another. And animals too. Yes, animals should benefit from it as well. But that's a little bit more granular than I want to talk about at the moment. But yes. Neoliberalism is a mind prison. It limits you. It tells you there's only one way to live, and that way is getting a job, grinding your life out until you die, and then never witnessing any change because this is the end of the world. And the thing is, it's funny because, oh yeah, I'll check the art channel. Let me check the art channel real quick. Here we go. But let me finish this rant and then I'll check the art channel. Neoliberalism would have you believe that there is no future other than this one. But let's analyze that claim real quick before we end this section. Do you think that Donald Trump lives the life that we live? Do you think that Nancy Pelosi lives the life that you live? There might be a small amount of you in my audience. I don't know. Maybe there's some of you that are very, very well off. But even you probably don't live a life like that of Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos lives a life you can't even imagine. Multiple houses, luxury you can't compare. They live in a different world than you because you have been exploited in order to make it possible for them. So this end of history concept is only true for the working class. It's only true for anybody who's not in the 1%. For those in the 1%, they're building rockets. They can have a pool in their backyard and swim at their leisure. They can get any surgery they want, make themselves look however they wish. They can buy whatever clothes they could imagine, the most comfortable bed in the world. And I think we should share such things. I think that all humans do a fucking lot to make society happen, and we should share in it. They may as well be from another planet. Yeah, they're that out of touch. But also, we can't even fathom. Can you imagine? What was it? Was it Betsy DeVos? Betsy DeVos had like a yacht inside of another yacht? Oh God, Jessica. And this is not to say, mind you, this is not to say that like you're bad if you have money. You're not bad just for having money. But just keep in mind that the way that our current system is set up, that the amount of wealth that is given to people like Jeff Bezos is more than they could ever spend in 100 lifetimes. It's so much that it's being deprived from other people because that's how they perpetuate it. But guess what? We could have a life where everybody has really nice, comfortable things, where we work together and enjoy things. We literally have enough resources on the planet to live like that, but not under this system. And that means we need to change this system. And the way we start changing it is by working together, by defying what this system tells us we have to do. Yo, it's crazy. The upper echelons live in another world than us, and we live worlds completely alien to third world countries. How must that compare? Yeah, it's wild, right? It's really wild. I once read that Jeff Bezos could stop working and spend $1 million a day, and he would go broke in like 400 years. Yeah, Donald Trump is in the site chat telling us that he won California, Redifornia. Caloredia. We work together. That's what we do. We work together. But not just work together. We work together intelligently. Everybody's got different talents, so we take care of each other. We fucking push forward. We build. And we build, and we never forget. We never forget that if we don't challenge the structures, we're never going to change anything at all. Because these structures perpetuate. These structures abuse people. So yeah. There's the rant. There's my rant about the Democrats. Are the Democrats our enemy? They kind of are, yeah. Not all of them. Not every last Democrat. But for what the Democratic Party currently represents, yeah, they are. So yeah. There's that. Let's check the art channel. Let's check the art channel. Yeah, of course we can, Jessica. Of course we can. Let me just check this real quick. Let me check the art channel. 1 second. I have to move the Discord for a second because check the art channel. Oh, hey, let's take a look. Hey, that's amazing. Hold on. Let's take a look. Yo, this is great. I got to save this. Holy shit. I'm going to pin this for later. I'm going to pin this. So good. Pin. Oh, this one is so good. Look at this. Look at Gina's handiwork. Holy shit, Gina. This is so good. Holy shit. No more stupid brunch. Gina, this is based. This is so based. What the fuck? Holy shit, Pog. This is so Pog. What the fuck? Gina, holy shit. I gotta pin this one too for later so I don't forget it. Holy shit. I am the Senate. Oh my God. Whoops. Let's get the live stream chat back up. Best thumbnails on YouTube, swear to God. I swear to God. Gina, you are so fucking talented. Based. Genuinely based. Yeah, we can add that. I'll add that activated one as a Discord one. Gina, you deserve it. You're fucking talented as shit. You know, I value your talent. That's why I fucking brought you onto the team. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this. Gina, oops, I gotta fix the Discord real quick. Gina is formally a part of the stream. Formally, already was, but formally a part of the stream. So, just so you know, when you support the channel, you're not just supporting me, you're also supporting Gina too. So yeah. Why is this fucking up? Why is my everybody's a little part of it, but I mean, like, anyway. How many watch hours? We have about 1,000 left. I don't know how many it will be after this stream, but yeah. Why is it doing this? Why is it being like this? Why does it keep doing that? It's so weird. The Discord keeps going. Endernax. Oh, Endernax sent me something. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Endernax. What have you sent me? Why have you sent me this? What is this? What is this? What is this, Endernax? All right, Endernax. Let's see. Let's see what this is. Let's find out.
My name is Little Nas, Bull, Hitler, and Stalin are both my bros. I want equality, but not for the Jews. Equality for me, but not for you.
What?
The leftists call me fascist, the rightists call me commie. And honestly, they're both right, got a bit of the two in me. Culturally right, economically left, but please crush me with the state, oh baby, please crush me to death. My name is Little Nas.
Endernax. Wait, did you sing that, Endernax? Did you sing that, Endernax? That's J-Reg? Wait, what? Wait, did Dreg made that about you? Holy shit. Oh my god. Holy shit. That's really funny. That's really funny. Listen, Endernax, can I be honest with you for a second? I really hope, listen, I want to believe that you're honest. And that's why I want to have a talk with you on stream at some point. And I'm open to being, communicating with you more. Because I really hope you're not a Nazbol. I fucking hate those guys. And I don't know entirely, I will admit, well, I can't talk to him right now because if I talk to him right now, we won't have enough time. Because Famous Horse is coming on in like 20 minutes. But I will talk to, listen, Endernax, I'm extending this to you now. After we talk to Famous Horse, I'll talk to you again. Endernax didn't really debate Vosh. They kind of were on the same side in a couple of ways. Well, I'm glad. Endernax, okay, afterwards, if you're free afterwards, after I'm done talking with Famous Horse, I'm going to talk to Famous Horse for about an hour, and then afterwards, let's talk. Because I would like to get to the bottom of it. And the thing that I just don't understand, well, not entirely understand, but here's something to think about. I don't understand being socially conservative while being fiscally liberal, because when I hear that, well, socially conservative tends to mean anti-gay. Socially conservative tends to mean, well, a lot of things. So maybe you have a different definition, and I'm open to it. And I recognize we've gotten spicy in the past. But I always keep up to my promise. My viewers will tell you this. You know I don't hold fucking grudges, okay? You could say whatever you want about me, but I don't fucking hold weird grudges, okay? So I'll tune in after dinner. Sounds good to me. Okay, cool. Well, that's great. I'm very happy to hear that. And as long as you're being honest with me, then, I think we can reach some understanding. Because I do think we do believe in some things that are the same. We've been on the same side of arguments sometimes. Yeah. Well, Miggy, if you're tired of debates, you're coming to the wrong channel, because I do debates all the time. I'm a debatey bitch. Everybody knows that. I am the debate bitch. I previously ran by the title, the demon of Twitch debate, but I mean, now I'm just debating in general. Maybe I'm just the demon of debate in general. Now y'all are my debate bitches. Yeah. Throw feet? All right, now things are getting really strange in here. You're socially gamer and economically Minecraft? Well, I can respect that. General Mama. You had Chick-fil-A? Listen. Oh, Chick-fil-A discourse. Listen, we're not doing Chick-fil-A discourse, okay? Miggy, not to call you out, but what's with the white name? Go to the rules channel and click the imp so you can see the rest of the server and get your blue name, okay? Go do that. Umberly? What's Umberly mean? Well, sure. You can call me whatever you want. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, Jessica. You know that's the case. Does this look like someone who's not the top of this fucking parasocial relationship? Okay, real quick, before we have Famous Horse on, let's talk a little bit about that, okay? Because I want to make it a regular thing to talk about this. I love you all very much. I don't love you all individually, personally. There is a type of love that goes out to a community, and that is what I share with you all, okay? So I want to just be clear. When I'm goofing around on you, please realize I don't mean things like super personally to you. So don't be hurt if I'm being mad at chat, okay? And secondly, it is true, 100% true that I love my community. It's a community love. So, you know, no parasocial or no. And the reason why I say that is because it makes us all happier, to be honest and clear about things. And guess what? I think being a part of a community that you love is great. Because look, I'm a part of Vosh's community, and I love that community as well. You know, at least the site community. I don't really hang out on the Discord very much. But yeah, salute to respected boundaries and not engage in unhealthy parasocial relationships. But guess what? With that said, it is possible to make friends via the internet. So don't throw out friendships via the internet. Just be aware of their limitations. That's all. Just a quick thing. Because I just want to be sure that anytime I'm shouting at chat or anything, that nobody gets fucking hurt. Or also that if I say, hey, I love you guys very much, that you understand you shouldn't be like intimidated by that or whatever. Like, I don't literally love every individual person as if you're my partner. I just love you as my community and in the interaction that I have with you. And I hope you would interact with me in the same way. Because, yeah, no whites in chat. No whites in chat. None. Get the whites out of chat. Don't be parasocial, please. Hey, that's not bad. Look at the blue names. Look at that. We got the blue names in here. Same Jessica Metal. And also, I mean, I've made friends with other content creators. It is possible. You just have to be, careful with the boundaries. And I always want to communicate that. I know that's kind of a little bit of a sidetrack, but I'm on the brain zone out of the rant. You have a blue name. You got it, Rekka. You already have a blue name. You already got the blue name. Let me just check on YouTube chat. I hope you enjoyed your homophobic chicken nuggets. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing. I can't. Okay. I'm gonna do 1 second. Listen. Fast food is a disgusting industry. If you are eating chicken nuggets, you are eating unethical chicken nuggets. I'm sorry, but it's just a fact. Every fast food chain is horrifically unethical, and like 90% of the CEOs of every fast food chain donates money to Donald fucking Trump. People make a big deal about Chick-fil-A, but Chick-fil-A is just as bad as any other one. Yeah, their homophobia sucks, but it means nothing to avoid Chick-fil-A unless you're a part of a coordinated boycott that has any chance to do any actual damage. So, there you have it. Bam. Attendees are not practiced unless they're from mom. I have an air fryer, so I make my own fried chicken. That's the best way to do it. That is the best way to do it. But even that, still unethical, still meat. But that's the whole thing. I am not like a hyper moralist. I don't focus on doing a fucking mathematical formula to determine everyone's goodness versus badness level. What is this, fucking Mass Effect? What do you think this is, Mass Effect? You think I'm just gonna give you a little bar of good versus bad, and then, oh, I ate a chicken nugget, that gives me 10 bad points. Ooh, I did a good deed, that gives me 10 good points. What the fuck? That's not how it works. Yeah. It's not necessarily hypocrisy. It is possible to critique all of those things and just recognize that we still live in a society. Endernax did sing that song? It's a J-Reg video? Really? That's really interesting. Posadas, can you DM that to me? I want to check it out afterwards. We'll watch it in the Endernax section later. So yeah, we live in a society. We live in a capitalist society. Oh, we got a meme. We got a meme here. Let me check the meme. What's the meme? Let's check the meme real quick. Corporate needs you to find the difference between this picture and this picture. They're the same picture. That's true! Religious fundamentalism is the same thing no matter which color you paint it. Yo, do I know Alden's number? Do you? Why don't you tell me Alden's number? Fuck. Fucking Jesus Christ. These people. Alden's gas. Ooh. Well, I guess if you're into it. Alden's nuggets. They could exist. They might exist. Yeah! Hell yeah. So, we have 15 minutes. We have about 50. Oh, okay. Oh, it was a typo. He didn't sing it. Oh, okay. I'll save that for later. Let me get that link from you real quick, Posadas John. I'll put it in the document for later. Put it into document. And then I'll check in on YouTube chat before we have Famous Horse on. So we're going to have a really cool conversation in just a few minutes with Famous Horse. Famous Horse is a Famous Horse is a up and coming Twitch streamer, mostly does games, but also is interested in politics. Yeah, Gambino, DM me about becoming a mod. You actually didn't know that Alden's number was a joke? Wait, it's not a joke. Yeah, Famous Horse. We're going to be talking to Famous Horse in just a few minutes, and it's going to be a really cool conversation. We're going to talk about a couple of really cool things. First, we're going to talk about politics. We're going to talk about Alden's. That's such a good idea. American Labor Delegation for Economic Non-Exploitative Solidarity. Jessica Metal, that's actually great. I love that. True, Flair. But yeah, we're gonna talk about each of our general politics, because we're gonna kind of be interviewing one another. It's gonna be a really cool conversation. We're gonna talk about each of our respective politics. We're gonna talk about our thoughts on the current election situation, on what that means for America, and then we might even talk a little bit about some World of Warcraft as a bonus. We're gonna talk for about an hour or so, and then we're gonna get into a bunch of other content that I have prepared. I have a whole bunch of stuff on hand for us to go over. So yeah, it'll be great. It'll be really, really good. Alden's Poggers. No, I believe in Poggers. Let me check the YouTube chat real quick. I want to go through YouTube chat. Hello, YouTube chat. I'm looking at you. Hi. Hi, YouTube chat. Let's see. What's going on in YouTube chat? It's pretty hard avoiding unethical companies these days. Here's the secret. No company is ethical. There is no such thing as a truly ethical company. Just eat vegan chicken nuggets. They're good. Yeah, I mean, they are good. How ethical is Mountain Dew? Probably not. Chick-fil-A isn't even that great. I disagree. I think Chick-fil-A has the best chicken on the market in America, at least for fast food. But they're still a shit company, just like every other fast food company. What is the other chat on my screen? MDW-Sta04, that is the Discord chat. If we can get some Discords. Hey, much love to you too, Cypress Trees. Happy to have you. Hey, Emmanuel Cargyle. Hi, Dan Green. Hi, everybody. Hi. You have performance anxiety. Don't worry about that. That's okay. No ethical consumption under capitalism. It's just the truth. Mountain Dew is harvested from renewable Mountain Dew. Prove me wrong. I actually think that Mountain Dew is mostly water. It's really funny. You just finished my Normal America debate. Very funny. He's incredibly annoying. Oh, I agree. Like Rob Knorr is really fun to debate against, but he is incredibly annoying. Oh, cool. Good to see you on YouTube chat, Dan. You have only have one McDonald's? Oh, wow. It's pretty good, but it's not that great. I don't know. Their chicken is pretty good. It's better than Popeyes, in my opinion. I don't like Popeyes. Well, I mean, okay, it's not that I don't like Popeyes. I like Popeyes. I just think that their chicken is overrated. And it's also really expensive. Hi, Dallas. I have had a lovely day. It's been actually a wonderful day. I especially love days in which I get to spend time with my wonderful chat and with my community. That's why I stream so frequently, because I fucking love doing it. Also, I'm going to take a second here before we get into the hot, fresh content. Please don't forget to like the video and subscribe to my channel. And also consider, if you have the money, donating. There is a link below the video where you can donate to me directly on my website, demonmama.com/donate or /subscribe if you want to have a site subscription. In the future, we will be streaming on the site, which is awesome. My website is really cool. Also, keep in mind that this content is always going to be provided for free. I don't do premium content. I want my content to be available to anyone, regardless of how much money they make, as long as you got an internet connection. Did it freeze? Is it freezing? I hope not. Did it freeze? No? Should be good. Okay, good. Oh, okay. So it might have just been a little stagger. What was I saying? Yes, I make my content free because I want everybody to have access to it. However, I still, of course, there are costs incurred with making this content, and I would like to make a living doing this. I would love to be able to make content for a living, and if you donate to me or subscribe to me, it makes that possible. So, please do so. Please sub, like. The like is free. The like and subscribe on YouTube is free, but if you want to pay me money, I'd appreciate it if you got it. You never have to pay if you don't got it, but if you've got it, this show is quite literally made possible by people like you. So your donation, you can be assured, is going to get you more awesome content just like this. So there you go. Yeah, perfect. See, the likes and stuff like that are great. We're almost there. We're almost to partner on YouTube, and then we can go back to the site. Once I get approved for partner on YouTube, don't know how long it takes. Yeah, I'm basically like PBS. In a certain way, I was very heavily influenced by PBS, but I do want this to be as public as possible. That's why I don't put my stuff behind a paywall. Are we back? Are we back? Are we back? Is it back? Refresh. Okay, I'm back. This shit scares the shit out of me. I had a small fucking heart attack. Holy shit. Just refresh. It's all good. Should be good. Don't worry. Should be good. Yeah, we just had a small internet outage. There's been really heavy storms. Oh, okay. Have fun, Devious Chilster. Have fun at your game. Bye. See you soon. Yeah, don't worry. We're going to have a GG site back up and running soon. Don't worry. We'll be back there soon. Fitzy, I see a white name. Who's going to help the white name get a blue name? Who's going to help? Somebody help the white name get a blue name. Press the imp. It's a white. Get the whites out of here. Please showcase your lyrical prowess. I've heard you can freestyle. I cannot. What are you talking about? I can't do that. Yay. There we go. Yeah, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Incredible. No white names allowed. We want you here. Also, just a little housekeeping thing, because we're about to begin our show with famoushorse. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Just so you know, on the Discord, you can subscribe. You can set notifications for my videos, for my streams, and for Discord updates. You can customize it. We are making the Discord as user-friendly as possible because I want you guys to have a good time. I want to make it as easy for you all to have a good and educational time as possible. I hope you've been learning stuff. It's the little... Basically, you have to click the little gear next to the channels, and you can either mute or unmute specific channels. So if you want to get notifications for my server, well, I think my YouTube videos are on by default, and so is my stream. So you can either choose to. Are you allowed to at? Yeah, you can at me. That's fine. Go ahead and at me. Try it right now, Zephyrus. Go ahead. Oh, that's awesome. There you go. Yeah, so of course, any donos, et cetera, would be deeply, deeply appreciated. So if you feel up to it, shoot it my way. All right. Let's find out. Give me just a second here. I'm going to have to move chat for a minute. Chat, be hidden. Become hide as I figure out exactly what we're going to do here. Where is famoushorse? Here we go. One second here. Did you at me? You added me. Congratulations. Good job. I can't hide the you have to be invisible. You have to be invisible because I've gotta do this. Here. Bam. All right. Okay, now I can wait, hold on. No, I can't yet. Wait, hold on. Yes, I can. Here we go. All right, everybody. You're back. You're back. Don't you parasocial love us? Yes, of course I do. But I have to turn it off so that I don't, like, you know, show people's DMs and stuff, because I haven't figured out how to do 2 Discord windows at a time. It's difficult. I'm still learning some things. You need glasses. Sees the memes of production. True, and the memes. Why not do both? F. Uh-oh. F. Those Fs give me a small heart attack every time I see them. Oh, really? What the fuck? Use the phone for DMs? Well, but my phone is my camera. There's my phone. My phone is right there. See where my finger is pointing? It's pointing at you. Ab. Famous Horse, you ready? You want to come on now? Let's get you on here. Famous Horse, if you're in there, if you're listening, get into the waiting room and I'll pull you in. Get into the waiting room and I'll pull you in. And we'll talk. Oh, okay. Sure. Take your time. Will I be streaming? Yeah, Hyena. I'm going to be streaming for quite a while longer. I'm doing a quick interview, like an hour-long interview with Famous Horse, and then we're going to be doing a whole bunch of other content. So yeah, we got plenty of time. Like, we only really did one of my segments I had planned for today, so. Yeah. Good to see you, Hyena. Thanks for coming by. We've been having a good-ass time on YouTube today. How'd y'all like that segment, huh? Did you like that first segment? If you like the segment, give me some hype in chat, you know? Was it good? It's good, huh? I thought I did pretty good. Yeah. Damn, only 2 hypers. Guess I didn't do so good. Oh, there they come. There we go. Oh. Yeah, there must be a small delay. It's probably just because of the chat delay. Ah, there we go. There's the hypers. I knew it. I knew I did good in that one. Yeah, good to see you, Hyena. Happy to have you come by. Look at all those. Look at all those hypes. Look at that. We always love shitting on dems. Well, it's necessary. It is really necessary. We really got to slam on them. And we're going to slam... We got some other people to slam on, too. Because we got to talk about fucking Rudy Giuliani later. Because that's funny as fuck. Funny as fuck. Yeah, look at them all. They're so cute. We love our frogs. We love our frogs in this chat. We are part of the Pepe reclamation movement. And to be completely honest, we've done a pretty damn good job. We've done a pretty fucking good job with this shit. Taking custody of the frog. Yes, we have. You know what I think? You know what? Actually, we'll wait. I have a treat for you all later. I'll have a treat for you all later. It'll be really great. The right gets no visitation. None. They were really mean. They were really mean to our frog. Yeah, look at Pompo. Do you know about Pompo? Does anybody... A lot of you are new here, so you might not know about Pompo. I drew Pompo. That is my version. We were having a stream where we were specifically talking about the reclamation of Pepe because people asked me questions about Pepe. Seeing Pepe outside of Twitch chat still scares me. Oh, that's too bad. We'll change that. Spibbity spoo. Yeah, I drew this Pompo. This is my version because we were talking about how Pepe is reclaimed by the left officially, and so I decided to try and draw Pepe, and I ended up with Pompo, and we just made him into his own thing. So now we have Pompo. He's unique, 100% unique, freshly made emote made by me. Isn't that what Peepo's for? Well, there's like 6 different versions now, so that's great. Yeah, we have Peepo, we have Peppo, which is the 1 E and not the 2 E's. The 2 E's is the really cute one, and then there's the Peppo, which is like this one, the one with the coffee, and then there's Pepe, which is like this one that's a little bit like uglier. Yeah, lots of frogs. The frogs are great though. They're so cute and expressive and wonderful. We don't have Pogo. I guess we need to add Pogo. I thought I added Pogo. I don't know. Maybe I didn't. The right can keep... Groiper is the worst. Groiper is the worst version of all of them. It's so bad. Groiper is the worst one. There's a character in The Mandalorian called Frog Lady, and she's the best one. Pog. Frogletarianism. Be right back. Well, see you soon. I'm just going to hydrate while we're waiting for Famous Horse to get here. And then we got so much more stuff to do. We got so much shit to talk about. We got great to... Oh, shit. I forgot. I got memes for you later, too. Oh, shit. I totally forgot. We're going to watch B-Shock. We're going to watch some B-Shock later. I hope you're ready. Don't spoil yourself. We're going to have fun with it. It's going to be good. That's going to be the meme ones. Are the Peppo and Peepo coffee emotes different? I don't think so. Did you ever see that Pepe Frog? Yes, I did. It's really cute. Vosh raid incoming. Whoa, for real? Yo! Thank you. Yo, sick. Thank you so much. Holy shit, that's going to be hype. All right, okay, mods, any mods who are still here, mods, please be prepared to do the follow-y thingy and that thingy, because I'm about to do an interview, so I can't really do that without being impolite. Hi, everybody from Vosh. Hi, everybody from VGG. Hello. You're about to have a really, really good time. Welcome. Welcome to all of you who are arriving. Yeah, a lot of you stayed. See? New Vosh viewers. Like and subscribe. But honestly, yeah, oh, thank you so much, Posadas John. That means the world to me. Thank you so much. Seriously, it really, really does. Y'all are amazing. Welcome. I also am from the VGG community, and now I have my own little community that's like has a bridge, and it's really cool. If you like Vosh, I'm quite sure you'll like my content. We have a lot of VGGers here who enjoy my content. I am a political edutainer. I keep you entertained while I teach you about awesome lefty politics. If you join my server, you will get to appear on chat over here, and we actually have a GGG. We have our own GG site called demonmama.com, which will be on in the future, but we have to push through this little bit of a YouTube segment like this. We're doing a YouTube push right now, basically. If you like debate, if you like roasting the shit out of the Democrats, the Republicans, fascists, and every other wing of shitty-ass political actor, you've come to the right place. Because I like to describe my channel as like an inn. I bring you piping hot, fresh content. I make you comfortable. We have a good-ass time. We have an incredible community. We spend time together. We do cool shit. We look at memes. We laugh. We have fun. We argue. I do debates. It's great. It's fantastic. I built my following originally on Twitch, but now we've kind of migrated to an independent platform, which is my website normally. Tonight we're on YouTube. Ignore that part. But yeah, if you're just coming in and you don't want to have a white name, make sure you click rules and then click on the imp. I'm going to check on the YouTube chat because I imagine there's a lot of people coming in YouTube chat. Hello. Hello, all newcomers on YouTube chat. Thank you all for the subs. Please, if you're here from VGG, welcome. I love you all at VGG. I am also, got my start over on VGG. So, would be very happy to have you like my video and subscribe. Hey, Orion. Hey, thank you so much, Orion. Thank you so much for the tier 1 subscription. If you like the show, if you come here and you enjoy the show, which we're about to get back into the content, I'm just welcoming everybody. Join the Discord, first of all, which we're going to post in the chat. We're going to get the Discord in the YouTube chat. Make sure you join the Discord so you can appear up on screen for now. And also, consider liking the video, subscribing to my YouTube channel, and if you are of means, if you have some cash, consider throwing it my way by following the link down below. You can sub to me just like you would to Vosh, or you can donate to me just like you would to Vosh, and I will read your comments, and the robot lady will read it out. So yeah. Thank you so much. You're going to go eat some food, Hyun? Enjoy. Enjoy. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. We are about to have an interview with the Marxist-Leninist gamer extraordinaire Famous Horse, who's just getting started. Well, not just getting started. They've been making content for a while, but they're starting to get into political content on Twitch. So we're going to have a nice conversation. We're going to talk about politics a little bit. We're going to talk about, hey, all right, I'll bring you in just a second. We're going to talk about that we're going to do that for about an hour. And then after that, I got some hot and spicy memes for you all, as well as a little segment about Rudy Giuliani. So this is going to be really interesting. I hope you'll hang around. I think you're going to have a fucking great time. Last time Vosh rated, a lot of people joined my community because as it turns out, I make some pretty awesome content and you can enjoy it. And you can also get in on the ground floor because I'm growing right now. I don't know if you know this, but there's a lot of talent out there that, you know, slips under the radar. And that's me. I'm the bitch who's been slipping under the radar. So welcome. And I'm very, very happy to have you. Hey, True Couchy.
Sake Tanuki needs to find your channel.
If we get a Sake Tanuki equivalent on this channel, or perhaps Sake Tanuki themselves, that would be wonderful. But my content, so you all know, is always and always will be free. I will not paywall my content. My content is free. Aw, thank you so much, Hyena. Seriously though, no joke, means the fucking world to me. I can't even express. I've had so much fun because of these raids. Yeah, I am that bitch. That's true. That's true. Now, all of you in YouTube, I'm gonna look at you real quick before we go into the conversation.
White people hug.
Hey, thank you so much, Wolfgar. Deeply appreciate it. We are about to begin the interview, but first, I just want to check in real quick on YouTube chat. Hello, YouTube chat. I'm looking at you right now. Hello, hello, hello. How interesting. Oh, it's a little loud. I can turn it down a little bit. I've had to adjust it a little bit now that we're on YouTube. No, YouTube chat doesn't suck. They're fine. I mean, I don't like YouTube's chat interface, but the people there are great. Hi, YouTube chat. Just so you know, the stuff that's on the screen is on the Discord. You can join the Discord right here. Look at all those peepos. Here, let me get you this. Here, click. There you go. Blam. There's the Discord. You can join the Discord and hang out. Hey, I'm doing great, dude, man. Happy to have you. Would you ever help anyone with a phone setup like yours? I'm having trouble. I could perhaps give you some advice. But not right now, because I got to do an interview now. I just wanted to say hello to all of you. Consider joining us. And we'll have a nice conversation. We're just about to have a conversation with Famous Horse, and we're bringing Famous Horse in right now. Why is the site stream page? Oh yeah, let me explain that. Real quick, let me just explain to you why the site isn't working. I have a website, which is where we usually go. It's just like VGG. It's called demonmama.com. It's normally up, but YouTube doesn't allow me to embed my stream to an external website until I'm a partner. So we're in the middle of a partner push. After the partner push, after I get approved by YouTube, we will be able to be on the website again. Previously, I streamed on Twitch, and I've wanted to do a push to get my YouTube channel up so I can stream from anywhere. Partially because I want to be able to stream with Vosh and Hyena, who you all know very well. So yeah, with no further ado, let me get Famous Horse in here and let's get talking. Because this is going to be a really great conversation. Hello, Famous Horse. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Hello, Demon Mama. How are you?
Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing? Let me just get your name up on the screen real quick. Your Twitch is twitch.tv/Famous Horse, right? It's just no additions or anything like that?
Right, I'm Famous Horse everywhere. Ironically, I am not a horse. I'm sure viewers already figured that out, though. Thank you so much for having me on. How are you doing tonight?
I am doing great, and thank you for having me on. Since we are both streaming, we are co-streaming this. Yeah, let me just get your sound level up. Give me a second here, because it is a little soft at the moment. Let's see. Can you give me a test real quick?
Test.
All right.
Better?
That's better. Is that better, chat? How's that sound? How's that sound? Chat sound good? Good? Okay, I think so. I think that's good. Okay, it's good.
Chat's like, what the fuck? I was promised a horse. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry to disappoint you. I know our first impression is that I've lied to you. I'm so sorry. And maybe in time, the hurt will go away.
Well, they'll deal with it. It's okay. I just realized we don't have video up. But that would be hard to do because I'm on Discord chat right now.
Yeah, I was trying to figure it out. I can...
Do you have a whereby?
What's a whereby?
No. Okay.
because I was having my video go into my stream, and then I had your video, although you're a little desynced because the delay.
Okay. Pro streamer. I should have thought of this in advance. You know what? Let's just fly with it for now.
Yeah, I was thinking about it earlier, and then by the time I thought of it, you were already in the stream, and I was like, we'll figure it out.
I need to get a whereby account. Oh yeah, I can pop out video chat, but wait, but then I'd need to grab 2 sources, which would be difficult.
Well, I can switch
Wait a
my
minute.
source. So I have a Discord cam set up, so I can switch
Let me
my
try this.
source.
Okay, I've got an idea. Why don't you add video to this stream call-in, and then I'll pop it out, and then we'll work with that. I think I can make it work from there. If you
All
stream
right,
in,
let's do that. So I'm gonna go ahead.
there
and
we go.
drop
I can
the
do
video.
it. I can do it. Okay, this will work. This will actually work. Bam. Yeah, we got it. Now hold on. Now I got to go like this, and then I put yours on the big, and then I go, yeah, like this. This will work great. Thank you. That was a good idea, chat. Thank you so much.
Let's see if my video pops up, because the first source to have it was OBS, so I just killed it in there. Let's see if it pops up.
Oh, you know what you might need to do? You might need to turn off the like hardware acceleration. Or yeah, I think it's called. Oh, there we go. We got you.
There we go. It was
Fuck
coming
yeah.
through NVIDIA broadcast.
Look at that.
Instead of my cam link.
You know, your lighting setup blows mine out of the water, and it's really impressive. It's really impressive, honestly. It looks
I'm
great.
glad you like the lighting setup, and now my chat can see me too, double. Oh, you know, I like pink. I'm going for the aggressive bisexual lighting here.
Hey, you know what? We approve of that hardcore here. Listen, we approve of that big time
That's
here.
right. Let's freaking go.
Yeah, this is a gay ass zone. Let's be honest. So let's see here. Let me just adjust this here so that people know who we're talking to, and then we can get into it. So before we get super far into it, why don't you give the channel just a little bit of a piece of what you're all about, because we just got rated by this tiny little YouTuber named Vosh. I don't know if you've ever heard of Vosh.
Name rings a bell.
Yeah.
I can't quite place it. Is Vosh the guy that wears the armor? Is that him? The guy that wears the armor? No, that's a different guy.
Yeah, no, yeah. I don't know that he wears armor. He did wear a lemur kigu once, and I think that's kind of a form of armor.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, I was trying to make an armored skeptic joke because that was the first YouTuber that came into my head, but you know,
a little different, just a little different.
A little different. Yeah, probably you guys will be seeing me in a maid costume pretty soon, because when we hit 50 subs this month, I have to stream in a anime cosplay maid outfit. So that's fun.
Have to, yeah. Listen. Thank you so much for that dono there.
Usually hang out and on stream. Sometimes Vosh but wanted to send some love 3.
Thank you so much for that dono. Sorry if I interrupt a little bit with donos. I just haven't.
No, hell yeah. You got the donos. Let's go. Yeah. Thank you for donating to Demon Mama. Do it.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. So, yeah, that's hype as fuck. We really like the maid outfit streams here, for sure. Real quick, just so people know, what pronouns do you use?
I use either he or they.
Okay. All right. I will add this here.
Yeah, not a big problem for me usually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn down the dono volume a little bit too. There we go.
Okay.
So yeah. So sick. Yeah. Give us what you're all about, Famous Horse.
Right. I mean, like, you know, I don't have like a good spiel like you got when people come in and raid. You know, I'm Famous Horse. I've been around on Twitter for freaking forever. I'm one of those ancient GIF avatar kind of people. So, I mean, I've gamed forever, and I've been a communist since I was 12, maybe.
Impressive.
I was converted by a teacher who, fun backstory, his father was one of the guys at the Winter Palace during the October Revolution.
Wow.
Yeah, so old school Bolshevik. His son was also an old school Bolshevik, so he kind of converted me from being like a normal kid when I was like 12. And pretty much ever since then, I've been various shades of communist, and pretty much
OG.
I decided to stream because, like, Hey, I got dumped at the beginning of lockdown, didn't have anything else to do, so I'm like, if I'm playing video games, I might as well stream myself doing it, maybe make a couple friends.
Yeah.
So I just started getting into politics streaming pretty recently, because I saw there's not a ton of people of like ML types of folks streaming, mostly, you know, sock dems, anarchists and stuff like that.
True.
It's like, you know, why not?
Yeah.
That's kind of my spiel.
I mean, I always welcome more lefties into
Right
the
on.
space, and I will
Hell
say
yeah.
the number of ML streamers is pretty low. There's a handful. We got Milk Tea Leninism. I know that Zanzi tends to lean that way, who I really respect. And yeah, so but yeah, there are a bit more of the anarchist streamers out there. I don't know, maybe this is a little wrong of me, but streaming tends to be like a thing that that a lot of like people with ADHD get into, and anarchists also, for some reason, there's a lot of anarchists who have ADHD. I don't know, it's one of those things. It's not like exclusive or anything, but it just seems to be that way. So maybe that's the thing. I know that's the truth for myself.
I don't know. I got pretty severe ADHD myself.
Hey, there you go.
Very severe ADHD. If I'm trying to read something, it usually takes me 2 times it would the normal person.
And
So,
nonetheless, you've still managed to be a member of the theory focused tendency. But that's great. That's awesome. Oh, you cut out for a second there.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah. Sorry, I think you muted.
Okay. No, it's just my Streamlabs is really weird, and if that's in the forefront, the push to talk doesn't work. But
Oh, that's
hey, I
fine.
read a lot of theory when I was younger and was still properly medicated because I had insurance from my parents.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, that's the insurance thing is rough because
we love
ADHD
insurance,
meds
don't we?
aren't cheap off of insurance.
No,
yeah, they're not.
They are not. Without insurance, I went to go fill it, and it was going to be $400 for a month's script, and I was just like, I'm just gonna not do that.
Yeah, I got sort of what's the right word? Universal healthcare pilled. The first time that I was no longer on insurance that was like provided by my parents, you know, because as a part of their job, there was a brief
Right.
period between when I was yet to be approved for my coverage with my work and where I was off my parents' coverage, and I got a prescription for my HRT, something that, you know, being trans, I need.
Right.
It was $180, and I was just for one of the scripts per month, and I was just like,
Jeez.
holy shit. Yeah, they get you. So yeah, healthcare is something I talk about a lot on this channel. Talk about a lot of topics, but healthcare is one of the ones we revisit a lot. That definitely woke me up. In fact, I would say that healthcare was sort of the door that got me into most other like lefty stuff. So, yeah,
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's a material thing that people see a lot more direct, especially if they're in the middle class. That's something that's in their face. They see it, and that's a good doorway to further left radicalization for people when they're like, wait, why is it so fucking expensive? Why is it $500 to see a doctor?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think healthcare is one of the things that, like, focusing on as lefties who are involved in, like, online advocacy, it's one of the most accessible and universally experienced challenges. And people sometimes don't have the answers.
Right.
Sometimes it's a really great way to, you know, introduce people to concepts, more complicated concepts in leftism, or even just in lefty thought, by starting the conversation on something that everybody understands and everybody knows is horrible, healthcare. So yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like one of those things that, like, everyone has experienced it at some point if they're an American, and they've experienced the absolute absurdity of it, and they want to know why.
Yeah.
Why is it expensive? Why is it inaccessible? And then when they hear the arguments from, like, liberals and the conservatives, like, well, you know, actually this line goes here and it meets this line here, which is why you should die.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's what it boils down to. And they dress it up in a lot of flowery language. My favorite one in recent years, this and I say my favorite, I hate this for anyone who didn't catch that sarcasm. I fucking hate this, is when Dems, especially, this is especially popular with Democrats right now, is to say, they'll say, oh, we want access to affordable healthcare. And I'm like,
Oh, it's such a weasel word.
it is such a weasel word, because you look at it and you're like, well, okay, well, they say affordable healthcare. Well, that's great. Well, first of all, it's a double weasel word, because first they say they want you to have access to it. Well, it's like, well, I have access, by a manner of speaking, to all kinds of things. I have access to a yacht. If I walk down the street and look at it, I have access to it, right? And then the affordable part is the second part. And it's like, well, wait a second. What do you consider? What is considered affordable?
What's affordable?
Yeah. And
how do you define it, and who defines it?
yeah, exactly. And to be honest, I think we have a bit of an answer here. They just don't like to say it out loud, which is that economists have already figured this out, which is in the concept of elasticity. Highly, I believe it, and I may get the direction of this wrong, but if I remember correctly, it's highly elastic. Commodities are things where the price can go up and up and up, but because people need it, they will pay whatever the fuck the price goes to.
So it doesn't go back down.
So it doesn't go back down, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's the right. I think I always get mixed up if it's highly or low, but that's the concept. The concept is it's something. It's something that is so desperately needed, like a medication, like insulin, like something like that, like HRT, where people will pay any price or they'll die, basically.
Exactly. It's not an option, like shelter, water, stuff like that. Like, one of the people in my chat was just saying that their ex had a cousin who got genetic pancreatic cancer, or pancreatitis at 21, and had to declare bankruptcy. And, if they had their way, you wouldn't be able to discharge medical debt like you can't discharge student debt.
Right.
But yeah, everybody needs healthcare. Everybody needs shelter. So as a result, you can charge pretty much whatever you want, and the options are pay it or die. And it's the same sort of thing that happened in 2008 after the housing collapse. JP Morgan Chase, a bunch of these big banks went and they bought houses all over the place, especially in low-income neighborhoods that weren't considered valuable, because then what they do, they create artificial scarcity. They don't rent out half these units. They drive up demand, and then they can start charging more in these undesirable low-income working-class areas, and they can try to bleed a rock. I said the expression wrong, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Get blood from a stone.
Get draw blood from a stone. Yeah, exactly. And it's one of those things where, I mean, that touches on the topic of gentrification, which is another thing another theme. Okay. I've been corrected. It is inelastic demands. I always mix up because they talk about. Yeah, it's silly. But thank you.
I'm not a good economicer either.
Yeah.
So.
I've studied economics, but I'm not going to lie. I found the sort of basic theories of economics incredibly boring, though nonetheless somewhat important to understand.
Right.
Yeah, but I always forget the terminology exactly, but the concepts are there, so they're in here somewhere.
Right. You know the concepts. It's like playing Connect the Wire from Among Us in your brain.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, this is something that that's really important in the area I live in. I live in Seattle.
Okay.
And Seattle is one of the places in this country. Yeah, well, I mean, I love it here. I love this place. It's just when it comes to rent, Jesus Christ, it's ridiculous. It is absolutely absurd, and it doesn't matter where you are. I live in a firmly working class borough of Seattle, and the rent is still outrageous. It's unbelievable how ridiculous it is. And this is done, and there is a formula, a strategy that is used to do this. And that's another one of those topics. Housing is one of those ones that I think that lefties can really build bridges to basically anybody who has paid rent. Anybody who has experienced the side effects of gentrification, even if they don't realize that they have.
Even passively.
Yeah, passively. I think there's a bridge that can be built there in a really, really good way. And so that's something I like to talk about a lot, because I think it's something that affects a lot of people.
Yeah, it's one of those things that it's the same sort of stuff. These things with inelastic demand, as I have now learned is the term. Right, that's the main place you can build bridges with people, is because it's stuff they've experienced. It's material conditions that they understand. I totally agree with you.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that can happen online is, I don't know, it really depends on the space that you're in, but I think there's this tendency to sort of assume that people are better off than they are in general when you're talking to audiences online. And the fact of the matter is that, in my experience at least, that is not the case. Like, by sheer statistics, most people in America have struggled with rent. Most people in America have struggled with healthcare. Most people in America make a shitty wage. And so we have the numbers on our side in that way when it comes to advocacy, when it comes to reaching out. And I do think... What's that?
I said that's an interesting point, that of people thinking of people at large as better off than they statistically are.
It happens a lot in, especially when you're talking about the United States. And of course, this is not to like say that there's not incredible privileges from living in the United States at all. There absolutely are. But the fact of the matter is that what we've been sold by sort of the media at large, which of course has an incentive in selling products and whatnot, is this idea that every American is like, like living in an affluent nation and therefore they benefit from that. When in truth, most Americans don't taste any of that. Only the very top percentage ever taste what we call an affluent nation. The affluence of our nation is locked away in the bank accounts of people like Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates and Donald Trump even, and not actually really ever coming down. I think that people sometimes forget and buy and unintentionally. What's that? Yeah, the trickle down.
Why isn't it trickling down?
Yeah, they buy into the they buy into the this sort of like trickle down ideology unintentionally, and forget that actually, when you're talking to people online, chances are a lot of them are going to be firmly working class. A lot of the people and I guess that is one of the small benefits we have, is that because internet is in this weird space where a lot of people have access to it one way or another, people who are on the internet might have internet, but they might not have much else. They might not have healthcare. They might not have a car. They might not have, regular, they most likely don't live in a place that has public transit. And these are issues that can speak to tons and tons and tons of people. Which is why, part of the reason why I'm so excited to get to talk to you as another person who's looking to get into politics, because obviously I'm a big politics bitch. That's what I do. I'm a politics bitch.
I don't say.
It's like what I do 90% of the time.
What a shared interest.
Yeah, but
sort of. I wanted to say something on what you were saying, specifically about the quality of life and all that in America. It's sort of I think a good way to say it is that it's a first world nation where most people are living a second world at best quality of life. And it's sort of the way I see it is the United States, in fear of a radical labor movement, in fear of, having more demands made, the ruling class looked at the Soviet Union. That was there as a threat. So they gave workers concessions. They gave them some of the crumbs off the table, and they gave them an okay quality of life. But the second that threat was gone and financialization occurred, they didn't have to give it to us anymore. There's no other alternative, like Margaret Thatcher said, right? So what are we going to do? So they start taking away what little stuff they've given us. But at the same time, there's telling the mythos of the American dream. You can still make it if you work hard, when that's not going to fucking happen. And it's, without that sort of threat to the ruling class, geopolitically, they don't have to offer anything anymore. And that's why you've seen this resurgence of neoliberalism come in the past 30 years.
Yeah, and it's funny that you mentioned that, because that's what we were talking. I mean, I think you were probably here, right? You popped in a couple times.
I was muted for a little bit because I was doing homework.
We were talking about neoliberalism specifically.
Okay.
Because we were talking about it started off. What started it was the powder keg that went off was the fist bump between Kamala and I know, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
a big club. It's a big club, and you're not fucking in it.
Yep, you're not fucking in it. Yep, it's true. And I mean, that is the thing, right? Isn't that not just sort of the most boiled down, emblematic expression of what neoliberalism really means? Is this kind of, it's this on the face, we're gonna say that we're progressive, but when we think no one's looking, or we don't even care if they're looking, we are ultimately hobnobbing with people who literally just don't care if you live or die.
Right. And didn't they spend the campaign saying that Trump and these the Republicans that worked with him were irredeemable, that they hated you, which is true. They fucking hate you.
Yeah.
And, we are going to Washington. We're running this campaign to put a stop to it. And then Trump's one of his biggest enablers, Lindsey Graham, fucking hate that dude. She smiles, fist bumps him, he pats her on the back, because ultimately, at the end of the day, they're all fucking friends. Just like Trump was friends with the Clintons, because they're all in the ruling class. And ultimately, they're always going to side with their own class interests over even the pretense of helping people.
Yeah, and that's the funny thing, because it's funny, like, I was joking about this the other day about how, as we see, and this is another thing I'd like to talk to you about as we go on, but as we see Trump sort of accelerate us towards a wall, which is this legitimacy crisis going to boil over into something more than just a legitimacy crisis? I think
that's an interesting point.
Yeah.
I've been talking about that a lot because I'm interested in constitutional law.
Yeah. And with that in mind, I think there was this, I was laughing because I'm like, the libs were right about one thing, when we were teasing them like a couple years ago about being like, oh, Trump is Hitler. And then we're like, actually, lefties, the libs were kind of right on that one. But it's funny because even though they were right on it, they didn't internalize it. It was just rhetoric to them. And now they're just hobnobbing with them again. And it's just like, oh my God, it's so frustrating.
It's like I was talking about this with Ellie Valley last night, but it's basically where the worst crimes, no matter if they use them for rhetorical points, these terrible crimes are just going to be whitewashed and sanitized, because like all these libs were talking about, like, yes, Trump is a fascist. You're right, he is a fucking fascist. And then I can't wait for Biden to throw him in jail. And then Biden's immediately like, we need to heal and work forward as a nation. It's the same thing. Obama didn't throw any of the war criminals from Bush in jail. There was no trials. He didn't turn them over to the ICC, because bipartisanship and continuity of the government and ruling class without friction is far more important than any sense of justice.
Yep, and this is what we were talking about in the segment that I did right before you came on, which is why I was so glad that I decided to do that first, because I had a feeling we would be talking about this a lot more, which is
you nailed it.
The desperate need for us to push beyond Biden, like far beyond Biden. We have to get rid of this like brunch liberal mentality. We got to get rid of it. We have to. It has to go. It's got to go. Because things...
We love brunch, don't we, folks?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because, like, I've been trying to tell people, and this has, like, been emblematic of my entire career on political Twitch, has been going on to panels and telling people, like, I hope you realize normal is gone, and normal wasn't working for anybody to begin with. Like, when you say normal, I look outside and I see, oh my God, our COVID numbers are at triple what they were when we last locked ourselves in our houses, and we're going into winter. And what we have is what we have to wait for. We have a lame duck Trump, and then January in the depths of winter, provided everything goes smoothly and Donald Trump doesn't push for some sort of wild shit. Which he will, but we'll see how far he can succeed. But provided he doesn't succeed at some wild shit, then we're going to be stuck in a position where we have Biden in the hardest winter that any of us will have seen in our lives.
Yeah.
And
economic collapse, death everywhere, people going fucking insane because they've been locked in their houses.
Yeah. And so I was talking about, maybe you caught this part, I don't know, but I mentioned to people that, and I think we'll be able to find a lot of shared ground between even across tendencies. I tend to be more anarcho-leaning. You tend to be more ML-leaning. Right. And I told people that we save us, that we fix us. The Democrats are not going to do it. The Democrats are never going to come do that. They've got their comfortable yachts. They've got their ingrained wealth and all this shit, just like the Republicans do. The Republicans are more disgusting and vicious for sure. I mean, I voted for Joe Biden. Obviously, I advocated for people to vote for Joe Biden because he'd much rather struggle against a neolib than a fascist. But we cannot stop there. We can't. We have no choice.
I mean, the stakes are simply too high across the board. I mean, even if we're just talking about something like climate change and say we pretend that the economy is working for every single person, which is absolutely insane. But even if we take that, just climate change is a unmitigated catastrophe that we are looking down the barrel of. We simply, like, there's no more time to just pretend like things are normal and things are fine. And it drives me crazy when people are just like, well, I just want things to go back to normal. And it's like, they were never fucking normal.
It was never normal.
It was never normal. Maybe it was for you, but the rest of the fucking country and the rest of the fucking world is having a terrible time.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to me how, like, I mean, especially in this sort of follow-up to the last financial crisis, the housing crisis that we had in like 2008, 2012, through that era, like, it was interesting and horrifying to see in real time people come to grips with the fact that they aren't in the club. That these especially millennials, like, I think millennials got it faster, but you even see this, people who were doing okay, they might have been poor. I mean, I grew up pretty poor, but there were certain things that we had as a benefit of, like, the society functioning to some level of what we could call normalcy. A lot of suffering.
Evaporated overnight.
And it just disappears and disappears, and until people realize, like, oh, it's not going to come back for me. It might come back for Pelosi, or it might come back for one of the Bezos's kids or something like that. But for the rest of us, the idea that we're ever, like, here's one that always gets people is when was the last time anybody who's like my age, like 30, if you're a millennial, when was the last time you thought there was a real chance of you getting a house someday?
Ironic, because I actually been saving money for the past ages to get a house.
Yeah, and it's been forever, and you look back at, like, our parents, and it's like, oh, like, I remember my parents were just like, oh yeah, we can get a loan for a house, like, on our job that we have, and it's just like, what the fuck? It's like almost laughable. It's almost laughable. And it's like, it's one of those things where, again, there's all these points where people can realize, like, oh shit, like, this system lied to us. This system sold us a lie. And we need to change it, and we have to do it ourselves. We can't expect Joe Biden to do it because it's working for Joe Biden. Sure, it's working for a handful of people.
Why would he change it?
What's that?
Right? And I said, why would he change it?
Yeah, why would he? Yeah, exactly.
It's working for him. And I think the financial collapse was the first time a lot of people our age started realizing that everything that they had been told ever since they were a kid was bullshit.
Yeah.
Right? Like, the town I grew up in and live in, there was one neighborhood where 2 out of 3 houses were foreclosed. I remember in 2009 just driving through downtown, and there was just unattended building after unattended building. It was boarded up, like, every once in a while you'd see somebody squatting, peeking out through behind the boards, and that was the entirety of the downtown. And still a lot of the city hasn't recovered. I mean, a lot of places have not recovered. African-American families lost the majority of their wealth that they had built. Equity was most of the wealth that working class and middle class families had, and poof, it's gone overnight. Right. And the entire
through no action of their own, mind you.
Exactly.
They were doing everything that they were supposed to do. And this has been experienced. Yeah, Retcon in my chat just said, my girlfriend is a scientist in a top-rated lab, and I happen to know the lab, a world-famous lab, and I have 5 years of security management experience, and there's no way we can get a house. Isn't that absurd that you can have 2 people working, like, experienced, what should be high-paying jobs in modern America, and you can't even think about getting a house?
It's unthinkable. It's unattainable for most people.
Yet there's lots of houses out there. They're everywhere. They're just really high price, and you gotta start asking questions.
I wonder who's fucking buying them. Because I started looking at, like, finding, like, a cheap house since I had saved money for like a decade for it, maybe more. And I'm definitely not gonna be able to afford it on my own, but that's why my sisters also saved money. But who's fucking buying these houses? I look at something that's cheap literally the same day. It's who's fucking buying houses? Who are these people?
Hey, Sea of Cheese, thank you so very much for the dono. Really appreciate that. Incredibly generous. Thank you. Happy to have you. I hope you have a good time. As far as who's buying them, it's really funny, because if you start to dig into that, you'll find out that it's corporations that are buying them. They're buying these houses, and they're either holding on to them so they can do a neighborhood project, a neighborhood gentrification project, you know, where they buy a bunch of failing properties, demolish the buildings, invest some of their infinite capital, and then they're able to sell them to somebody like some, you know, rich tech people who are coming in the area, something along those lines. Or they're being turned into what's it called? Airbnb. They're being turned into, if you go to San Francisco, it's actually hog wild. There is just like,
everything's an Airbnb.
Yeah, everything's an Airbnb. There's just places that are just empty all the time, and you can tell nobody's living in them. It's just an Airbnb. And the only reason they're able to do this is because, well, the goal is to, and of course this is not working so great for people under the COVID conditions, but previously they could appeal to a international pool of the 1% who could occasionally come in and rent these houses at a ridiculous rate, a rate that's so high that it justifies leaving them empty the rest of the time. And isn't that fucked? How fucked is that we're in a position where there are more homeless people than we've seen in ages, and yet there's more empty houses than we've seen in ages at the same time? Muted.
It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, there you go. You're good.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, I can now. Yep.
Yeah, it just creates these absolutely insane excesses where, like, there was that article going around the beginning of COVID when people were starting to go hungry, where they were destroying hundreds of tons of potatoes because they couldn't find any buyers.
Yep.
Right? And it's this absolutely insane, and it always cracks me up, of course. I'm sure you too, when people are like, well, it's an efficient way to distribute resources. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? They spent hundreds of $millions on the fucking Emoji Movie. Who saw that? And people are starving, and people are homeless and deprived, and these goods are not going where they are needed because society prioritizes profit over need. And you know, that's the basic thing that all left-leaning, all socialists, all anarchists can agree on, that society needs to be structured around production for need, not
exactly
profit.
Like, we have what we have right now, and this is another thing I harp on a lot. People probably get a little bored of it, but maybe not, is talking about how profit incentive structures are just so fundamentally bad for a functional planet. Like, like, they're good for a couple of things for sure. Like, for example, they're really good if you want to have like 100 different luxury bags, like types of luxury bags, all of which are functionally indistinguishable and stylistically often stylistically indistinguishable as well, but play into a culture of sort of conspicuous consumption. But other than that, other than this sort of like literal pantomime of endless conspicuous consumptivism of just like, oh yeah, other than that, the profit motive doesn't work. It just doesn't do what we want it to do. It doesn't give us the medicine we need. It doesn't give the bulk of us comfortable lives. It doesn't actually inspire people to innovate. All of these things that we're told about this system of capitalism are just flat out false.
Yeah, it's all bullshit. But hey, you know, didn't you see that picture from the grocery store in Cuba where they all had the same brand of beans?
Oh yeah.
I mean, you're not really free unless you can choose 20 different types of canned beans, right?
Yeah. Well, and it's funny too, because I find that people make this like, I've seen this before. I've seen this sort of like, oh, well, you know, we're going to have to get rid of like luxury goods under like a socialistic system or a communistic system. And I'm just like, well, first of all, yeah, that's really sad. I'm sorry that we'll have to get rid of the luxury Gucci bags in exchange to not have people dying in the street. But at the same time, you also can go, but hold on a minute. No, we don't. Jeff Bezos is sitting on $800 bajillion. He's like at 870 billion or something right now. This dude's sitting on $870 billion. You redistribute that fairly? Guess what? We're going to still have stores full of interesting products that people are making for a normal price, and people can have the quality of life. You just can't give $870 billion to one dude. You can't do that. That's not a working system.
I mean, you get into that issue, though, with market systems. Like, if you want to have some sort of market system in general, like, it needs to be insanely constrained, because otherwise you're always going to end up in the situation. That's just how capital accumulates, where it's always going to end up having one person. We've done this fucking thing before. Like, everything we're going through now happened in the Lochner era, happened in the Gilded Age in the United States. And then they put regulations in place, and then they got rid of those regulations, and then the same thing fucking happened again. It's not surprising.
Yeah, this is a cycle, and one of the things that one of the yeah, it is one of the one of the segments I did a bit earlier before we got into all this election bullshit that's been going on was Are you familiar with the Battle of Blair Mountain? I'm sure you are. Are you familiar
Of course.
Yeah, of course. I did a segment on that, and one of the things I'm really one of the things I'm really interested in doing going forward is having I'm going to try and do segments where we talk about the economic and labor history of the United States, because a lot of people are never taught these things, and it's fascinating. And if you know where to look, you can find these stories. You can, it's not hard to find it. I mean, most of my sources were very easily accessible. It's just, it's never actually given to people, so people don't know it's there. And we've done this stuff before. We've been at this almost exact place 100 years ago. We've done that. These battles have been fought and won by labor to a certain degree in the past. And what has been, what has sort of been used to perpetuate this boom and bust, which again doesn't benefit the vast majority of people. It only benefits a select group of people, the people who are the heirs or inheritors or beneficiaries of the top of the corporation. Yeah, it's by design.
I believe it was one of the Rockefellers who said that in an economic crisis, assets return to whom they rightfully belong, us. And it's the same sort of thing he said. If the workers knew what really goes on, they would kill us by the morning. And it's not a new thing. The wealthy have understood this for years. I mean, and that's what always so funny when, especially middle-class people or pundits or whatever, we can't, this is class war. We can't have class war. Well, they've been fucking waging class war for hundreds of years. And guess what? They just told you they weren't. And you're fucking losing.
Do you want to know what, and this is more addressed to chat. Chat, do you want to know what class war looks like? Class war looks like 250,000 dead working class Americans.
Yep.
While Governor Cuomo and Lindsey Graham and Donald Trump fly around on their private jets and tell you that it's your fault that you're dying, that you should have skipped out on that cheesecake. That's what class war looks like.
That was fucking insane.
Isn't that fucked?
Line. Yeah, and you know what fucking looks like class war? Hundreds of people waiting in line in their cars at a food bank, or people dying because they can't access healthcare. That's fucking class war, and it's been going on for a long time. I mean, that's the end goal. They don't care about us. Workers are only useful insofar as they generate profit, and it is always useful to the capitalist class to have the severely impoverished, to have homeless, to have underemployed people, because that creates a permanent pool of labor that can then be used to create a downward pressure on wages. Because it's absolutely scabs, right? If somebody is always more desperate than you and willing to do the same thing for less, it's always going to create a downward pressure on wages, and that's exactly what they fucking want.
Yeah, I mean, and here's the funny thing, this isn't even behind closed doors that they do this.
No, they're explicit.
Yeah, our government includes a certain acceptable percentage of unemployment in its calculations of a healthy GDP. They build your suffering, or maybe not you this time, but they build a certain percentage of the society is going to be suffering, is going to be unemployed into the models. And while I recognize that obviously not all of that is meant to be permanent unemployment, it often is. It often is.
Well, at a certain point, too, when people have been unemployed for a certain period of time, they strike them from the rolls, and they're no longer unemployed. They're simply not seeking work.
Yes.
And that's how they can also keep those numbers artificially lower than they actually are.
Well, that's what's happened with the gig economy stuff too, because so many people are working gig economy, and it's disgustingly low wages. Some people can't even cover their bills with it.
Can't even fucking break even.
Yeah.
And for the depreciation on the car and their loan and gas and all of that, and it's a racket. It's not a break even. It's intentionally there to just keep these people working as hard as possible. Like Prop 22 in California, they made it so it's basically, it's neo-feudal now. Unless you get every single 7/8 of the legislature in California to overturn it. And guess what? even if you had 8/8, Uber's gonna come in and pay 2 jackasses $500,000 to say no, and it's never being repealed. This is your future now.
Yep.
And
I mean, they just said
organize and fight back.
Yeah, well, that's the key, and that's the thing. And there's many ways to organize.
Yeah, Prop 22.
Yeah, Prop
Uber
22. Yep, the Uber one. Yeah, exactly. That's the one. I mean, and think about this. Like, just so everyone in chat who's unfamiliar with how bad the Prop 22 stuff got.
That's right, Sansi.
Just so you know, in California, Uber and Lyft were putting in their app advertisements to vote on Prop 22, and you had to click through them and agree, like go, yeah, okay, this is good.
Yes.
You had to do that in order to get a ride on Uber and Lyft. Now, keep in mind, you might go, well, why don't you just use another service? Because there's not any other services anymore. Uber and Lyft put the taxis out of business by and large.
And the drivers had to do it too.
Yup.
The drivers were constantly inundated with propaganda to the point that a lot of drivers believed that when they were voting yes on Prop 22, they were voting for them to get benefits.
Yep.
And it's, the same thing. There was a classic example where they did this, where California, a lot of places, has a progressive voters guide. I'm sure it's probably put out by the Justice Democrats or something like that.
Sure.
And Uber and Lyft, their lobbying firm, put out an exact replica of it with all the same things, with the only exception was yes on 22, and at the very bottom there's tiny little small print saying it was funded by this PAC, but otherwise, if you weren't paying attention, it looked like it came from the Progressive Voters Guide.
Fuck, that's so bad. And
I
so
know,
much
right?
of this, yeah, I didn't even hear about that particular one. I knew of the in-app one, and I also know that Uber Eats and what's the other one? DoorDash? Uber Eats and DoorDash both were requiring their employees to put pro Prop 22 flyers in each bag of food. And I just want you to think about that. If you just were working, if you're just grinding away at your job, you're putting in something that's fucking you without ever knowing that you're doing that. And they make that a part of your job. It's insane.
It's so funny in that the dystopia that we are living in, if you were to try to imagine this 20, 30 years ago, it's so insane. It simply would be unimaginable to someone 20 years ago that all the terrible dystopic things that we're having right now. The closest I've seen to getting to this, have you ever seen the movie Chopping Mall?
No, I haven't actually.
It's a great cult movie. Basically, they put a robot security guard in the mall, and then it just malfunctions and murders everyone because they're not supposed to be there, because they're infringing on property rights. And that's the closest I've seen to
Sounds like an ANCAP Wonderland.
Right. You are not generating profit. Please die.
Yeah. It always makes me a bit sad at the state of and maybe this is a little bit more abstract, but work culture in America makes me sad. It makes me sad because what I see is, I mean, literally people that I like, almost everyone I know, whether they have spent a lot of time working for a corporation or not, is inundated with this constant dread or pressure that they're not productive enough, that they're not this, and that there's a moral element. Yeah, there's a moral element to it. And it makes me sad because it's like, and I've felt this obviously myself. This is something I dealt with. Like, I am like literally dealt with workaholism at one point in my life. And like,
you and me both.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think a lot of people do. I think most Americans are, and whether they know it or not, workaholics. And this idea that like, that everything you do needs to be commodified, that everything you do needs to be productive somehow, and that we have to justify. I even find this myself, like, justifying activities that I do based on their productivity, even if they're just for myself, right? I'm sure many people in the audience feel that.
That voice is in your brain now.
Yeah.
And I have a good sort of example on that. It's basically, also, you're familiar with, like, the Marxist term, like, base and superstructure, that sort of central idea?
Yes, absolutely.
Right, well, the idea of the superstructure, the ideological apparatuses that are built by society, are to reinforce the mode of production and make it seem necessary and justified. And it's doing really well when it gets into people's head and emerges as their own spontaneous thought. So I worked at the sales company. I've done sales for 10 years. I've been a sales manager. I've run sales teams and stuff like that. And the last place I worked, the entire culture was just workaholic, just nonstop. I could give you plenty of examples, but it was insane. I was working 70 hours a week doing sales at this place. And if you didn't work on your weekends, even though they weren't allowed to legally compel you, everybody treated you like a pariah.
Yep.
And
because you were lazy or whatever.
Exactly. And it's this system where even though I was supposed to be in the office at 11 o'clock, if I wasn't in there at 8, I got criticized or I had privileges revoked or I got worse leads.
Yeah.
And it's the system where it's none of it's legal, but it creates this sort of ideological apparatus within the workplace where everyone is working themselves to the bone. And the sales reps aren't making that much more money from it, but the boss is. My boss was making $500,000 a year running this one office.
Yeah, I mean, work stories. It's really funny. There's this really great video by. Are you familiar with Radical Reviewer on YouTube?
No.
Okay.
I'm not big into YouTube channels. I don't know much. You know, I'm new to this.
Well, I'll hook you up with some good ones.
Okay.
Radical Reviewer is great. Radical Reviewer, big fan. They do videos. Basically, they do what are functionally video book reviews of different like theory or economic theory, philosophy, all lefty focused. And they did one video that was, or two videos that were called "How My Work Radicalized Me," and that I love that series because it talks about people's experience. It speaks very much, at least to my experience, and apparently the video did very well. So I imagine it speaks to a lot of people's experience of going to a job and like putting your all into something and then realizing just how much the entire thing is designed to squeeze out everything that they can get from you without giving you anything for it.
Exactly. They get everything from you. They get your life. They get your dedication. They get your youth. And in exchange, you get a fraction of the value that you generate. And I think it's always a good example when people don't understand what you're talking about. Be like, do a simple experiment. Think about a barista at Starbucks, right? I mean, I'm not going to do the math right because I'm a himbo, but it's think about the cost of a latte. Say it's $5 per coffee. This person serves 20 coffees an hour. Even after you subtract rent and resource costs and all of that, this person's getting paid $10 an hour, maybe at best. Where does the rest of that fucking money go? And if you kind of frame it that way to people, I remember someone saying to me, well, I don't like socialism because I don't like the idea of people not working, getting money. And I'm like, wait, hold on. Think about it a second. Do you think Jeff Bezos is working billions of times harder than you? It's like, no. What do you think about people that run hedge funds? Well, they're not doing much. Exactly. You're thinking of fucking capitalism, and the greatest trick the devil's ever pulled, that whole thing, is basically convincing workers that everything that they think they hate about socialism is what they experience on a fucking daily basis.
Yeah. And it's really interesting. Like I could talk about work stories forever.
You can do me both.
But something that people don't realize, I think a lot of the time, is how authoritarian and autocratic the spaces they spend most of their time in are. And
tyrants.
Yeah, and even if you can't appeal to somebody on like this sort of like, hey, like you realize like you're not getting, because of course a lot of the function of capitalism in the current day relies on ignorance. It relies on and that's not to insult people who are fooled by it. Human brain struggles with really big numbers. It's hard to imagine how much. I think I was wrong about the figure before. I think Jeff Bezos has $183.5 billion net worth right now, and who knows how much holdings and whatnot. Right. But that amount of money is so massive. Like, people don't understand. So when they're told, that like, if we lowered the cost of the coffee, if we increased the price of hourly pay, it would put us out of business. They go, maybe. I mean, but people rightfully, they kind of go and they try to do the mental math. They're like, okay, that kind of makes sense. And then there's these assumptions that are just like brushed over. Meanwhile, you have at the top of this company, 10 people, like Starbucks, for example. I mean, the guy literally funded his own fucking presidential campaign and still has money to spare. You know, the same thing goes for Bloomberg. Bloomberg is so unfathomably rich that people can't even imagine that he can literally, here's how much money it is. They say, oh, if we have to pay our workers, then it's going to put the company out of business. Meanwhile, Bloomberg, for example, or what's his name? The guy, the Howard Schultz, the guy who runs Starbucks, can literally hire an entire campaign apparatus at whatever price he needs to. What's that?
I said overnight.
Overnight.
Snap his fingers, he has a campaign apparatus.
Yep.
And you know that line will go out of business. 2 points on that. It's hilarious, but that's the same fucking line they have been saying to people since the 1900s. If we get rid of child labor, we simply can't afford it. We will go out of business. If we implement working hours, if we implement overtime, if we implement safety regulations, been saying the same fucking thing for forever, and it's never true. But even if their assumption was true, the counterpoint to that's quite simple. Okay, well, why do you think then that is a good or fair economic system where paying people the amount of money necessary for them to live their lives comfortably for the work they do will put the company out of business? Well, that doesn't make any fucking sense as a structure. Who came up with that? And you know, it's not true. It's a lie.
Yeah, it's a lie. It's a lie, and you know, they know this, and this is pushed knowing that people aren't going to be able to do the mental math to figure out that if a company can support like 20 executive positions being paid millions of dollars a year, then wait, actually, yeah, they could afford to pay their workers who are actually generating the value more. Instead, most workplaces are, you know, not only are they disgustingly are the workers in those places disgustingly underpaid and not given benefits and whatever, but they're also not even given the freedom or dignity. They're just expected to just suck it up, whatever. I mean, I remember what's that?
Be machines.
Yeah,
it's
be
like
machines.
At Amazon, like their piss breaks being timed. They're not even granted the dignity of pissing in peace. Like they're not people. They are simply cogs in a machine that are to be used until they are worn and broken and then discarded and replaced. Yep. And that's it. There's no humanity.
Yeah, there's no humanity involved in it. It's terrible. Now, I want to real quick just switch over to a slightly different topic.
Sure, whatever the hell you want to do.
Yeah, there's
I'm here to hang out.
Yeah. I got a bit more time before I got to do my next segment, but I wanted to talk to you about the current situation of politics in the United States, specifically with regard to like the election and stuff. Because this has been something we've been talking about on this channel quite a bit, and it seems to be a point of contention from a lot of different camps. So what are your thoughts? I guess you could just give me your raw thoughts on what are your thoughts about like Trump's actions post-election. Where do you think he's going to go from here? What is your theory? Do you have a game theory? Because I've got mine and I can give you mine afterwards, but I'd like to hear yours.
Theory. Hold on. I'm just trying to pull up your chat, your live stream chat, so people can see it on my stream. Well, what specifically? Just in general?
So what do you think of the whole? What do you think of the whole like calling it a coup? What do you think of the doubting of the election results? That sort of stuff.
Okay. So I mean, I basically think I'll start with the coup point, right?
Yep.
It's sort of the logic that they clearly would like to do a coup d'etat. I think they've made that pretty clear. And one of the things about Constitution and the structure of the Constitution is that most of these things are on paper only. There really is no actual physical or institutional barrier to doing a coup because everything is based off norms. And even if there's a Supreme Court ruling, who the fuck's going to enforce it? However, that being said, the Trump administration is not good at thinking forward. They're not good at planning ahead, which has been very clear with coronavirus. Their ideological commitments and their dumbass beliefs are more important than any sense of efficient application or execution of their desires, with the exception of Stephen Miller. So I think they have gone and pissed off just about everyone they would need for a coup to be successful. The military, the leadership of the military does not like them. And I think that's the reason you're seeing him try to fire as many people as possible and replace them with loyalists. The foot soldiers, most of them don't like them. The officers don't like him. So as far as a military coup, I think he does want to do a coup, but I don't think he'll be able to actually execute it.
Yeah.
Like, maybe he does stay in power. I think if the Republicans all actually form a unified front, especially in the Senate, he might be able to stay in power somehow. But I just don't see it likely outside of a judicial coup through basically federal justices throwing out election results and then it never making it to the Supreme Court. I could see it happening that way, but that's about it. What do you think? What's your matter on all this?
I mean, I've had a lot of things, a lot of thoughts about this. That like my concern, of course, is that
and just
I don't
to say
think
to
it was,
chat real quick,
the
the executive is allowed to stop enforcing stuff, so they can just stop enforcing things if they want, and that's happened tons of times before.
So my thoughts on this is like I don't think there's any, like, he's got a shot in hell of any sort of like proper, like what we would imagine of like a historical military coup. I don't think that's like viable. What I am worried about is them being able to hold on long enough to find a panic, if that makes sense. So like he could sit on his hands and wait in the White House and doubt the election, continue to undermine the idea of legitimacy. And keep in mind, again, this comes from a position of someone who's very, very critical of American democracy. But what we're talking about with Donald Trump is literally like throwing all sense of democracy, all aspirations of democracy out the window in the name of
what would happen. That's what would happen. And
exactly.
That's sort of the calculus is figuring out, okay, well, do enough of the Republican leadership and enough of these federal judges and enough of these people and enforcement agencies under the executive, DEA, ATF, ICE, Homeland Security, do these people, because fortunately some of these guys are Sorkin brained, they're like, like Comey, they're like, the biggest honor is serving your country. Shut the fuck up. But a lot of these people are like that, and he's purging those sorts of
he is
brain loyalists. But it's sort of, are they going to say that it is better for because people like McConnell, they are only concerned about protecting the interests of the ruling class and enforcing their ideological agenda. And that's, I think, part of the reason McConnell was one of the first people to kind of be like, oh, congratulations, Mr. Biden, because he realized he's got everything he wanted out of Trump for the most part. And I think it's actually, he realizes a weak Biden victory with people not, fully recognizing the election results, people doubting it, and then a Senate controlled by the Republicans, a weak Biden, nothing's going to get done. The economy is going to fucking crash and burn. More people are going to die from COVID. They're never going to do a mask mandate, anything like that. And then 2022, Republicans gain even more power because they've managed to completely derail everything. But I don't think a coup is out of the question. I mean, he could certainly continue doubting the election until we start seeing an uptick in violence, and then he could declare martial law.
Yeah, and see, that's the sort of thing. I don't even know if it would be necessary for him to do something that drastic. My concern is that we keep seeing these sort of outbursts like what happened at the Million MAGA March, where the Proud Boys show up and cause a bunch of shit. Maybe they get more targeted at it. I know that the Oath Keepers have been talking a whole bunch lately about going after specific politicians and journalists and stuff like that. And if that was to happen, I think it's possible that the more establishment types like Mitch, the prim proper, I want to have the fascist in a suit types, might get spooked into saying, oh, this is an existential issue even for us, so we got to double down and go behind Donald Trump. And that's my concern. I don't know how I would analyze the chances of that at this point, given how chaotic it's been. But it is weird to me to see, it is very concerning to me to see Donald Trump doing internal purges of high positions in the Department of Defense, and also getting support from people like Lindsey Graham, and pushing this so far as to say, oh, we're going to try and invalidate entire counties of ballots in Georgia. We're going to use the president's platform on every social media site to push OANN and all of these fucking, far right conspiracy theory websites as official news sources from the pulpit of the president. It's so concerning to me. And so I don't know, it's very hard for me to say where they're going to go. I mean, of course, there's a part of me that would like to say that, like, oh, sure, he's going to get dragged out, but what we've actually seen so far is that Donald Trump has had this weird ability to completely spoil any institutional action against him because he's so blunt and so rapid and so blatantly disgustingly corrupt that like he just knocks them aside. So I do worry that there's some chance that he'll just brush aside these norms and handshake agreements and whatnot.
Brushed aside all the norms. I mean, he's refused to, concede the election and all that. And that's kind of what I was talking about earlier, is that the way, especially with Supreme Court decisions that's granted more power to the executive, basically all the barriers to anything the executive does are on paper. I mean, like, if you think about like the torture memo with John Yoo back during the Bush years, basically Bush was forced to sign into effect a law Congress passed banning torture. And then you know what he did? He put a signing statement on it saying, oh, by the way, CIA, ignore this. It's not really a law. And, no one could stop him. And that's the sort of the thing. The executive, are you familiar with like unitary executive theory?
Not by the term, but I probably am familiar with the concept.
Right.
You can give it to me, though.
Yeah, it's what Bush espouses and Bill Barr. Basically, the idea is that unlike the traditional separation of powers, the executive is sort of the sovereign, the unquestioned sovereign, and that Congress does not have a right to subpoena or anything like that or limit them in any way, and the court does not have the right to judicial review, so they can't
It's authoritarianism.
It's authoritarianism. The only checks are impeachment or election.
Which
but
failed.
if you don't... Right. So there's no checks. And Bill Barr, ironically, was so committed to unitary executive theory that back during the Bush years, Cheney et al., Rumsfeld had to tell him to cool his fucking jets.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're going to find out, I guess. Bill Barr, the Christian Dominionist, being in charge of the Justice Department is truly, truly concerning. I mean, we've certainly seen sort of We've seen certainly a trend towards hard authoritarianism under Trump that wasn't even present to the same degree, at least again. And of course, the giant asterisk on this is, of course, domestically. Obviously, George Bush was a fucking authoritarian monster on the global stage. But as far as domestically, we've seen Donald Trump go full hog. I mean, everything from saying, I hope the police treat them even worse, to, ordering the execution of Michael Reinowl, which is something we got to talk about at some point on my stream again.
That's insane. And like Chat was saying, Trump never really jokes, right?
Yeah.
And then whenever someone tries to give him an out by like, oh, he was just joking about going around and murdering every cat in this town, he was like, no, I wasn't. I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
And, it's really the question comes down to Trump is going to try to remain in power by any means available to him. Yeah. The question is, will he be able to pull it off? And thankfully, they are very incompetent. His administration is now, a lot of the rats have left the ship. If you've been following like the court cases that Giuliani's been arguing.
Yes.
Oh God, I fucking love
We're going to be talking about that after.
Yes. Yeah. They're like he was reading the complaint and he's like, opacity. I don't know what opacity means. I think it means you can see. And the judge is like, it means you can't see. And he's like, okay. Well, anyways, they're losing these cases one after another.
Yeah, they're like 1 for 25 right now.
Right. And eventually only more desperate and radical options are going to be available to them. And it's really, are they going to go all in? Are they going to have the backing from other people to pull that off? But time will tell. I have no fucking clue. I'm not that much smarter than any random person you meet on the street, so I don't fucking know. I don't know what's going to happen. All I know is it's going to be shitty.
Yeah. That's a good way of putting it. It's going to suck. True. One thing I will say, though, is that one of what seems to be a absolute sort of linchpin in the strategy that Donald Trump is going for right now is pushing these conspiracy theory, largely online things like OANN, things like and retweeting Andy Ngo, pushing all these far right, all these far right demagogues, and I think that puts us as creators in a unique position because we are, like it or not, the currently existing answer to these unchecked online demagogues.
That
Like we
sucks,
really are.
right?
It's a little scary, but it's
we're
kind of
like
true.
the last line there
Yeah.
outside of community organizations.
Well,
that,
of course. Like,
yeah,
but I mean, just
we have
on
to
this
counter
front.
this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to counter it. I mean, like, you know, if people like us aren't out there, you know, breaking down Tim Pool's statements or Andy No showing where he's lying and all that. And granted, it's not going to matter to a lot of his audience.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's what they say. What's that old expression? It kind of sucks, but, you know, a lie gets around the world before the truth gets its pants on.
Yeah.
Right? You know, that sort of thing. And it is hard to counter that kind of stuff. Yeah. But if no one's doing it and it's completely unchallenged, what's the alternative?
Yeah. And I think that's one of the reasons why I encourage and I also personally take a interest in getting effective online, getting effective with both my communication, with my presentation, with how I utilize SEO, how I utilize, you know, my own marketing of my show. The reason why I think that's important is because I think we do need to get as many lefty voices as we possibly can out there to counter this narrative, because if there's no counter, it's gonna spread. It's gonna spread like wildfire. And of course, there's all kinds of other things to do. I, of course, talk about mutual aid and organization on here all the time, but just within the scope of the information online.
The information war there.
Yeah, there is an information war.
Make me your pupil and teach me your ways, Sensei.
I'll do my best.
Teach me your SEO and self-marketing.
I can teach you. Well, the one thing I can teach you now is I could teach you the Twitter code, which my chat will love to go along with this.
Posting feet?
What's that? No, you don't. Well, you can do that.
That's right. You never post feet.
You can post feet.
For that.
It's fine. Let me just tell you. Let me give you the rules, and my chat is gonna get in here. Yet people are saying nips, but nips. But
you guys want some nips? I'll give you some nips.
No, they're saying the code is. Some people want to call our. Okay, there's this thing in Vosh's community. There was a thing that was called the cum pledge, and the cum pledge was like.
Oh God.
It was very funny, but the cum pledge is a little bit different than the Twitter code that I have. Which, hey, there we got it.
You want some
and
feet?
I'm on
Want
YouTube.
some feet, you sick freaks.
Yeah, listen, I'm on YouTube. I'm safe. You better be careful with that on Twitch.
Yeah, maybe.
Listen, but let me give you the Twitter code, because it is different than the aforementioned cum pledge. But let me give you the rules. All right, number 1. This is how I want the left to get good at Twitter. Because Twitter is where, believe it or not, there are a lot of people on Twitter, and the narratives are not in our favor right now. They have like bot armies and all kinds of shit, and I think we can actually win on Twitter. So, number 1, rule number 1, do not discourse. And I know, now that sounds like it's going to be a little like counterintuitive, but discourse on Twitter is busted as fuck. It's completely busted, and it only leads to suffering. Whenever people discourse on Twitter, it leads to great suffering.
Like, it's like a version of Buddhism.
Yes. Hey, Chris, thank you so much
Hail
for the dono. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so number 1 is D&D, do not discourse. And the reason for that, of course, is because Twitter breaks discourse. It leads to all kinds of what we sometimes lovingly refer to as lefty infighting, but it usually just leads to chaos and madness and anger and frustration, and also looks really bad because people who don't necessarily know have no fucking clue what's going on in these conversations. So you can express your political opinions online. If you can concisely explain your opinion in a tweet or 2 tweets, go for it. Just don't discourse. If people want to argue with you, talk to them on your show. Talk to them on your Discord. Talk to them anywhere else except for Twitter. Do not discourse on Twitter. Then, rule number 2. And the first rule is the only do not. All the others are do. So number 2, meme and cream. Meme and cream. The cream and part, well, you already posted feet, so you got the cream and part done. So
lewds.
Yeah, if you want to enjoy it, enjoy the incredible selection of adult content that's available on Twitter. Enjoy it yourself. Number 2 is meme and cream. Oh yeah, also you could join my my pure memes and creams community that was made for me on reddit.com/our okbuddymama if you want to.
Okay, buddy mama.
It's
All right,
nonsense.
okay.
It's not nonsense
We love the
esoteric
nonsense.
memes, but it's very fun. The memeing and the creaming. Memes are great on Twitter. Twitter blasts. You can get memes everywhere on Twitter. They spread easily. They're fun. Everybody has a good time.
Let's post some memes.
Yeah, let's post some fucking memes. Memes and creams. Rule number 3 for Twitter is promote your content and other people's content. Twitter is an ad platform, like it or not. You should use it as such because it will promote that stuff, except for the fact that it, for some reason, suppresses outbound links, but we'll get to that at a later point.
Okay.
Promote yours and other people's content. You will always have a good time doing that. And rule number 4, dunk on your abject enemies.
Let's fucking go. Let's
Yeah,
dunk.
that's the fun one. Dunk on people that you hate. Rudy Giuliani, fucking go for it. Donald Trump, go for it.
get it.
Dave Rubin, go for it. You got a right-wing chud that you're fighting with, dunk on him. Go for it. Just don't discourse. And the reason why there's a difference there is because discourse is what you do with people that you care about. You have a conversation with them. And if you don't care about them, if they're your enemy, have fun. Make it a meme for your audience. So those are the rules. Number 1, do not discourse. Number 2, meme and cream. Number 3, promote. And number 4, dunk on your abject enemies. And if you do that, I always tell people, not only will you have a better time on Twitter personally, you will up your Twitter game as well because your timeline will be way more tolerable to people. You'll have much better reach, and you won't be going nuts ripping your hair out because you're arguing with 200 people about this week's topic of the week, which could be anything from necrophilia to whether or
Why
not...
does necrophilia come up every 4 months? It always, somebody posts it, and then every 4 months. Like
Just saying. So either that or whether it's some obscure argument over a random historical figure as to whether they were good or bad, all that sort of thing. There you go. Those are the rules, and that's my code that I've been sharing with as many lefties as possible. And I think it will help the left get better at Twitter. And maybe there'll be room for improvement in the future, but for now, that's it. So see, there you go. That's part of the thing I believe in.
Open a cold one with the boys. That's right.
Yeah, there you go. Cracking open a bear. Oh, I lost you there. You're muted for a second. Muted. You're muted.
Am I still muted?
Yeah, you muted for a second there.
Oh, so sad.
You're all good. So, yeah. So this has been a great conversation. We're at about the 1.5 hour mark.
Oh,
so
time flies.
Yeah, time flies. It's a fucking great conversation.
Yeah, thank you for having me on.
Of course. And here's what I'm going to do. I need to hit the restroom real quick. So I'm going to give you the floor. I would like you to sell my audience on why they should come check out your stream because this is your opportunity. You were in sales. You got to talk to them. This is what we're doing. We are giving people new, fun, amazing content to enjoy. I will be right back. I'm going to go hit the restroom. You plug your content.
Okay.
And don't say anything that would get you banned from Twitch, okay?
I'll try not to. It's very hard to not violate TOS. Whoa, hey! We got a bunch of people following. Thank you so much.
There you go.
As I always say when you follow, you just made Ben Shapiro's wife bone dry, since it is Ben Shapiro that plays. But hey, everyone, I'm Famous Horse, as you already know. ML, gamer, all of that stuff. Main thing, I just hang out on Twitch almost every single night. I do all sorts of shit on here. We do Dungeons & Dragons on Monday. Most of the time, we just discourse, play stuff in the background. I've been having a lot more guests on lately. I've been coming on to Demon Mamas. I had Ellie Valley on last night. If you love his terrifying cartoons, I know I fucking do. So I'm streaming almost every day. So come by. We've got a great little community. I've just started. I'm slowly growing. I'm going to have to take off my headphones because the follow alert just keeps going off and interrupting my train of thought. But we've got a nice, small little community here. You're welcome to join the Discord, make friends. We mostly just talk about stuff that's entertaining, stuff like that. We have our own sections for politics, and we like talking theory and discourse. But yeah, I mean, if you guys got any questions for me in chat, I'll be happy to answer them while I still have the floor. I'm not that good at plugging. My God, the notification just never stops. Swallow the horse pill. Yeah, oh my God, is that a Doom meat wad? I'm gonna have to steal that emote. Yes, drown in the alerts. And I will say all of my sub alerts are Alex Jones. Actually, almost every single one of my alerts is Alex Jones. But yeah, as I'm saying, we just like hanging out, talking politics. We usually got a rotating cast of 5 or 6 other people. It's like a visual podcast. We hang out, we watch scary movies sometimes. Actually, pretty much every night after we're done with the discourse, we watch ghost videos on YouTube. I think they're all real. I always think they're real, and everyone else in my Discord's like, no, that's fake. You can see a wire. Fuck you. Ghosts are real. They are my friend, and I believe in them. Yes, let's get the Doom Pogs going. Let's get the Doom Pogs.
I have returned. Did you?
How much of my beliefs are revolutionary? Yeah, I think I did a pretty piss poor job of it, but I will say your audience has been blowing up my alerts nonstop. I had to take off my headphones because I kept getting distracted.
Listen, that is awesome because let's just be real. This whole sphere is exploding right now. There is a desperate need for more people making awesome as fuck content and talking about it with a leftist lens. So, yeah. I
mean, I love it. It's a great sphere. I'm so glad. Thank you for having me on. I've had a great time. Your audience is awesome. As I said, guys, we hang out pretty much every night, just kind of go through the news and recap. Not as formal as Drama Mama.
Yeah, which is not all that formal to begin with, but that's okay. The Drama Mama investigation where I go deep in on the drama. Yeah. Well, Famous Horse, it's been wonderful having you on.
It's been great. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you want to drop any, you have any like hot memes you want to drop before you head out? Or if not? Muted. You're muted.
I'm muted?
You're muted.
I'm muted! Okay, well, I shouldn't be muted anymore. Well, anyways, thank you for having me on. Thank you, everyone who followed. You can find me on Twitter @FamousHorse, Twitch @FamousHorse. Have a great night, everybody.
Bye.
Bye. Have a beautiful time.
Bye. Look at that. That was a great conversation, was it not? Did I not promise you a good conversation? I have brought you and delivered you a very, very wonderful conversation. Famous Horse is wonderful. That was a fabulous conversation. Yeah. See, this is the thing. I strongly, strongly believe that there is so much motherfucking talent in online. He called him Meatball. Yeah, that's right. They got the name right. Fuck yeah, he got the name right. Now, blood. No, we don't have blood quite yet. We don't have blood quite yet. We might get blood. Let me check in on YouTube real quick. Let me see here. Yay! Oh, I'm so happy you enjoyed it, Shimeki. It was a good conversation. Here's the thing. I believe, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but I don't think I'm wrong about this. Lefty content online is exploding, and that's a fucking good thing. We need it to explode. And so I want to, from time to time, bring you all some motherfucking attention to these people. It's amazing. I conditioned the fuck out of my hair and I have on high socks. I feel so bisexual, I cannot die. Well, you can. Be careful, but have a good time. You can die, just be careful, but have a good time. Yeah, this whole, like, I don't even know if it's bread tube. Uh-oh. Oh, no. He got it wrong. It's meatball. How do people get this wrong? It's meatball. It's meatball. Your when you say explode, my pants get tight. Explode. Yeah. We need to do that, Zanzi. I know my brain is like, everything flies out my brain. So if I ever forget anything, I tell my audience this all the time. Poke me, prod me, you know? Prod me, poke me. If you think, whoa, sick. Thank you so much, Socialist Roman. I will check that out. Incoming Coomer alert. Uh-oh, we got a Ben Shapiro meme. We got a hot Ben Shapiro meme in chat. Whoop. Let's take a look at this hot Ben Shapiro meme. Hot and spicy. Fresh out of the oven. Let's take a look. Girlfriend constantly contradicts me. IQ 162. Becoming frustrated. Salutations. I come here to ask other fellow-minded men about a problem I've encountered. Recently, I've been poring over various medical documents and have found several contradictions regarding them. My girlfriend is an RN and continually rolls her eyes when I try to point them out, which is understandable. She won't tell me her IQ, though if I wagered a guess, I would say it would be about 116, from a regular IQ'd person. But there's a new problem. You see, now she is correcting and making fun of me in the presence of our peers, often incorrectly citing my discoveries and imitating me, stating them in a stupid voice, while she crosses both of her eyes. I become angry and remind our peers I have an IQ of 162, but that seldom quells the laughter. She now calls me the first R-slur member of Mensa. I rather enjoy settling things in a duel of the minds, but I fear my anger and animosity stemming from this disrespect will one day lead to me striking her in the face. Goodness, Ben. Goodness gracious, Ben. My God, you need to cool it out. You need to fucking cool it, my dude. Holy shit. Jesus, Ben. What the fuck? What's Mensa? Mensa is a think tank for smart people, I guess. Ben needs some brain force. That isn't Ben, is it? I don't know. It looked like Ben. It sounded like Ben. It's a formalized version of /r/I am very hard. Yeah, it's a circle jerk club for big brainiac. That is the best way to describe it. IQ isn't synonymous with smart, of course. Of course, of course. Well, it's synonymous with certain types of being smart, but like smart is a colloquial term that can refer to all kinds of different things. It's for math. Yeah, I think a lot of mathematicians are in there. It's it's a very specific, specialized type of knowledge. Where he tries to get, I've never seen that one, JoeBot. Oh my God. Let's check in on YouTube chat real quick. Hello, YouTube chat. Hi, YouTube chat. Hello, everyone. If you haven't liked or subscribed right now, you should consider doing so. It would help me a whole lot. Hi. Hi, DJ Alexander. Hi, Corade. Hi, Respondin and Dan and Encrypted and JTVJ and Ralinsk2K or Raslin2K. Hi. Hi, Z Bargles. I agree. Mensa is a bit cringe. Consider, yeah, do the subby and the likey. It would help me very much, and I appreciate it. Also, if you all have just come in, you should consider joining the Discord. The Discord is where you can keep up with my updates and stuff. It's right here, and you can chat on the screen. It's real cool. Ow, my eyeball. Ow, I got an eyelash in my eye. Ow. Ow. Owie. Ow, it stings. Okay. Okay, there we go. I did it. It's out, I think. I think it's out now. Okay. Bye, Zanzi. Have a good night. Thank you. Bye-bye. Oh, it doesn't have a debate yet. Doesn't have a debate yet. We might get one. You never know. Discord link is in the stream description. That's true. Oh, you got a JoJo meme for me? I don't know much about JoJo, but I'll do my best to interpret it. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at this JoJo meme. Oh, it's Joe Jorgensen. Don't you hate it when corporations pollute your drinking water? Well, I have some great news. Under my plan, if a corporation pollutes your drinking water, you can just smoke weed. True! That's basically her platform. That's the libertarian platform. True! Oh, damn, JoJo. Listen, we can't hate on JoJo too much. JoJo did help Biden. Why am I streaming and not watching JoJo? Because I like streaming. Ha! I bet you thought I was gonna say something funny, but I didn't. There, see, I did a switcheroo. You thought I was gonna say something funny, but I didn't. It was boring. I just said I like streaming. Anti-joke. Look, I see some white names in chat. White names, go to the rules channel and press the little imp at the bottom, and you'll have a blue name. Watch our update. Oh, it doesn't update live, I don't think, Gambino. But I can double check. Let's see if it's updated live. Let's do it. Let's do a quick check. Let's take a look. Let's take a quick check. We will see. We will see. Do I like streaming? I love streaming. Not only do I like streaming, I actually love streaming. It's what I get excited for stream. It makes me happy. It makes me like excited. Yeah, see, it hasn't updated yet. The watch hours haven't updated yet. Sucks. Sucks a little bit. I love streaming. I love streaming. I love stream people. I love all my stream people. Much love to you all. All right. So do I do game streams? I do game streams. I just haven't been doing them much lately because we've been really busy. But in the future, I'm going to do more game streams. Game streams are really fun with me, right? Listen, if you've seen one of my game streams, you can tell everybody how fun my game streams are. They're really fun. They're really fun. Probably not as much, QNAT. Yeah, see? Yeah, I mean, it is definitely good. The viewers makes it more fun. Can I debate while doing Mythic Plus? Oh, fuck no. Yeah, we almost beat Streets of Rage in one sitting. That was really fun. I've played all kinds of games on stream. I've done game reviews on stream even. What level am I in Call of Duty? I don't remember, but I could tell you. Do I rage out? I don't think so, but I did get some pog-ass snipers. Have I ever played Hollow Knight on stream? No, I played that off stream. I love Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight is amazing. But yeah, I've done game review streams. Shut up. I don't rage out that bad. Listen, I don't rage out that bad, Crosslight. What role do I play in WoW? Healer. Well, okay. I like healer, but I usually get stuck playing DPS. So, yeah. Yeah. I'm in denial. Do I rage? I don't think I've raged out. Listen. Hollow Knight has clunky movement. I like its movement. I think it's pretty smooth. It has a couple of issues, I guess. I think it's pretty smooth. Yeah, I like playing healing roles, believe it or not. Oh, I did rage out on League. League was pretty but League is so frustrating. What's better, WoW or Final Fantasy 14? WoW for lore, Final Fantasy 14 for game design. Final Fantasy 14 is just superior in game design. But WoW has better lore. Should play Bendy in the Ink Machine because you know demons. I've never actually played that. Maybe I should check it out. Yeah, I haven't played Shadowbringers yet. I played Heavensward and I really liked Heavensward a lot. As far as MMOs go, my first MMO was EverQuest, and I've played a whole bunch. You might stream some Final Fantasy 14. Windleby. You can also stream into one of, if you're not feeling like doing a whole big stream, also remember, you have the ability to stream into the channel below. Silent's been doing that. You're welcome. People always come and hang out. You can stream into one of the chats if you just want to do a small stream, but even if you do a big stream on a streaming platform, I'm sure we'll come watch you. Playing WoW really makes you a millennial? Yeah, I guess it kind of does. Aw, that's too bad, Windleby. That's okay, though. It's still worth streaming anyway. If you like musicals, Team Star Kid has fantastic options, and it's free. Musicals? What's a musical? What's a musical? This live stream is brought to you by... No, it isn't. It isn't. I don't do sponsorships. The only time... And oh yeah, I want to tell you guys this formally. The only time I will ever do a sponsorship is if it's from like a really cool lefty company, and I also put it up to a vote on the server. So yeah. Raid Shadow Legends. Or if it's Diet Coke. Well, that's unintentional though. I like... Okay, listen, I like Diet Coke, but that doesn't mean that like... Yeah. Does Walmart deliver gin? You need gin? Gin is here to stay now. Yay! Welcome back, Cyborg. We're happy to have you. What's in the mug? This is Diet Mountain Dew is what's left. Would I accept a sponsorship from Diet Coke? Probably not. Not unless you all were really okay with it. Cause yeah, I don't really like that. I just am uncomfortable with sponsorships in general. Yeah. All right. So we have a couple of other things to do. We're going to have endernax on next, right? So let's talk to endernax because that would be interesting, but I don't know where he is. So let's ping endernax. Yeah, I think so. I think talking about a pro-union narrative can be a good way to go, for sure. He spoke to a crazy Christian ANCAP. How'd that go? That sounds interesting. Oh no, everyone's pinging him. Listen. Oh, it went terrible? Oh, shit. That sounds really rough. Yeah, I can't imagine arguing with a Christian ANCAP. I'm going to try and do my best, all right? We're going to get to the bottom of this once and for all. Are they a distributionist? I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what a distributionist means. I've never heard that term. Yes, he was the guy wrapped in the flag, for sure. Yes, that was endernax, for sure. Enter the arena. I do want to talk to endernax. It would be really great. A knots bowl. Oh, I don't think that would be silent. I don't think that's going to turn out well. Purge the whiteness, get endernax in that order. True. Actual right-wing anarchism? That seems hard. How do you have anarchism under God? Who determines the voice of God in that circumstance? It's a big challenge. Yeah, that's my goal. That's my goal, Pinkwug. That's going to be my goal in this conversation. Well, listen. While we're waiting for endernax, I have a funny story for you all. Okay, this is a simple and fun story that we're going to do together. Are you ready for a little fun politics story? While we wait. This is really funny, okay? This is going to make you laugh because I know this is going to come as a bit of a surprise to you, but right-wingers are all fucking grifters. They're all motherfucking grifters. They just endlessly they never stop. And let me show you, boy oh boy, do I have a fantastic example of this. Anybody heard of Rudy Giuliani? Because Rudy Giuliani is said to seek $20,000 a day in payment for Trump legal work. Last week, the president put the former New York mayor in charge of the court challenges to his loss in the election. Since then, they have suffered nothing but setbacks. So, for those of you who don't know, Donald Trump is trying to challenge this election in the courts, and he has had no success because they have no fucking evidence of anything whatsoever. Nothing. At fucking all. So, no lawyers will work with Donald Trump except Rudy Giuliani. And now we know why. Endernax, hey, you almost ready? You almost ready, Endernax? We're going to read this article, and then I would love to have a conversation with you. While we were waiting, we were going to read this article. And then right after that, let's talk. Oh, Peacecraft, we are just temporarily off of demonmama.com for the time being. It's only temporarily, though. Don't worry, we'll be back there. We just needed to finish this YouTube push. So, yeah. Welcome, Peacecraft. Happy to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. Oh, this guy? Yeah, that's this guy. That's Giuliani. Let's read. Rudolph W. Giuliani, who has helped oversee a string of failed court challenges to President Trump's defeat in the election, asked the president's campaign to pay him $20,000 a day for his legal work. Multiple people briefed on the matter said. The request stirred opposition from some of Mr. Trump's aides and advisors, who appear to have ruled out paying that much, and it is unclear how much Mr. Giuliani will ultimately be compensated. Since Mr. Giuliani took over management of the legal effort, Mr. Trump has suffered a series of defeats in court, and lawyers handling some of the remaining cases have dropped out. A $20,000 a day rate would have made Mr. Giuliani, the former New York City mayor who's been Trump's personal lawyer for several years, among the most highly compensated lawyers anywhere. Anywhere. Hey, welcome back, Gayfesh. Happy to see you. Reached by phone, Mr. Giuliani strenuously denied requesting that much. I never asked for $2,000, said Mr. Giuliani, saying the president volunteered to make sure he was paid after the case is concluded. The arrangement is we'll work it out at the end. Yeah, right. Fun story. I used to work at a studio that once had Rudy Giuliani as a guest speaker. Do you want to know what Rudy Giuliani asked for? There's this thing, I think it's called, what are they called? Retainer? Is it retainers? I can't remember the term for it now. It was a while ago. But there's a term for like what musicians or speakers ask for like as benefits. So like if you're like invited to a school, they'll usually be like, "Hey, what do you want?" And they'll be like, "No, I think a retainer fee is like when you have a lawyer on board." There's this thing where it's like if like a school invites you to speak there, you can ask like, "Hey, I would like to have X thing in the hotel. Like, here's the things I need. I'd like water bottles on my podium," whatever. That sort of thing. I can't remember what it's called. I can't remember the term off the top of my... a rider. A rider. That's the one. Thank you, Mothman. A rider. It's called a rider. It's basically a thing that you can ask for as a benefit in exchange for, like, what you're doing. Rudy Giuliani demanded, in order to come speak at the school I worked at, the school studio that I worked at, he asked for literally like $1,000 Hawaiian orchid to be placed in his room and maintained, or else he would not show up. So yeah, Rudy Giuliani kind of has a history of asking for ridiculous things. Ridiculous things. Absolutely ridiculous things. So I'm sorry if I'm a little bit, if I doubt that he never asked for $2,000. But I mean, hey, good that he at least fessed up to the president offering to pay him $20,000. I just heard that Culp's campaign is now suing the state of Washington because of voter fraud and refuses to concede to losing to Inslee. Oh, so they're all just copying Trump now, huh? Are we going to have a Peacecraft versus endernax debate? We could do that. I don't know. Anyway, we could do that. We'll see. I'm going to have a conversation with endernax first, and then we'll see. Maybe I could host a debate between Peacecraft and endernax. You're about to find out, Corrade. There is little to know. Oh, yeah. He added that whoever had said he made a 20,000 day request is a liar, a complete liar. Yes, Rudy Giuliani, known truth teller. There is little to no prospect of any remaining legal cases being overseen by Mr. Giuliani, altering the outcome of any of the states where Mr. Trump is still fighting in court. Much less of overturning President-elect Joseph R. Biden Jr.'s Electoral College and popular vote victory. Some Trump allies fear that Mr. Giuliani is encouraging the president to continue a spurious legal fight because he sees financial advantage for himself in it. Wah, wah. How interesting. I mean, this is what I was saying. It's just grifters, grifters all the way up. I just thought this would be a fun story for us to talk about. Isn't that fun? Isn't it fun when we find out that absolutely morally bankrupt grifters are pushing our country onto the brink of a proper legitimacy crisis and possibly a civil war just so they can line their pockets with the campaign money of their desperate followers who are being threatened by Donald Trump via email saying, "The end of democracy is here. Donate to Donald Trump now." And then at the bottom of the page in tiny letters, it says all of this money is going to go to the legal fund, and paying off debts, the legal fund, which is going into Rudy Giuliani's pocket. Let's have a big think about that. Interesting, huh? Why aren't more people bread-pilled and pog-pilled? It's not very hard to be based as fucked. Well, I mean, you gotta learn. You live and you learn. And we have a lot of unbased thought going around in our society right now. Hopefully we can change that in time, as time goes on. If you grift money from a grifter, is that based? Not if you're Rudy Giuliani. Not if you're Rudy Giuliani. For sure. Not if you're Rudy Giuliani. All right, endernax, you ready? You ready, endernax? Okay, you're in here. All right, I'm gonna bring you in. Hello, endernax.
Hey, the first thing I wanted to bring up, Demon Mama, was, I heard that George Soros is funding Antifa. Can we talk about that?
Oh, nice. Oh, you can't do this to me. Listen, the goal here was to dispel, perhaps, the myth of your
Listen, I couldn't resist. The other opening line was, okay, so let's talk about the Jews.
Listen,
I
I'm not gonna
can't
lie. That
always-
wouldn't be the first time this has happened on this channel. Like, listen. All right, hold on. Let me get your name up on here because I gotta put your name up on here. Let's see.
Okay.
All right. Speaking with endernax. All right. So let's first off, before we go any further, can we confirm once and for all, is your name sourced from the Enderman in Minecraft?
No.
No.
Dude, I don't know. This thing, like, I guess I maybe came up with it. I don't even remember, but I was going to start a Minecraft Let's Play channel. I mean, it was probably inspired by Enderman, but like, it was supposed to be a Minecraft Let's Play channel with me and 2 other friends who played Minecraft. And I don't remember who came up with the name, but I don't think it had anything to do with the Enderman.
Okay. All right. So, by the way, I've realized that I technically assumed this in the past, but you do use he, him pronouns, correct? Or do you not?
Yes, I
Okay.
assumed you used she, her, right?
Yes, I do. Yep. Also they, them. But yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So excellent. Listen, let's talk about this because this is, you know, we've had some harsh words exchanged in the past. I think I called you a 2-bit fascist, and you called me a Vosh clone. Let's put that all behind us, okay?
Deal.
And let's try to get to the bottom of your viewpoints because the thing is, on some things we are definitely in agreement, and on others we're pretty. I feel like. I don't know. I don't even know if we're vehemently in disagreement. I mean, of course, I made it clear to you that I felt like the way that you approached like weight issues was a little bit underinformed. But that's like one specific issue. That doesn't necessarily belie like a huge ideological difference or anything like that. But I will admit that when I hear someone say like I'm socially conservative and economically left, I mean, that usually does land them in the like Nas Bowl-ish camp. But I recognize that in certain cases that may not be the case. So I want to get to the bottom of what you really mean when you say socially conservative. And if you're okay with that sort of a conversation, I'm more than willing to have it. Does that sound good?
Absolutely.
Okay, sick. So when you say socially conservative, you've said in this chat that that you're, you know, pro-trans rights, you're pro-gay rights, you're I assume that you also like not just support their general right, but you would also support those people in general. Is that correct?
That would be true.
Okay.
You know, I grew up in a very you could say diverse household.
Okay.
I think I mentioned this before, but I grew up with a multi-generational, multi-family structure. So when I say things like I'm pro-family, mostly I just mean like literally any family. Like I don't mean you know, just a white dude and a white woman. I mean, like I'm talking about gay marriage. I'm talking about fundamentally the biggest thing that I try to get across to people when I talk about being pro-family is that I want us to go back to a system that doesn't require a nuclear family to be the primary family unit and to be because the reason that was created in the first place was in order to extract as much economic value out of individuals as the economy could. And I just think that that's really perverse and silly.
Yeah, I mean, see, because that's something that I also believe in to a certain degree. I believe that like the nuclear family is a pretty toxic social construct that's only become like really popular, you know, post-industrialization, specifically post like Reaganomics. Like previous to that, it was very regular for families to be understood as a much larger unit, as a community, as a part of a larger community. But I would never describe myself as like pro-family. And I just wonder what it is that like, is that a term that you're married to? Because at least when I hear that, when I hear pro-family, that usually to me indicates somebody who is pro-nuclear family. And while I can understand that, like, I mean, there's certainly terms that like irritate the shit out of me. Like, for example, like, I hate it when, like right-wing libertarians describe themselves as libertarians, because I don't think they're really libertarians. And then when lefty libertarians explain themselves as libertarians, I'm like, oh, people are going to think you're a Tea Partier because of that's the way it's used. Do you think maybe that like there's you would be, I mean, not even open, but like, do you think there's a better way to describe those views than pro family that might like that might get you less misunderstood or something along those lines?
Well, I don't know, because it's not like, I guess I could put like pro multi-generational families,
Yeah.
or like just, but I think pro family is about as generic as I want it. And the reason for that is because I'm still pro nuclear family. Like if you want to go get married and live that lifestyle, that's fine by you. But I want to promote all family structures. I think it's better to have a group of adults or two adults or whatever all together, especially when it comes to, you know, having children and raising them, because especially like when it, in that specific scenario, you're dealing with a situation where we know that having one parent or one, you could say, adult mentor in the house is not great for the kid.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that's fair. I think that like generally the more like safe mentors that you can have, the better. Like, I mean, that's why, at least when I talk about issues like this, which I have in the past, I've sort of talked about wanting to expand the concept of community and expand the concept of family, as opposed to, you know, restrict that or define that. So like, I mean, so let me just give you a couple of potential like situations. Would you be for like a situation, like say there was like a community of people, and we'll go into the future. Let's say in the future, people don't really have like babies like we do right now, you know, like because it's like, it can be so damaging, whatever. People like go to a clinic and they have their genetics mixed or whatever, and then the baby is like grown in a tube or whatever, and then you have your baby and whatever. And then you go out into a society, and the society is like, okay, yeah, these people are like your genetic parents, but you really function as a part of like a bigger community. And there's multiple, everything from like, you might have teachers or like people who take care of you during the day if your parents are working or something like that. Would that be the sort of structure that you would be fine with? Like as well, like as long as there's,
I don't know. I mean, as long as there's good outcomes, I guess I wouldn't really have anything against it. My biggest issue is it sounds something like akin to the British royalty used to do this a lot, where they have like nannies raise their kids and they would never even see them, and it was really like toxic. And like, this is part of like aristocracy too. And typically these children would be like really resentful and feel neglected, and they would have like really like deep psychological trauma because of it. I don't know that would be the case, obviously, in this hypothetical, because it sounds more like a utopian version of society where like everyone's happy-go-lucky and things actually work up appropriately.
Sure.
Okay.
So I think I may have come to a point here. So here's a question that I could ask you. For you, it doesn't have anything to do with the genetics, is it what you're saying? Like, you don't have any problem with like, say, like children being adopted and being raised by a loving community, even if it's not their genetic parents or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah. So, okay. See, I don't feel like we're in disagreement on that particular issue. And I guess what I don't understand is like, well, I guess we can keep like sort of interrogating some of these things, as far as like what you believe it represents, sort of like social conservatism, because I don't see that as a particularly socially conservative viewpoint personally. When it comes to family things, when I think of social conservatism, I think of, okay, so in a socially conservative structure, what you would want to do is, or what would generally be focused on is like, okay, we want to go back to X type of family. We want to preserve a certain standard. Obviously there's variance in like the types of conservatism, but usually it's like highly patriarchal. There is often like sort of an imagined past that's sometimes tied with religion. And so would I be correct in saying that that's not the type of thing you look for, that you wouldn't care about a family? Like, I mean, you said you're fine with like gay couples and stuff like that. So you would be fine with a family that doesn't have like a traditional patriarchal structure where the women are in charge, or where no one's really 100% in charge, but the parents like share the tasks equally. Like, you would be fine with that sort of thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Have you ever heard of the philosopher Edmund Burke? He's a political philosopher.
I have heard of Edmund Burke. Yeah, I haven't. Yeah, I can't say I've read up entirely on him, but
in Burkean philosophy, a lot of what conservatism ends up being isn't a rejection of progress, because progress is inevitable. This is something like Burke was explicitly not a reactionary. Like, he was like, this is a stupid way of viewing the world, and like we shouldn't just destroy institutions that we build every time we have some sort of like slight disagreement with them. It's more of just like a call to for moderation and incremental progress, as well as understanding that there are traditions that are worth preserving and that they shouldn't just immediately be thrown out.
So what's an example of like a tradition that you believe is like worthy of preserving?
Yeah, I would say that actually in this very discussion, an institution that was thrown out in the modern era was actually the multi-generational family in favor of the nuclear family. That was something conservatives really should have fought to preserve, because there is literally no other better family structure, or one that even attaches you not only to your community but to your country, to your county, to your state, to everyone around you. It provides you empathy. It provides you stability. It provides a home. And I feel like a lot of what modern problems are is like, no one has a home. No one has like it seems like the families are falling apart because we have this narrow constraint of what a family is in our society.
Yeah, and I mean, I would agree with you on some of those points. I don't know that I would agree that it's necessarily the perfect form. I think we could probably build slightly better structures in the long run. And I mean, I guess it depends on how far you go, because like I do tend to think pretty highly overall of multi-generational homes. However, I will agree with you 100% in saying that here in America right now, a multi-generational home is often seen as a sign of poverty. And that is unfortunate, because I do think that there is a lot of room for harmonious multi-generational living. I actually lived, not with my blood family, but I lived last year in a multi-generational home. Unfortunately, we were all very, very poor. And so nobody had a whole lot of space, and it was not exactly the most healthiest place, but there was a lot of good things about it. I mean, for example, the oldest member of the household, who was 92, was taken care of until the day he died, and had family around him until the day he died. And I think that's a wonderful thing. Yep. I guess I don't see that as largely associated with what is like modern conservatism. And I guess,
well, I'm not a modern, I suppose I am not a Republican, right?
Yeah,
like
right.
I've said before, I've worked for progressives. I've worked as a Democrat, pragmatically to get things done, even though I disagree on things like being pro-life or some various other things such as preserving tradition, but that's okay. I don't need to agree with people 100% to help them or to work towards a goal. And in this case, have you ever heard of the term social dislocation?
No, I haven't. But if you give me a definition, I may have heard of the concept. I'm bad with remembering specific terms. I remember concepts very well.
Social dislocation has to do with like globalized economies and how within capitalist structures, occasionally countries will promote certain behavior or destroy cultures or destroy like communities in order to provide like economic resources. So they don't, I think in Marxist theory, it's like capital alienation or something.
Alienation of, there's a couple of concepts. I mean, if you were, from like Leninism, it would have been largely rolled into the concept of imperialism and colonialism. But yeah, there's also the idea of alienation, like the alienation of the laborers, which is the idea that like you no longer know who you're making things for or where you're getting your stuff from. It's just you stand in a factory, material comes in one door and product goes out the other door, or piece of product goes out the other door, and then you don't know anything about it. And that's
basically that, but add an extra layer on top to like that implies that this process destroys like individual culture and community.
Okay. So what you're saying is basically like the way you look at it is like corporations or capitalism like erases good parts of society. Like, is that like a fair like sort of steel manning of that argument? Is that like there's parts of society that you see as being erased by capital or by I mean, I would say, like, again, the way that I would talk about this is I would say, well, this is the effect of empire. Like, that when you have a hyper-hegemonic... In fact, I think Gramsci, who admittedly I haven't read personally, but because he's very dense, but Gramsci was an Italian communist who wrote about the hegemonic superstructures and how imperial states will exert hegemony, a cultural hegemony on other, not just on individuals within their own society, but on other states in order to sort of absorb and erase what it is in the name of ultimately enriching the imperial power or the capitalistic power. Is that similar in concept to what you're talking about? Like this idea of like the pursuit of profit, the pursuit of eternal growth under capitalism erases cultures, etc.?
Yeah, I would agree with this fundamentally. This is ultimately why, when I talk to market fundamentalists, I get really angry because they don't really seem to understand that, like, because of the profit incentive, and it's not always evil, but like in this particular instance, it's pretty obviously perverse. Is like when you start addicting people to, let's say, your platform or your social media or your technology or pornography or whatever it is, and you're using algorithms to do so, to abuse people's biological predispositions to get them to buy your product, that's evil, that's corrupt, that's disgusting, and it's so hard to get this through people's skulls. But yeah, and I mean, I agree with you. This is something that I've talked about on my channel quite a bit. This idea of like how I mean, it's damn near every product. Like right now, it's gotten really. I mean, there have been problems with this forever, but I mean, right now we're looking at, like, I mean, gaming is one of the best ways to just get a simple dichotomy, like an easy way of analyzing this and seeing how in gaming, how literally they use casino mental manipulation tactics to sell data, like ephemeral like skins and whatever for your characters that you don't even own, to children, and it's largely targeted at children and addictive personalities. And I agree with you, this is horrible, but I see that as a product of capital, and which I assume you do as well, and maybe we're more in alignment on this than I previously thought, which is interesting. And of course, I'm happy to be able to pick your brain a bit about these. So you mentioned another thing, not to like jump away, because I do think this is really interesting, and I'm glad that we were able to come to sort of a similar understanding of this way, because I do agree with you. That is the way that capital functions in the modern era. Are you anti-global economy, or like, are you nationalist or what? I mean, I have like civic nationalist leanings, but that just to clarify, because people have heard like Peacecraft say stuff. I'm not like as crazy as him. I don't think that we should take away voting rights. I think it should be much easier to vote. I am a big fan of democracy, so I don't think that's correct. But what I mean by civic nationalism, I think there should be like public works programs. We should have after high school, there should be a mandatory 2-year service, either whether it's in the military or an environmental service. I think would be good. A conservation corps would, I think, be good. Maybe an infrastructure corps. I don't know, whatever people would want to come up with. And I think that would help instill, like, especially since it seems like we don't really have anything going for us, especially as young people out of high school.
I mean, I would argue that the Green New Deal would have done a great job to fix that, and you don't even need to have it be mandatory. But
why not do? Well, I think that could be done too.
But I would say, like, on that particular front, just so you know where I'm coming from, my pushback would be more along like anarchistic lines, which is that I don't like it when states assert themselves in that way. I don't like mandatory X by any state. I don't think that like the way that I look at states is that they are already so powerful and so arbitrary. Like, people don't have a choice in where they're born. They're just born there. And so I feel like it's sort of fundamentally unjust for a state to basically impose itself on any person when really you don't really have much of a choice in whether you live there or grow up there. But again, like, I don't think that, like, I think that's, again, a different axis of disagreement as to whether as to, like, social conservatism, I suppose. But yeah, I guess on that front, I would say, I distrust state powers, but I've had this same exact discussion with MLs, just, I've had a disagreement over work requirements by MLs. I'm one of those lefties that's the anti-work type.
I mean,
But, yeah.
I fundamentally think that there should be ways to like opt out. I'm more of a, okay, it's like it's opt out, like it's something that you're expected to do, but if you choose not to do it, then that's your choice.
Okay.
And then I think you could tie an incentive to it, so you get a stipend while you're in it, and then afterwards you would get free higher ed.
Okay. I mean, see, that seems a lot more reasonable. I also tend to believe that if we're going to have state structures, they should be based off of incentives as opposed to like punishments. Punitive measures, I think, are typically very unhealthy in the long run and breed cycles of disparity that lead to sort of like again, endless cycles of just hatred towards the power that's imposing them, which can ultimately erode faith in these structures. And the goal is, like, if you're going to have governance, if you're going to have a society that is cohesive, you want the least amount of grudges being held between between people, the people who are being governed, and the governance structure, whatever that may be.
Yeah, I don't really believe in punishment. I believe in rehabilitation. So
that's fantastic. I mean, that's good to hear, because that is something that I would say is very uncommon among a lot of people who would describe themselves as conservative. Conservatives.
It is really sad. Yeah. I agree though, Demon Mama. This is the problem. I have so many problems with people like Lecture Fan and people like, even Suspect Sushi, who I get along with, even though he pisses me off. But the reason why Suspect Sushi doesn't piss me off as much is because when I talk to him, he's just like, dude, I don't really know anything about that, but what you said sounds pretty correct. And I'm like, okay, so you're telling me there's hope. All right, good.
Yeah.
I guess at least there's something there.
Well, I mean, have you maybe considered that, like, your identity is standing in the way of your advocacy in a certain way? Because, like, I don't know, a lot of these views just don't, like, from a position of utility, or from a position of even like we could even go even harder. I would say that historicity, like the social conservative or conservative viewpoints, don't really seem to line up with a lot of the stuff that you're arguing here. And maybe, I don't know, I'm trying to approach this in as good faith as possible. Maybe those descriptors, maybe those like sort of identifications are standing in the way of, like, the advocacy, because it does seem like, I mean, I don't blame people for being distrusting of like social conservative but economically left, for the reason that, like, most of the time that you encounter that person is a nosbol, or they're lying about being a nosbol, and I know that kind of sucks, but it is very true when you have a position of saying, like, oh, I believe in strongly socialized economy, and then the social conservative part comes in, and you go, okay, well, what's the social conservative part? And usually it's racialized, or it's patriarchal, or it's anti-trans, or it's anti-gay, or something along those lines. But you don't seem to have any of those. And if that's the case, and I'm presuming here, of course, in good faith, that you're being honest. You know what I mean? It would really piss me off if you weren't, but, like, you know what I mean? But, like, if that's the case, then, where's the conservatism? Like, besides, in a very, very vague sense, you could say, well, maybe, like, pre-industrialization had certain things, but I mean, that's like, there's tons and tons of, like, much more accurate descriptors, I would say, than a social conservative, for people who think that there were problems that came with industrialization. And let me give to you one of my probably most fundamentally conservative takes, and that's that sometimes in life, going through hardship and self-actualizing through it is necessary and productive as a human being. Now, that's not a means to an end. That doesn't mean, that's not like the be all end all. I don't mean that, like, you should just suffer your entire life so that you can become a better person. It just means that I don't fundamentally think that we should remove all barriers from humans. That doesn't mean we need to put them there. It just means that maybe there is some things that we need to go through as people to become better. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't necessarily I don't necessarily disagree with you. It depends on how far that's taken, right? Because, like, to a certain degree, that's the sort of core justification that's used for bad times make strong men, strong men make good times make weak men make bad times bad, that sort of thing. This like cycle, this like, which is a very far right talking point.
Very silly cycle. I don't agree with it.
Yeah, and I don't agree with that either. But I mean, the thing is like, I think that like the way that I look at it, and I could probably, if we wanted to have a full conversation on this at some point, I wasn't really prepared for this part of conversation, but I mean, I could probably find quite a bit of like formal information to challenge the idea that like we really need any more hardship than we already get. And like in my mind, like what tends to happen, and maybe I'm wrong about this, I don't think so. Like again, this is sort of informed my ideology, but the way that I look at it is that most of the types of hardship that people experience these days are not, they're traumatizing. They're not actually like, I mean, a lot of people overcome nonetheless, but a lot of people do not. A lot of people get stuck or lost or addicted to drugs because they can't find a way out of the pain that they're in. So my thought would be, well, maybe we should cross the bridge of, if there's like challenges that are necessary, we could cross that bridge when we get to it. But maybe for right now, we should fix the problems that are causing people to be horrifically traumatized and break down and live lives of suffering and die young. Does that make sense?
Sure. No. I understand. I mean, I would agree with that. I think there's some real problems with the way we set up society currently.
Yeah.
I also am religious. I'm still discovering my own spirituality. I was an atheist for a long time, just so people know. I'm pro-life, and that has nothing to do with some innate desire to control women's bodies. It's more along the lines of, I genuinely believe that after implantation, that's a developing human, and I want to protect that life. And that's fundamentally why I advocate for things like artificial wombs, because I think that's the best way to solve this problem without pissing everybody off.
Sure. Well, okay. So on that point, like, just to, I don't want to bounce too much all over here, but okay. So are you someone who would advocate for like, banning of abortion, or would you just prefer?
Right now, I would not.
Okay.
But the reason I wouldn't isn't because, it's not an ethical predisposition. It's a practical predisposition, to be completely honest with you.
Okay.
If conservatives were stupid enough to go through with their plan to ban abortion, I mean, I don't understand why they are so stupid, because the minute you do that is the minute you put the people who are more moderate on abortion, which is about 40% of the electorate, completely on the other side. I mean, if you wanted to drum up more support for being pro-choice and being for women getting abortion and having the right to an abortion, the easiest way for you to do that and to cement this voting block for the next several decades would be to implement an abortion ban right now.
Yeah, I mean, I have a huge problem with that sort of, like, with the abortion ban approach. And like, to me, I'm not like, I don't know. I think there's this like caricature that's been propagated by the American right wing, of like, oh, liberals like love killing babies, and like, it's ridiculous. Like, I don't know. I've never once, I've been to Planned Parenthood many times. They were my primary care at one point. And I've never once, they don't rush you into it or anything. There's none of this. All of this bullshit is like made up. It's literally fantasy. And so like, when I think about this, I think like, well, if you really care about, if like, for people who are pro-life, like, I personally think that the attention should not be on abortion, but should instead be on sex ed, a social safety net that makes it so that people aren't terrified of having a baby, which they are right now. Right now, it is a terrifying prospect of having a baby. Everyone is terrified of that concept. And not just because of parental responsibilities, but largely because of financial responsibilities. Our country is like one of the worst places to have a baby in. Not only do we have really high infant and mother mortality rate, but we also have a ridiculous level of cost associated with becoming a mother. It's one of the most expensive things that you can do, or becoming a parent in general, because I mean, obviously, like, it's not just the mom that can inherit that debt, although depending on the legal situation, it can be. So if that's the case, like, I don't know what utility would be gained from associating oneself with the pro-life movement when their focus is almost exclusively on abortion. Whereas it sounds to me like, I mean, it sounds to me you don't want to ban abortion. If that's the case, Well,
Well, not right now. I would say that I would want to work towards an eventual ban on abortion.
Okay.
Reasonably. I mean, Pisco once asked me, if there was like 90% support for an abortion ban in the United States, would you do it? And I answered honestly. The answer is yes. I think that fundamentally, that's probably the biggest gap. But until that point, I think that you you realign social values in a way that supports an abortion ban, and you do that through basically making it a choice between, you could literally just give it up for adoption because we can put your baby in an incubator at like 10 weeks or even, before then. I mean, there's already research being done on this right now, on this technology. I believe in Denmark. I might be incorrect on the country, but they're doing it. And I really hope that it works out, because we can solve this problem through technology. We can basically make the viability threshold really, really low, so it's not a problem anymore. It's like you're just giving your baby up for adoption earlier.
Well, listen, here's somewhere where we can find common ground. If such a thing were possible and were not imposed or we had some sort of functioning healthcare system, and if you had a baby that was unwanted, you could go to a hospital and they would like ethically install it in an exo womb and put your baby up for adoption. Oh, hey, good night, Flair. Have a good night. Just was saying good night to somebody in chat. But if that was the case, I would agree with you. I just think that right now, an abortion ban would represent an incredible shackle for women in this country in a lot of ways, and also it serves as a vehicle for stigmatizing women's healthcare again, or re-stigmatizing further. Because I mean, we already have a stigmatization to women's healthcare in this country, but it would be re-stigmatized. And I mean, that's part of the thing. One of the things that bothers me, like obviously, the argument of the pro-life, pro-choice argument about like fetal viability and where life begins is an incredibly complex philosophical argument, whether people like it or not. It really is. However, I think that part of the reason why we have such a problem in the U.S. is because the options on the table are, we're going to ban abortion so you can't have them, and are therefore damned to a financial life that could literally destroy you, to trying to have to raise a baby on like nothing. You might have nothing, and I think that's just abhorrent. So I'm all in favor of welfare reform so that it's not as disgusting. I'm also in favor of free contraceptives, free sex ed. So I'm not averse to these things, and I understand that there's a history of conservatism in the United States being really repressive and ugly and gross, because there's this group of like evangelical right wingers who basically own the Republican Party, and most of the more reasonable people who would be considered conservatives, at least in Europe. They're forced to join the Democratic Party, and so I would be in favor of something like a caretaker stipend, where you get, if you're taking care of a loved one, whether that be a child or an elderly person or somebody who's disabled. I think the government should pay you to do that work, because it is fundamental work to our society and it's really important. But that's where I would disagree with them. Okay. I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, I think that's a pretty reasonable position. I don't have a whole lot that I would disagree with you on that particular thing, which again, that just makes me ask, why bother with identity, like the identity of like conservatism and
because this is actually this is actually a decent chunk of conservatives that are forced to be one issue voters because they have an ethical belief and that the babies are actually being murdered. And I know this because I'm around them all the time.
But you do realize though that you can't, I don't know. It's important to be able to try and reach people that are on that, because I mean, I know a lot of one issue voters, I mean, to be honest, there's a lot of people who vote Democrat because they're one issue voters. And that issue is fascism. I don't want to vote for the fascist party. I probably would fall into that category. I just did an entire segment where I two segments in a row where I just dumped on the Dems, because I think the Dems are really ineffective, and I think they promote a worldview that's incredibly harmful. But at the same time, I can't find a reason to excuse someone who's voting based on a conspiracy theory that they're not investigating, that isn't like, it's not like it's not like this information can't be found, but then they're voting for the fascist party of the United States in the name of a conspiracy. Do you see where
it's not even the conspiracy, right? Because these people, generally speaking, they're not the hyperbolic version that you see it on the media. They're just like, hey, you know, I'm a Christian, I'm a Catholic, I'm an evangelical, whatever it is, right? And they sit there and they say, okay, I'm against abortion, and I fundamentally believe that that is the death of a human child and that you're killing babies. It doesn't matter that I know, like, it's not like it's not fully developed or whatever it is, but like, from their point of view, it has nothing to do with like a conspiracy that the Dems are fucking drinking adrenochrome or something stupid. Even though I'm sure that there's some really dumb people who watch InfoWars who believe that. But I don't know. Like, I talk to these people and I'm like, okay, so you're pro-life, right? Okay, so you support this. Are you like just pro-birth? You know, you start to clarify because this is a criticism that's levied against them all the time. And they're like, no, actually, like, I would be in, that sounds completely reasonable. I'd be in favor of that. You know, they'll tell me things like, wait, that sounds amazing. We need to do that now. But then it just gets lost in the noise because you have one pro-life party and one pro-choice party.
Well, I mean, that's the thing though. Like, I don't think, I mean, I agree, of course, like, two-party dichotomy aside, like, that's pretty rough. But, like, even given the discussion that we've had here, it seems to me like the correct decision, and of course, I don't assume every individual actor is going to make the correct decision, but in my mind, the correct decision would be to not vote Republican, even still, because, of course, two-party system, you got to do some stuff. Nonetheless, the Democratic Party and the left in general actually advocates for a society that would make those abortions less frequent. Part of the reason why they're so bad is specifically because of the type of society that right-wingers, conservatives, Republicans, and beyond have built. They built a society that has no safety net. It is Reaganomics and the Republican Party that is completely disassembled. I agree. Yeah, so that's why I wonder, like, have you considered, listen, this might be bold of me to ask, but have you considered just being like a leftist and making it your specialty to reach out to right-wingers on the pro-life issue and offer them a genuine alternative? Because it sounds to me like all of your views are, or potentially could be, much more served, not only more accurate to your audience, but more accurate to the people that you're talking to by describing yourself as a leftist and being able to embrace those things without having to, like, couch it in saying, I'm not a Nosbo, all this stuff. You could just say, wait, yeah, I'm a leftist, and here's my unique take on my pro-life position, and sell it to people as, hey, listen, I'm so pro-life that I want to make sure that abortions don't ever have to even happen, because I don't see how that misaligns. Like, I am somebody who, I don't think that abortions are like a good thing. I just think that they are required in a society that has liberty for women, in a society that does not have any other avenue for women to pursue. And that's why it's become a sticking point, because the alternative for women in this country, and, you know, no offense, I don't mean this as like an attack, but I mean, I benefit from this privilege as well, being trans. Like, I don't have a womb. So that means that but I also recognize that I have that privilege. For every woman who has a womb, they are at potential risk of a number of things that could completely ruin their life in our current society without the right for abortion. You realize that position that a lot of women are put in and why that's become a sticking point, right?
I do. And let me answer your question as best that I can. Okay.
Sure.
So I used to be what I would consider a leftist of sorts. Okay. I used to be, at least towards that sphere of politics, very radical.
Sure.
And, you know, I used to be an atheist. I used to be pro-choice. There's all these sorts of different, like, identifications that I used for myself, but I didn't really understand what any of them meant. And it wasn't until I started looking into political ideologies and really started parsing out, like, what I felt about the world and how to go about helping people the most, that I started having these viewpoints. And it's not like I didn't know about Marxism or know about leftism or know about any of these concepts. I mean, it was part of my learning experience that I looked into them. It's just that, to me, it all seemed very, very impractical. Maybe in a utopian sense, I could be a leftist, but I don't know that I would want to bother spending my time identifying as such or defending the concepts or trying to learn the rhetoric, because it's not that important to me. I feel like it's so out there, and like I did a video on like why I'm not a socialist.
Okay.
And so if you'd like, it's a 20-minute video. You don't have to watch it, but you're
watch
welcome to.
Yeah.
It's basically on like through my becoming aware of politics and all of these different concepts and ideologies and the way the world works and how the different conflicts that are going on and the problems we're having in our own country and the problems that other countries are having. I just like became so like done with all of like this being an ideologue. I don't like, if someone presents me information for a better way that like we could actually feasibly get to in my lifetime, then I'm probably going to take that information in and internalize it and try to like understand it first and then use that information to guide me in my viewpoints. So like I always tell them like, listen, we're going to disagree. You're going to be like, why the heck do you believe that, endernax? That seems so stupid to me. I think you're a moron. And I'm just going to be like, look, send me the information that made you believe what you believe, and I will genuinely look into it 100%. I am not being dishonest here. So
well, listen, I'm going to engage, and I made my commitment. It's on going to be on the VOD forever that I'm engaging in 100% good faith. I'm going to assume that you're being honest with me until proven otherwise. And if that's the case, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of really nice conversations that we could have, and we could also probably have more meaningful debates. But like, again, with all due respect, I kind of feel like you're just ignoring the writing on the wall, right? Because I mean, you went on a panel with like one of the most like aggressive left-wing demagogues currently, not demagogues, that's the wrong word, ideologue, sorry, that was the word I was looking for, ideologues on the internet right now, Vosh, and you agreed with him. So it's just kind of like, wait a minute, maybe, you know, maybe
policy, I think maybe not like maybe
not, but that's a small disagreement depending on the policy, right? Like it seems to me like and here's the thing, and let me allege one other thing, which is, I guess this is where maybe we could have some contention, but I don't know, you sounded a little doom-pilled, because, and I understand that to a degree, but also at the same time, I don't think a lot of the solutions that lefties online, especially lefties in this space, are proposing are even far-fetched. In fact, I think they're not. I think that the only way that we get to a world like the one that you seem to desire is through leftist thought, which is being actively and constantly horrifically repressed in this country by a fascistic opposition that believes in everything that you don't. You argue, and here's the thing. Despite our previous disagreements, I've watched a lot of your debates. I've been on a lot of debates with you. You never fucking agree with the right-wingers. And the reason why and that's the thing that makes me so fucking confused, which is that, like, and I will admit, I will be completely honest here and say, like, for a lot of times, like, I don't know if it's like, I didn't know if you were doing an act or if this was a, like, I've suspected, like, the reason why I heard so much shit, and I to be fair, I don't think I've ever personally called you a Nosball. But I did call you fascist. That's probably not very kind. And again, I retract that. But and I hope you'll accept my apology for going a little overhand. But you did call me a Vosh impersonator, and I don't like that. But anyway. Listen,
I think Vosh is charismatic and entertaining.
Yeah. I know. I took it as a compliment in the long run, but got a lot of Vosh fans in here tonight. So, but yeah, the thing is, like, it doesn't sound to me like any of your goals, any of your worldview or goals are served by any of the right-wing, like, ideologies or representatives in this country. And
in this country for sure, but that's why I work for Democrats. Demon. That's why. Wait. This is fundamental to understanding American history and the FDR's New Deal and like all of these social movements that brought about like all of this economic change.
Sure.
They did that with building coalitions with people who probably had, like, in comparison, like, fascistic views. Like, they're literally like building coalitions with people who probably beat their fucking wives. And I'm not saying we should do that, okay? We shouldn't build coalitions with people who beat their wives.
I don't disagree with coalition building, but what I do disagree with is, and I don't even know if I disagree with this. I mean, like, part of this is a matter of like this. I mean, because haven't had a whole lot to disagree with you on as far as substance. However, I do think that there is some lost utility in like, okay, here's an example. I describe myself when people ask me, oh, what's your political leaning? I am a leftist who leans towards anarchistic philosophy. That's how I always describe myself. And then if people want to ask me about specific issues, then they can. And for some people, they're going to turn off immediately and they hear the word leftist and their brain's off. I can't do much about that. That's just, they have a prejudice and they got to work that out on their own time, or at least be open. I can't talk to people who aren't willing to listen to me at all, right? But if I was to go around and describe myself as like I don't know, like a monarchist or something, that wouldn't be accurate, especially if I then like said something different in those descriptions. But then on top of that, there's this other thing of like, it feels to me, and I could be wrong about this, but it feels to me like perhaps there's some attachment to these like conservative identities, but those groups and those identity groups and those coalitions in this country especially, but even worldwide, don't share the same worldview as you at all.
Wait, but they do in Europe. I would fit right into the CDU in Germany, which is the ruling party. I would fit right into the KRF in Norway, which is not a ruling party, but they have 8 seats in the parliament in Norway. Okay, like if I was European, I'd actually have a political party.
I mean,
and that's why it's so sad to me that so many people, like, they see that I'm socially conservative, and you know, if you look at the 8 values test, I'm like slightly leaning. It's like 55% conservative versus progressive. But for most leftists, you end up being like, you know, 90% progressive. I mean, there's obviously some pretty nuanced disagreement there, but it's not like I'm a fascist. I'm not like 95% conservative or anything. I just
chat's getting.
I don't fit in anywhere. I don't fit in anywhere.
Well,
like,
right,
it's
but I'm
so
not asking
awful.
you to join. I'm not asking you to join Democrats. I'm not a fucking Democrat. Are you kidding me? I voted for Joe Biden. I don't give a fuck about the Democrats. Fuck the Democrats. But I recognize where my coalitions lie, and sure, I recognize who I can and cannot coalition build with, because I don't believe in building coalitions with people, not meaningful or long coalitions, perhaps like an agreement of convenience. But I will not coalition build or trust or build any or attempt to build any sort of foundation with somebody whose fundamental principles are totally different than mine. And it seems to me like, and I don't know, maybe in Europe we could have that conversation. I don't know enough about the intricacies of European politics to be able to say like which parties or whatever. But like, your views are not accepted on the right. And I think that
that's the funny part, Demon. I can go into a room full of Republicans, and as long as they're not boomers, I don't sound crazy to them. I've had so many coworkers and people that I've politically organized with, and people who just like would never think of voting for a Democrat in their entire lives. Like, I'll start speaking to them and be like, well, you know, I'm socially right. Like, I believe in like, you know, I like religion. I think that it's fundamental to like for us to have spirituality and these things. And I'm pro-life, but also, you know, I believe in these economic policies. And like, well, that doesn't sound so crazy. You know, I was never really much of that free market type anyways. I just kind of went along with what everyone else was doing. It's unironic every single time, because it feels like we're playing team sports, and like 80% of the people on both teams secretly hate their fucking team.
I mean, yeah, but the thing is like, I don't see myself as on the team with the Democrats. I literally I have like
Bernie Sanders disagrees.
Bernie Sanders? Well, Bernie Sanders, but Bernie Sanders was a long shot, and we all knew Bernie Sanders was a long shot. We knew, or at least, okay, apparently the Chapel guys didn't get the memo, but we all knew that the chance that Bernie Sanders was going to make it was really low, and that we have a lot more pushing to do. But you realize, though, that pushing has to be in the leftward direction, not in the rightward direction, because the rightward direction is death for people like me.
Well, I'm a voice of moderation on that part. Like,
but here's the thing,
I agree. There are people who are like anti-trans and anti-LGBT issues, like in the Republican Party. Don't get me wrong. That's where they are. It's pretty
really strong, though. Like, I mean,
well,
like, this is not just a small problem.
Wait, it's gotten way, way better. I know it sounds crazy, right? Like, it shouldn't happen under Trump, but it actually is. I mean, I know people who have been like a Democrat their entire life who are gay, who literally joined the Republican Party, and they're like, oh yeah, I go into these meetings and like everyone is cool with me and they don't really care anymore. And it's like none of the religious fundamentalists come to the meetings anymore. Like when you have two political aisles and obviously one's being dragged to the left, but I feel like in the media, all you see is this stupid fucking like booger picking Nick Fuentes types on the news. And those are the voices that are amplified. Like I don't know.
Okay, well, like here's a couple of things. One, the right.
I live in a red state, by the way.
That's
somebody
fine.
said I don't.
Yeah, I mean,
I know
listen,
somebody said
like,
I didn't. So.
I know that there's some again. I am not the type of person who doesn't like understanding. I grew up deeply in the far right. You know what I mean? My dad was a Nazi sympathizer. Like I grew up in the far right. I understand. Like I know this shit. I know these people. Like I'm been surrounded by them for most of my life. The thing is, though, is that I could also do the same thing as you do. I could go into I know exactly how I could do it. I could literally, it'd be easy as fuck. It would be easy for me to walk into like a family meeting. Well, okay, not anymore because of the trans thing, but barring the trans thing, if I wasn't trans, I could go into a family gathering and I could sell them on the surface on socialistic principles as long as I never called them that. But a lot of people will not fight for those actual beliefs. And the reason for this is because, and this is complicated, but this is something that I've talked about a lot, is the far right's obsession with aesthetics, is that they care that you drape it in an American flag. I mean, that's why you get people like, I mean, I don't even need to name names, but on Twitch, on the right-wing side of Twitch, that they say they're small government, meanwhile just like laughing and backclapping the cops when they stomp on somebody's neck. That's why you get Donald Trump, and like it's all about aesthetics. They just say the right words, but the meanings, the actual beliefs, the fundaments are horrifying. And I would say that, yeah, while you might be able to appeal to some of that, the goal, in my opinion, would be to free people from being duped by aesthetics and make them and help them realize that like the right-wing world structure is not conducive to the world that most people want. Now, there are some people, I would agree, who are just like really into that kind of thing. I think those are the far right people. But most people are in there because of a sense of aesthetics, and indeed, I will agree there is some of the team sports thing going on. But I don't see how like any worldview that's like to the right of the dead center is like even close to the world. I mean, even that, like I would say that you need to go center left in order to even approach the type of world, the type of policies that build the world that you've advocated for in this, in this stream. And if that's the case, then I don't know. Like I don't know. Maybe you're onto something. Maybe your goal is to like masquerade among the right and propagate lefty ideas. And if that's the case, that's great. Just all I would encourage you to do is please be careful about the transphobia, racism that can really easily get in when you're appealing to aesthetics and there's a lot of that's the thing. Like I mean that's my big concern. Like. I mean, that's the same problem I have with class reductionists on the left. I have a huge problem with class reductionists on the left. I've debated this. I've had arguments over this. This is something I talk about recently. I have a huge problem with class reductionism on the left. The reason why I have a problem with class reductionism is because even though they talk the talk about, well, we need to build an equal society, they refuse to acknowledge that there are irreconcilable prejudices that must be challenged, that must be fought on a cultural level. Like, for example, I will never like if there was a let's say there was like a tanky takeover in the United States that was like very, I mean, like it or not, ML groups tend to be pretty socially conservative, all things considered. I mean, the UK ML party is anti-trans, like pretty firmly. I would die in that society. And so would everybody that I love. We would not be allowed to thrive in that society. So this is what I was talking about the coalition building problem. There is one side of the political aisle that is, by its own purported viewpoints, completely existentially toxic to a lot of people. And if that's the case, then like, I mean, I don't know, like that.
Well, I vote for Democrats. I mean, like I was honest with people. You know, I might not have voted for Joe Biden. I live in a red state.
Yeah.
I don't like. There was no reason for me to. I voted for Kanye West because, well, you know what?
Fun.
For as crazy as Kanye West might be, he says some pretty base fucking shit. I don't know if you ever listened to the things he. Yeah. Anyways, but listen, I vote for Democrats. I think I voted for one Republican, and the Republican that I voted for, the reason I voted for him was because the other option was a Democrat who's a fucking rapist, and the guy was completely reasonable. He just seemed like a normal person.
Sure.
Yeah, he was like a small, very annoying small business type of like Republican libertarian guy. But you know what? Whatever. I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm not particularly partisan, other than that I've worked for Democrats. I've thought about joining the GOP, and I have 2 videos on this. But the reason I thought about joining the GOP is because I've been talking with a lot of people who are Republicans who are like, a good example is, do you know Totally Mundane?
No, I don't.
He's a pretty small streamer, so I wouldn't expect you to. But he's a California Republican. He's a banker, and he's kind of like a really cringe reformist neocon. We get into a lot of debates, but he's gay and he has a fiance. And then there's another guy, Libertax. Both of these people voted for Joe Biden, mind you. So the type of the people that I'm hanging out with.
Okay.
But they give me hope for maybe there is some sort of like multiracial, different type of GOP that isn't focused on this stupid immigration nonsense and is more focused on bringing about healthy families and lives in this country. So that's where I'm at. And I don't know if I will join the Republican Party. I told my girlfriend I probably won't.
Now that's where we can have
run.
contention. And I would, if we're talking as like, I mean, if we can agree on the type of world that we want to, you know, work on, like I could see you as like an ally, you know what I mean? Like I could see you as somebody I could coalition build with, but I cannot do that. I cannot coalition build with somebody who I cannot trust to like actually put trans, gay, racial rights, that social justice shit is a necessary. I can't. And the reason is because if you coalition build with people who are, and I'm not just saying like not like uninformed, like people, I mean, I do that all the time. Like, I mean, I can't even tell you, endernax, I can't even tell you how many times people come into my stream and go, oh, are you a boy or a girl, or like silly, like ignorant things like that. Or like, oh, did you have the surgery? These kind of things like that, you know, like happens all the time. I'm perfectly willing to field those questions and explain things to people. But what we're talking about is like, that is not what the GOP represents right now. What the GOP,
I understand.
And so we can't, like, there's no ground to be held. We are locked in a sort of struggle. And so my thing would be, if you say, you know, if you're honest about what you believe in, I would allege that you probably actually have an enemy in the Republican Party and not an ally. And the reason being is that party is in its current iteration.
Those old people are dying. Demon Mama.
I mean,
I don't know.
Yeah, but they're taking a lot of people with them, and they're doing a lot of harm on
yeah, it's really fucked up. Yeah,
fucked.
But the Republican Party didn't always. Okay, like it wasn't always like this. It was actually more like, you know, both parties agreed fundamentally on some premises, and I don't know. I reminisce of the FDR era. Okay.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, FDR. Interesting. Maybe talk to Dylan Burns about Huey Long sometime.
I love Huey Long.
Yeah, Huey Long's really interesting. But Huey Long.
Dylan's right there, by the way.
Oh wait, Dylan's here.
Speak of the devil.
Hey, Dylan. How's it going?
Well, no, he's in the waiting room.
Oh, he's in the waiting room? Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll bring him in a second. We'll finish our conversation, and then we'll bring Dylan in. But yeah, like I mean, Huey Long arguably pulled FDR left. And though he didn't really openly identify as a leftist, I mean, his policies were absolutely so. Sure. But I guess the thing that I see is like right now, I don't see that we can make any progress to a better America that we've on the things that we've agreed on. I'm sure there's things that we disagree on, but on the things that we agree on, the GOP is going in the dead opposite direction. And so I see like a mission of like, maybe we can turn the GOP into something good, as silly as I would see the goal of turning the Democrats into something good. I mean,
yeah, I think they're doomed too. I mean,
Yeah.
well, I'm a doomer at heart, Demon.
Well, I
don't
know,
really,
but see,
when I say I'm hopeful, I mean there's like, maybe in like some alternate reality, there's a 1% chance. I mean, hopeful as in like maybe one day I'll wake up and reality will be different. You
well,
never know.
But here's the thing, like you could work towards building that reality. And
well,
like,
that's exactly what I want to do.
Yeah.
But the way that I think that I do that, and I've been putting a lot of thought into this because I've run for political office before, and like I've been excised essentially from former Democratic friends. I know this sounds crazy, but being pro-life was actually enough to get disowned by a lot of people that I was friends with, and that I thought I would continue to be friends with regardless of my position on this. But they actually believe, because on MSNBC or whatever the fuck they're watching, people who are pro-life have to be these patriarchal fascists who are trying to control women's bodies.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what to do. Like I'm not welcome. Like I'm literally not able to do what I want to do unless I just shut my fucking mouth and I'm not honest with people, which I don't want to be dishonest.
Or maybe like, okay, on this particular issue, maybe it's just a matter of framing. Like, because, okay, and this comes from like, okay, let me just give you an analogous example. There are some issues where people will, like distrust very strongly, like will distrust very strongly another person based on an espoused position. Pro-life is one of those. And the reason for that is because like the term is completely and utterly poisoned. It would be like if I tried to identify as just like a libertarian, if I like identified myself as a libertarian with the Libertarian Party of America, like that term has been destroyed. Now, it is possible for terms to be reclaimed, but that is a process and you can't force that. So in the meantime, you telling people that you're pro-life is giving them, that is using a term that has a very strong political association. Maybe you just need a better term. Because I feel like
I don't know. The way that people found out that I was pro-life was I literally posted on Facebook that, like, hey, I've been pro-life for years. I'm tired of hiding it. And I believe the entire point was, like, I said, I've been pro-life for years, so we should have free access to birth control and free sex education to reduce the amount of abortion, something along those lines.
Maybe there's another way you can approach it, which is like,
but that's as progressively looking as I can get about it. Like I genuinely believe that you're exterminating a human life. Now, just because I'm willing to like work practically towards those goals doesn't negate that viewpoint. Like people are like, oh, well, I don't know that you're pro-life because, you're not advocating for a ban on abortion. Well, yeah, technically,
I mean, it does sound
right,
like you're pro-life, but the thing is, though, that like words have multiple meanings, right? Because there's like capital P pro-life and there's lowercase p pro-life. Like your position is the lowercase p pro-life in that, yes, you are technically, but I'm also technically pro-life, if we put it that way. Because, yes, obviously, I would prefer us to never have to do an abortion. I would of course, obviously, just like I would say I would rather like us never have to do surgeries. If there was a way that like we could invent a technology that would do like internal nanomachines, you'd never have to have a surgery. Holy shit, surgeries are traumatic. I've had 2 really bad ones in my life, and like they're traumatic. But that doesn't mean like I would never take a position that is strongly, like, I mean, not just lightly, strongly associated with like imagine if I walked around calling myself an anti-surgery person, like, or an anti-vaxxer because I had like you know what I mean? Like,
let me
these
be
words
clear.
have meanings.
I genuinely get like upset. Like I want to cry thinking about people getting abortions. Like I genuinely, that's the kind of innate reaction that I have. It's so like, I think there's a little bit there. It's not just like philosophical reasoning. It's also spirituality and like a disposition against it. So,
well, okay. Like, I mean, that's a little beyond like my ability to address. The only thing that I can really say for you on that front is that I think that your goal of eliminating this thing that you feel is horrible, and I can understand where you come to that. I don't agree with you, but I can understand how you reason to that position. And it's not like, I don't think you're being irrational in that. I just think your assumptions are very different than mine. That's fine. But thing would be, well, then the goal should not be to like you said, do a ban. Your goal should be to actually take the effective route to stopping this. And the effective route to stopping this is actually fixing society so that we're like we live in a society where we have a fucking functional society. Because right now we don't. What we have is like this broken ideology that tells everybody, oh, you're all individualists and everybody should bootstrap and you need to pay $100,000 in order to have a baby. And like that society is that society is going to do nothing but breed not just abortions, but more. It's going to breed that and more. So I would say that like the priority, if your goal is really to end that, then you're not doing yourself any favors by identifying strongly with the pro-choice movement. The pro-choice movement, which is, like it or not, very, very heavily tied with, even though not all members are necessarily like this, but it is, at least on a by and large level, very much tied to patriarchal reinforcement of gender norms and the controlling of women's bodies. It's just a fact. Same thing as like how I don't have time in my life to spend a whole bunch of time trying to build coalitions with people who call themselves like a gender critical feminist, because I know what that means. That means you don't like trans people. And now maybe there's somebody who's like, oh, actually my definition of gender critical is different. But if I encounter somebody who's a gender critical and they self-identify with that, I'm going to assume that they're knowingly and informedly self-identifying.
I don't know. I'm in these groups, Demon, and what I can tell you is that there's there's people who don't meet this classification. Even if there are those assholes who are all about controlling women's bodies, this is not the rank and file of pro-life individuals.
Yeah, but do you realize where that might be a problem then?
I can understand, but like, do you see how someone might be roped into voting solely on one issue?
No, I don't disagree with you about that at all. But what I call that is indoctrination. I call that deception. Because I mean, that's the thing. Like, there are a lot of I don't believe that I don't believe that Republicans by and large, okay, some the most vocal members of the Republicans I do believe are stupid fuckheads. But I don't think the rank and file of the Republican Party are all a bunch of banjo playing racists. For that, I don't have that. I mean, that's a very neoliberal view of things. I don't have that view. I'm not fucking Chink. And in fact, I've literally criticized him. We just talked about it earlier today. But what I would do though is I would say, okay, so if there's these people who are being taken for a ride, my goal would be to destroy the organization, or not destroy necessarily, but dismantle or counter the organization that was taking them for a ride. And like it or not, I'm sorry, but this part is a fact. The pro-choice movement in the United States is totally fucked. It's run by Christian dominionist fascists. And they do have strictly patriarchal roles. I know this firsthand. Again, I grew up in an environment that was very much on the forefront of both the sanctity of marriage movement and the pro-life movement. And these organizations, not good. They don't share the values that you purport to share. And If that's the case, I would look and go, wait a minute, this organization is taking advantage of those people. My goal would be to say, hey, listen, you can achieve your goal of not having babies be aborted if you step away from this organization that's fooling you, telling you that they care about your values, but actually using you to install a fascistic, highly hierarchical, very patriarchal worldview. And
You're basically referring to the family, essentially, this stuff. I don't know if you're aware of what I'm assuming you are, of the family in the White House. They did a documentary. These people all have the same networks. I would agree. There's something really inherently
You mean
toxic
there's the Liberty University, there's the National Prayer Breakfast, there's the fucking Calvary Chapel, the church that I grew up in, is
I'm more of a Catholic type than
and I mean and when it comes to Catholicism, my best friend who was my best friend for 10 years, we're not friends anymore, unfortunately, but I was best friends with her. She was really, really she grew up she almost became a priest before she transitioned, and was really into Catholicism. I went to I've been to masses. I learned a lot about Catholicism. And of course there's disagreements even within the Catholic Church on this, but also the Catholic, a lot of Catholics, who might be somewhat pro-life, don't tend to be roped into these like these really far right organizations. Now there's some.
Yeah.
There's definitely some. For sure. There are extreme.
I know an example.
Yeah.
There's it's like Michigan Catholic. I don't know. It's like this Michigan Catholic news network, and it's fucking like so weird. It's like fascist, but they have pictures of like interracial couples on the front, which is like really uncharacteristic based on what they're saying. Cause they're like, we need to return to a society that values I'm like, I don't know. It's very fucking weird.
Well, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like the Proud Boys do this too. Like, and this is a very obvious example. I feel like this is a really simplistic example, but the Proud Boys, you know that they cynically put Enrique Tarrio in front of their organization, right? Like that was that was a cynical decision.
My first thought, as soon as I heard, because Sushi, when he first said I was critiquing the Proud Boys, and he goes, "You do know a black dude's leading the Proud Boys?" And I go, "Yeah," and I immediately Googled him, like, this guy's a fucking figure. Like this was about PR. Like there's no way this wasn't about PR, especially because he was appointed right after all the bad shit was going down and their organization was getting called out. So
yeah, I mean, and that's the thing though. I think a lot of these groups do that very cynically. I mean, Trump has been doing this hardcore. It's literally part and parcel of the Republican strategy. They put the Blacks for Trump at the very front of the rally. They're ruthless with their tokenization. It's horrible. Like, but at the same time, like that's horrible, and that's why I can't tolerate it. That's why I fucking scream and fight against the right, because I recognize that especially I think the right in every country trends this way because of and I think this is the case. This is getting into a bigger conversation. The right trends this way because of the fundamental philosophy behind the right, which is hierarchical and traditional, as opposed to, now keep in mind, capital T tradition I have a problem with. Lowercase t traditions I don't have a problem with at all. I have my own traditions. I participate in them. But when we're talking tradition as a value, that's a very different thing. And that is, so this is the whole problem that I have with with the right. And I guess that's where, some of my confusion comes from in engaging with you in the past. And I don't know, maybe I hope that our conversation can serve as some form of food for thought. I would allege that the GOP and such groups are the enemies, and the people that you care about in those organizations would probably be better served and happier and freer, not being cloven to a party that is just deep diving into and has for a while deep dived into just like almost suicidal fascism.
Sure. I wouldn't disagree. I never thought in, a million years that I would ever want to be a Republican, and there isn't like some innate desire in myself to do so. The only reason that I've even considered it is because I just want I want a party that I can be in and be myself and represent people and try to make the world a better place, and that doesn't disown me because I have certain views. And I suspect that if I did try to join the GOP, I would get kicked out. So I don't have any hope. So
yeah. I mean, well, listen, let me extend you a small dose of bloomer pill, because it's easy to be doomer right now, but doomering a habitual doomering can lead you to come to some very misanthropic viewpoints. So I would caution against it a little bit. The thing that I would say is that the bloom pill is that despite the fact that both parties in America suck, the party isn't necessarily the only way to engage in politics.
That's true. Yeah. No, I fundamentally agree.
And you have, and here's the thing. I can tell you right now from the conversation that we've had right here, that if you're being honest about your views, which I believe you to be, you would have a fuckload of allies on the left if you stopped confusing them and trolling them, because I know you like to troll. I know you do, and you have fun with it. But people think that you're a nosball because you say, oh, I'm socially conservative, and then you don't, then when they argue with you, you still sometimes troll them or stuff like that. And in truth, if you just said, no, here's my viewpoints, here's my beliefs, I'm not really like some people would call this social conservative, I don't really think so, or whatever, whatever you want to do, say your beliefs. Your beliefs are way more left than you sell them as. If I was to, after my first conversation with you, I'm like, oh, I was 100% convinced that I was not 100%, but I was pretty sure that you were hiding your power level, so to say, because everybody does that on the right. They do it all the fucking time. They lie so much. So you would have so many allies on the left. My chat has been saying like, oh, these takes are fine. Like, what the fuck? And I wanted to give you the chance to do that because I think you would have allies on the left. But you gotta fucking be careful about how much aesthetics you're appealing to the right, because what the right tends to do is rope you in with those aesthetics and then leave you cloven to an increasingly fascistic party when you actually have a whole fucking load of allies who would be willing to support you and support the world that you believe in if you weren't so goddamn doomer and hanging out with the fucking GOP.
But I get this is the crazy part. I can get along with them, and then I end up pushing back on like I actually have, and this is I've had 3 groypers come into my chat randomly, right? And I was just playing like EU4 or whatever and fucking around. I'm in my suit, and they come in and they're like, ha ha ha, endernax, what do you think about the USS Liberty? And I'm just like, Jesus fucking Christ, not again. Please kill me. Okay. And I talk to them and I get to like know them and we start playing video games together. And I'm like, okay, so like, and they're like, okay, so you're really like a Nick Fuentes fan, right? Like you watch him. And I'm like, no, actually, I think that like Nick Fuentes is one of the biggest disagreements I have with him is that he organizes on this like racial identity bullshit and
really
conspiracy
hard?
theories, like really just awful shit. Like I don't believe in any of this. Racial politics is a fucking joke. You shouldn't be like engaging in any of this conspiracy theorism that black people are inferior. It's just atrocious and evil and blah 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 blah. Okay, and so it leads to a longer discussion and I kind of like get to know them. Well, they're like 17 years old, right? And they're just these dumb fucking white kids. And I get to know. I'm like, so what made you start watching Nick Fuentes? Why do you think the way that you think? Where did these ideas come from? And every single one of them had some sort of like story about how the left pissed them off because they said like all white people were racists, or like some stupid like video that they saw, like literally SJW shit.
You ready for a hot take though? You ready for the hottest take ever? They like, okay, they were told that that's what the left told them, but they were never told that by the left.
It's just the internet. The internet's really good at radicalizing people and forcing them down a rabbit hole.
It's not just that. It's not just the internet, endernax. And this is where one area where I do disagree with you. There's a pipeline on the right. There is a pipeline.
Wait, but there's an emerging pipeline on the left too.
Yes, but here's the thing.
Like r/Sino.
They pipe. What's that?
Like r/Sino. That shit is terrifying.
I don't even know what that is.
r/Sino is like pro CCP.
Marxist, whatever. Like, but that's not.
What? It's actually terrifying.
I don't even know what. I mean, look, I dunk on tankies all the time. Listen, here's the thing. I've talked about this before. There is a left pipeline, but the left pipeline it's like a thin pipe that widens up. You like the people at first. You get like I don't even know what a good example is. You get like maybe like a I don't know, like a Sam Cedar, who's pretty palatable. You know, he's pretty lefty, but he's, you know, pretty milquetoast and just talks about news stuff. And that could be one entrance. Could be somebody like a Xanderhall or a Vosh, who's like really edgy, but like tells you the left stuff. And then after that, people go free. On the right, the pipeline pipes you further and further and further into indoctrination and isolation. That's how it works. That's how hierarchical systems work. And what I'm saying here is that what you're experiencing are victims of a pipeline. They're kids who, because the right wing, and I mean, this is, again, an objective fact, Rush Limbaugh, the fucking PragerUs, the Steven Crowders, these guys got a lot of money and they have dominated the airwaves for a long time.
Yep.
And they have set up a thing.
They buy all the local media stations. They do like all this crazy shit.
Yes.
It's all funded by like the same 3 oligarchs.
And these things, they play the same SJW video. They cherry pick for the worst possible out of context thing that they can. And they say, they sell to these kids the idea that the left hates them, but the left isn't like that at all. And I can say that from experience, from someone who went from extreme right wing, and now I'm about like as left as you can get in the United States. I'm pretty fucking left. It's a totally different world. They have totally different ends. There are pipes, yes, but they function completely differently. One pipes you further and further into isolation so that you become a servant, or you might, if you're a good enough servant, you might get promoted up the ladder at the end of the pipeline to become a like a Tucker Carlson or something. But you've heard Tucker Carlson. I am Rupert Murdoch's bitch. Tucker Carlson, that guy. Yeah, like this is how this
Bill
works.
Bill O'Reilly came out, and he's obviously on his own platform now because, you know, they can't employ people. Even Fox News can't employ fucking Bill O'Reilly. Anyways, but he said, like, this is all control. Like, this is 100%. And of course it is. Anybody with half a brain knows this. And I'm not saying anything revolutionary here. And I guess the easiest way for like the MSNBC crowd to get it, I think there's a genuine disconnect between, like, I don't want to say this because it's so fucking ivory tower-ish, but like normies and people who are obsessed with politics. Like the normies watch fucking nightly news and they think that that's like the real world, and the fucking people who are obsessed all hate themselves and hate each other.
Yeah, well, I mean, to a certain degree. I mean, I don't hate myself or hate other people. I actually really fucking love being involved in politics. Maybe I'm just a little
sorry.
different.
I hate for myself. I didn't mean to speak for everyone.
No, but I mean, here's the thing. Like, I mean, I think I can understand that to a certain degree, right? Like, I mean, politics has been made so motherfucking boring. It's so not just boring. I mean, it's boring. It's uninteresting. It doesn't reach out to the actual needs of anybody. And I mean, for me, that says that, like, the answer to that is class consciousness. It's to say, hey, like, I have made a show. I mean, endernax, like, this is the foundations of my show on here. And I don't think that this is like some huge political project, but I say every single stream, my content will always be free because I believe in making entertaining, educational content that anybody can watch. If you can support me, that's amazing. But other than that, it's free. It will always be free. I don't want paywalls. And what we have in the United States is this just massive media apparatus is ultimately run by Disney and Sony and like 3 fucking companies, and all of them pump out the same boring bullshit that's manufactured by people who are totally disconnected from the rest of the population. And that's the thing. They can masquerade with this populism to what end? And what the left offers people is actual populism that the Democrats don't offer. And like, that's what I'm trying to do is show people like, hey, hello, we actually are here when we don't get fucking plugged in the head by the CIA. You know, we are here talking about shit.
I guess my biggest thing is to point out that, you know, not all social conservatives are fucking whack jobs. And that, you know, I think that there are real coalitions that could be built in the United States that are being neglected in favor of working with liberals who don't really give a fuck about you.
I mean, I think that's true to a certain degree. I definitely think I talk about neoliberalism and liberals all the time, 100%. But here's one thing where I do think this is something that, and I don't know, maybe this just comes across as a critique. I hope it doesn't. But you have one privilege that a lot of people on the left don't have, which is that, like, you're a white guy. And what that means is that you are palatable in a lot of these spaces in a way that a lot of us aren't. And also, you can tolerate certain types of, you can probably tolerate certain types of spaces in a way that a lot of people can't. One of the reasons why there's so much polarization is because and this is something that I have to do with my community. If I start letting people in, if I start letting like a lot of chuds into my community is no longer safe for a lot of people to participate in because it becomes painful for them. And I know this firsthand. I am somebody who, I'm 30 now, you know, I've got a pretty thick skin. So I can go and dive into fucking right-wing spaces and go on to blood sports panels and I will not be bothered. But like, no, like that's from experience and getting a hard shell, and not everyone has that. Spaces can very easily be co-opted, and like all it takes is like 10 people who show up and like, if you know you're a trans person, maybe your voice isn't perfect and you're chatting, you show up, but you decide to reach out, you go out on a branch and speak in voice chat, and then your voice gets made fun of, you're not going to have a good time in that space. You're not going to belong there. So that's the whole thing. And that can perhaps sometimes come off as tribalism, but I think what's important to recognize is that while I would say almost none, maybe very few, you might say like extreme, very, very, in fact, Josh right here in chat, literally, this was five or 6 years ago that I met Josh. We were playing Overwatch. I jumped into voice and I got told that I was, oh wait, are you on Twitch right now? I can't.
No.
Okay. Yeah, I got told that I was like an F slur. I'll just be safe because I think I can say that on YouTube, but whatever. I got told I was an F slur. People told me they were going to kill me in a. They wanted me to find me in a gas station so they could fucking rape and kill me, and like that actually happened on Overwatch randomly just because I chose to spoke up. And Josh, the way that I became friends with Josh was that after that match, Josh messaged me and was like, hey, what those people were doing to you was really mean. Do you want to play some games with me? And like, it was like really like it saved my day. You know what I mean? Because it felt otherwise bad. But this shit happens a lot. And so, one of the reasons why there's such a polarization in this country is because some people just cannot exist in those spaces. And I guess what I would say then, like the conclusion that I would draw from that is that, I mean, if you can move in those spaces and you think that you can help offer those people an alternative, then what I would say you should do is you should commit to being in those spaces and teaching those people not to be prejudiced, because that's how you will build the bridge. That's how you.
I just think there's no reason to be a hateful piece of shit, to be honest with you. Like deriving your values from a hatred or a disgust is never going to be healthy. It's
I agree.
I mean, this is what I'm trying to get people, or trying to get these people to understand. Like, look, even if this was all true, even if all of these conspiracy theories are true, right? And like, oh my God, oh no, the global capitalist cabal is like turning you into a femoid through estrogen and chicken or some crazy shit. Like, okay, let's say that's all true. What the fuck are you gonna do about it, you dumbass kid? Like, you're 17 years old.
They're being sold a narrative.
Exactly. And that's that they're oppressed, and that if they accept this like extremist ideology, and if they just like, the end goal has to be that they just kill everybody, which I just look at them and I say, no, this is stupid. Okay.
Yeah.
And I point that out. I'm like, listen, okay, you accept all these premises. What the fuck do you do about it? It's going to end up with killing. That sounds like a pretty shitty existence to me, pal. What you should be focusing on is yourself right now. What can you do to improve yourself? What can you do to justify authority you might have later in your life? Because there is, without a just hierarchy, the hierarchy serves no purpose and therefore should be abolished, and which is the primary argument of leftists like yourself. And like, and that's actually a justified argument to make when the hierarchy is shit. I can't sit here and tell you that's not the case.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I see is just like, I mean, again, and I'm very critical of hierarchy as somebody who leans, towards the anarchist side of things. But like it or not, even for people who are less hierarchical or who are less anarchistic than I, the fact of the matter is that the farthest hierarchy that you can get is going far into the right, sometimes going as far as like, literally the church demands everything from a top-down structure. And that can be very dangerous, of course. But it also leads to this phenomenon where the right is people like Dennis Prager. And I would argue, and this is where the saying, sympathy for the conned and hatred for the con man, or like Michael Brooks used to say, be loving towards people and ruthless with systems. That's where it comes from. And sometimes I'm going to be ruthless with individual people if they're really bad. You know what I mean? If they're coming in here and dropping fucking JQ shit, I'm going to blow up on them. But by and large,
what?
What's that?
What? You're telling me that what?
Yeah.
No, I get it.
But the fact of the matter is that like, yeah, I think a lot of these like Groyper kids and a lot of these kids are being pulled along by people like Dennis Prager, by people like Ben Shapiro, these people who don't give a fucking shit about them.
No, it's just about money and power.
They're very bald-faced about it. I mean, like, they're slippery sometimes with their words, but in the things that they advocate for, like Dennis Prager has written article upon article about how he literally believes that like wives owe their husbands sex. And like some of these people wouldn't agree with that if you gave it to them like that, but they're being conned. They're being conned by people who have horrific viewpoints. And that's why I rail so hard against the right, especially the American right, which I'm most familiar with, because it is deeply isolating, it's deeply manipulative, and it just leads to this never-ending cycle that is almost impossible to close the difference. Because again, like once you get down that pipeline, once you're to the point where where you're accepting prejudice and hatred of people, that becomes very hard. You can't build coalitions because of your position. If you are operating from a position of blind prejudice for somebody's intrinsic traits, you can't be coalitioned with. You've burned the bridges. And the goal that the right has in America right now is to get as many young people to burn as many bridges as possible, because then they rely on them. They rely on the GOP or Trump or Prager or whatever. It's very manipulative and it's very cult-like. That's why I think indoctrination is one of the most important things to understand. But yeah, that's about all I have to say on that. I was glad we got to have this conversation, endernax, because I'm glad to find out. I'm very, very satisfied and happy to find out that we agree on more, seemingly on more things than we disagree on. And I would just say,
I'm sure if we got into the weeds, there'd be more, but that's
maybe.
fine. I mean, disagreements are normal.
Maybe. I mean, if there's like anything, like if there's any specific topics, we could always talk about them. You know what I mean?
That's true.
But it's a little, again, it's a little hard to place people, but I'm glad that we had this conversation. And of course I'm more than willing. And I would just say my challenge to you, now you don't have to accept it. You have no obligation. You're just on my show, whatever. My challenge to you is to take a hard look at the right and see if there isn't, if what I have said in this conversation isn't true. And if there is not room for you to make it possible for coalitions to be built by breaking down those prejudices. If you are however you do it, that's part of what I do too. I extend my hand as much as I can to people who are more right than me, as frequently as possible. There are some exceptions to that rule because I need to keep my space safe. But the reason why I encourage contention and why I do debates on my show is specifically for that reason, because I do think that there is room for breaking down those prejudices and actually coming to consensus, which would be great. But the prejudice has to be discarded first, because that shit will break all coalitions. I can't coalition with somebody who will shoot me in the back of the head because I'm a degenerate 10 years from now.
Jesus Christ.
I can't.
No, hey, I get it. I understand. Listen, if it's any consolation, I'm going to send you something that only people I've trusted have been sent, okay?
Okay.
1 second.
Is it on Discord?
Yeah, I'm going to DM it to you.
Okay. I'll take a look at it once I'm not on stream, so there's no risk of
right.
leaking, okay? I think Dylan wants to come in. Are you okay with Dylan coming in?
Yeah.
All right, let's bring Dylan in. I know Dylan's been waiting for a while. Let's bring Dylan in. Dylan.
Did you finally finish that fascist Hoi 4 Germany game?
Oh, what? Oh, God, I completely forgot I was even in this Discord. It took so fucking long.
Hey, we were having a very deep conversation. How are you doing?
Yeah, I was watching. At this point, I was watching boxing matches. I completely fucking
Jesus
forgot
Christ.
what was going on.
Damn.
Anyway, Diva Mama, stop.
Stop what?
Stop trying to make him left team, okay? I need more people for my panels that I can put the label righty on, and you gotta stop this shit, okay? Immediately.
Listen, Dylan, I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry that it's so hard to find right-wingers who aren't members of terrorist groups on Twitch. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't help you with that. My goal is beyond the panel. Look, I'm very sorry.
All I want is a panel guest who won't stab me.
Yeah. Or mace you, or...
Yeah.
Chat wants me to tell you, Dylan, chat wants me to tell you how handsome they think you are.
Oh.
There was a black minarchist on my stream today. He could probably go on a debate panel for you.
What's a minarchist?
It's like disgusting ideology.
Wait, isn't
No, at least Nazis believe in something. Minarchists just believe in I don't know, markets or something.
I thought minarchism was like extreme small government, like borderline ANCAP.
Yeah, like literally ANCAP, but plus military, I guess.
Oh, interesting. Minarchism. Interesting. They come up with so many terms for the same exact thing. Goodness.
Yeah, he literally told me that bombing Japan wasn't justified, and we should have just used conventional warfare.
Wait, conventional warfare?
Yep.
You mean like the fire bombs we were doing before?
He also told me that unironically, but he also told me that if the Nazis and like the Axis powers would agree to only invade like the entire planet except for South America and North America, and they actually held to that, then there would be no reason to actually get involved in World War II. Yeah.
Nice.
So
Nice.
Tulsi fan, I see.
Famous small governmentarian Adolf Hitler very much believed in the small government.
Well, I mean, that's basically Tulsi anyway.
True.
Okay. I'm pretty sure even Tulsi wouldn't say that we shouldn't have been involved in World War II. Just going out on a limb here.
No, but I think if it happened again today.
I mean, it's happening with China right now. What do you mean? They literally have concentration camps.
Damn.
We just don't care.
Invaded Poland.
Okay, yeah, you're right. They're invading India and Nepal.
Don't pretend that's comparable to an invasion of Poland and Czechoslovakia.
Notable white supremacist Dylan Burns only cares when white countries are invaded. I see.
Yep, that's what I said.
All right, now listen. Holy shit, that got spicy really fast. I wasn't prepped for hosting another debate on my channel. Listen, the last one got really spicy. I guess this is becoming one of the new debate spaces. Damn.
So, is it an invasion if it's a demarcated border, endernax? And do you understand the implication of a demarcated border in the modern age?
I guess it's a peaceful annexation of Nepal then, because I guess the Marxist-Leninists and the Maoists teamed up to give China their territory, so that counts.
I didn't. Oh wait, shit, Demon Mama, how long have I been in here?
How long?
How long have I been in here?
Wait, like in the waiting room or total?
No, with you.
Oh,
with you.
Like 5 minutes?
Wow, did I ever say anything about Nepal and saying that was a peaceful transition of power?
No.
Wait,
wow, I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what the fuck endernax you're talking about, because I never said a single fucking thing of whatever fucking tree of dialogue you're trying to work me down right now. Okay?
Play the clip. Play the chat. Don't you agree? Literally, as soon as he came in, he said, I love Xi Jinping, and they are not invading Nepal. That is a completely peaceful transfer of power and completely.
I was watching your debate with Bastiat this morning. I only got 20 minutes in, but holy shit, you're just ceding to him everything. It's fucking. Oof.
Wait, what?
What?
Yeah, man, you just fucking.
You think I'm ceding to Vosh on everything?
No, endernax. I mean, fuck, no, I said Bastiat.
I'm very confused now.
wait, but Bastiat said some stuff that like doesn't make any sense.
I mean, but you do that on a daily basis. So
oh, fuck.
Rough life.
Fuck.
Bastiat said it was worth the, I guess, like Chinese peasants getting a little bit more money to get like the cheap iPhones or something. That was an actual Bastiat point.
But Bastiat's a neolib, isn't he? Isn't he like a self-identified neolib?
I guess it's like they know that like concentration camps are literally being used to make products for America, but we just don't care.
Okay.
Damn. I mean, that is a big problem. I remember, you want to know what my first interaction with Bastiat was? It was trolling him from the chat of Dylan Burns' conversation with Bastiat. It was great.
Which one was it?
That was fucking forever ago. I don't remember exactly, but I was pestering him about him being like, oh, Reagan, and then I was like, yeah, you know anything about the AIDS crisis there, Bastiat? And then he started arguing with me via chat. I was like, this was back when I was a baby channel.
I tried to insult him one of the first days I ever was on a panel with him, and I said, chat, you need to stop listening to this. All these leftist simps who are simping for Bastiat, listen, if Ronald Reagan was alive today, he would vote for that man in a heartbeat. And he just looked at me and he goes, yeah, that sounds pretty reasonable to me. I was like, no, oh no.
I can never understand, like, I can't understand the people who consider themselves liberals now and looking back at Reagan and thinking like, oh yeah, Reagan would be good. I'm like, do you know what Reagan did to minorities in this country? Like, are you for real?
Excuse me, every white nationalist I've ever met says that Ronald Reagan is the reason that this country is doomed to socialism or Marxism or something.
Well,
yeah, something.
Damn.
Yeah.
Spicy takes about the inevitability of Marxism. Oof. Gotta suck to know you're losing the game in the long run.
They're like, I mean, it's you know what? And Democrats agree with them. It's very disgusting.
Oh, Democrats. Well, we yelled about the Democrats already today.
True.
Yeah,
Wait, can we yell about them again?
I mean, if we really want to. I mean, it could be on theme for the entire stream. I yelled about the Democrats with famoushorse. I yelled about the Democrats and the fist bump between Kamala and Lindsey Graham. and how
Yes, Queen.
Yeah, how there's just the Dems really don't have an answer for the fact that we are barreling into the scariest winter of our lives, and the best that we've got is Joe Biden and Kamala.
Thank God that Nancy Pelosi didn't make a deal with the incumbent president, who probably was the only way to actually sway Mitch McConnell, Turtle Man, into passing any type of stimulus relief plan. Thank God, Nancy Pelosi. I love you so much. Thank you.
True.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame. It's a shame that that we have a system that's so unbelievably loose that that Mitch McConnell can engage in the sort of dereliction, what I would argue is a dereliction of duty, and just let every bill that he doesn't like die on his desk while the American people literally are dying by the thousands. Yep. Fuck Mitch McConnell, fuck Nancy Pelosi, fuck Joe Biden, fuck Kamala Harris, and fuck Donald Trump. There you go.
Yeah, and fuck endernax, fuck Demon Mama.
What do you mean? Wait, did you guys know that privately, apparently, Donald Trump supported $1,200 monthly payments to every American?
Wait, well, he gave one.
Well,
right, but he tried to push it in the Republican caucus, but no one would go along with him except for Mitt Romney.
It's almost like they didn't give a fuck and that wouldn't have ever happened.
Yeah, sucks.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't have happened because of Turtle Man, but we could just,
pretend.
Get rid of him in Minecraft.
Yeah.
Well, we can't, though.
I mean, but the thing is that I think that it would be really nice. You know, it would be really, really nice. It would be really nice if the Georgia runoff election was won by the Democrats
It won't matter though, because Joe Biden is okay. I am not going to doomer pill you. Maybe Joe Biden will.
No. Here's the reason why. It's tactical. Think about it this way: Mitch McConnell he's like a hard wall, whereas Joe Biden is more like a plexiglass wall. Yeah, he's a stupid fucking neolib. He's not really going to support anything. But do you know how much actual positive change has been just outright killed and not even considered by Mitch McConnell? Mitch has got to go. We got to get him out of that position of power. He's fucking killing this country. So even if we have to choose, even if we have to take a strategy that involves fucking putting shitty ass Kamala Harris as the tiebreaker, it's better than Mitch McConnell. Not by much, but it's better.
Yeah, I know.
It sucks, but...
Hey, have fun dealing with Joe Manchin.
Yeah,
I did a video on
Joe
him.
Manchin. I know.
Did you read the article where he said that AOC was the reason that all of these Blue Dog Democrats are losing?
Yeah, and I also saw I can't remember who it was who said it, but I also saw the fucking who the fuck was it? I can't even remember what their name was. The one who went on to the news and said that it's trans rights that was making the Democrats lose. I'm like, oh yeah,
is that Claire McCaskill?
Yeah, I think it was Claire McCaskill. Yeah.
How fucking off you? Yeah. I go into fucking bumfuck no. I've never knocked on a door in South Carolina and was told, the Democrats had me for a second, but then I heard about the transes and I was like, never mind.
I know. It's just so stupid. Wait, who's the majority? Wait, if the Senate ties, who's the majority leader? Wait, if Georgia's won, wouldn't it go to Kamala?
Well, it would be 50-50, yeah, and then Kamala would split
Kamala breaks
yeah.
So, which would be better. It means realistically, still nothing will probably get done, but at least something might. There's a chance. There's no chance with Mitch. Mitch is, he has complete power. He has no obligation whatsoever to do it. So at least there's a chance with Kamala. I mean, I know that again, there's a lot of things I don't have much hope for with the Joe Biden administration, but hey, there is a chance that we could make meaningful progress on banning private prisons. That would be a real good step. And that's not going to happen under Mitch, but it could happen, if we get the Senate to push it through and then Kamala breaks the tie.
By the way, did you see the new Trump campaign proposal?
No, what is it?
That, and I'm not making this up, that the Trump campaign itself will obtain and count all of the subset, or a subset of the Pennsylvania mail ballot envelopes, and based on the formula in footnote 3, let the judge know if they should declare them the winner. So the Trump campaign itself wants to be the one who counts the votes.
This is just a joke. They're just joking right now, right? All of these legal things have failed.
Well, it is just a joke. At the end of the day, I think Donald Trump's plan here is just to rattle up his base to say that the election's illegitimate, and then he's going to buy like Newsmax or OAN and like make it his news network.
Yeah.
And then they're going to complain for 4 years. Actually, we just got our first poll out for the Republican 2024 primary election. Donald Trump is polling at 25% in first place. Second place was wait, who was it? It was Romney. No, it was Mitt Romney at 19%. That's who it was.
Oh shit. I mean, that actually is a lot worse for Trump than I thought. I mean, he was just president. He's only at 25.
But Mike Pence was at 13%. So, I don't know. I think that the dynamics of that race would change very quickly.
Damn. Fuck. So, Dylan, all right, listen, I asked this of my last guest, so let's have this as a topic. This will be interesting. So, what do we think Trump's going to do? What's your game theory? What's your predictions? Do you have one? What are you thinking?
I think he's going to continue to whine, but then just leave office. I don't think there's much more he can do.
Think he's going to wait till inauguration day, or he'll cut it out earlier?
I think he'll keep whining the whole way, but at the end of the day, I think he'll leave office. He doesn't have a real way out.
Okay. What about you, endernax?
What do I think is going to happen?
Yeah, what do you think is going to happen? What do you think Trump's going to do?
Or what do I want to happen?
Listen, I'm afraid you might get me. You might get my channel taken down if you said what you want to happen. So let's just go with what you think's going to happen. Okay.
All right.
Good night, Waffle Boy.
To be honest, I think that it's not going to go anywhere. I think that he's just going to get removed from office. I genuinely, they're grasping at straws. It's like, oh, now the Dominion software is getting like the servers are getting raided by the U.S. military in Germany or some crazy shit. Like, unless Donald Trump comes out tomorrow and says WWG1 WGA, activate sleepers now, deep state coming for me, destroy my enemies, like nothing's gonna, like, no, I don't see anything happening. I mean, maybe it will, maybe I'm just too optimistic, but
I mean, my concern, of course, and I don't know, I can't make a clear prediction at this point. It's been so friggin' chaotic, but my concern is that we see more of what Trump has been doing, which is encouraging things like the DC march where Proud Boys get involved and keep spicing it up over the course of the worsening conditions in the coming months, and then panics the more cowardly, more institutional establishment Republicans into backing behind him because shit's gotten really spicy in the streets. But I don't know if he can swing that. I just don't know if he has enough motivation. Honestly, his own base just seems fucking beaten down.
Yeah, there's nobody. They couldn't even get like 50,000 people to show up for the Million MAGA March.
Yeah.
This is not the Million MAGA March. It's the 5%. 1 million MAGA March. Okay.
Yeah. This very silent majority. They're so silent that they didn't even show.
Oh no!
Super silent.
You can get more people to show up in DC for the March for Life.
Yeah,
this is
so silent. They're so silent. Not only did they not show up, they also didn't vote for him.
Yeah, they also didn't, exactly. Especially in the DC area, they were so quiet. Their ballots were invisible. The 15 MAGA March. True. Oh my god. Yeah. Holy shit. Well, I guess we'll find out, right? I don't know. I thought that he was going to have a little more tricks up his sleeve than he does, but I don't know. Maybe the COVID took the wind out of him.
Clearly, he just didn't plan for this. I think he thought he was going to win.
Yeah. I mean, I think he thought he was going to at least have some sort of believable victory on election night at the very least. He didn't even get that. I think they were aiming for like a red mirage kind of situation, and then they got a purple mirage. And it was just like, nobody was really like, I think only the most extreme Trump supporters seem to be up in arms about this. And everybody else is just kind of like,
yeah, I'm moving on with my life.
Yeah.
Who cares? Yeah. Like, yikes. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, I was just having, I had a blast on election night.
Me too.
And then the next day I had another good day. It was the third day where I was like, oh, I'm bored now. Okay, time to move on with my life.
Yeah, I know you were pretty fired up. You were mad at us being boring, but we had fun. I had fun on election night. I don't know.
I don't remember much of that part, to be honest. I watched some VODs the next day, but I was
came in pretty hot. Well, hey, listen, all of the right wingers shut off their streams early. I was still going at 4 a.m. I did a 13-hour stream. We were having fun. I had fucking Creationist Cat in here. We had everybody. It was great. And then like literally at like 8 p.m. Lecture Fan goes off. Then we get fucking Steven Crowder goes off. All the D-livers, click, 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 all of them turn off. I'm like, well, I can't even do my MAGA
We're
watch.
a bunch of losers.
Yeah, only CTV stuck around, and he was pretty snoozy by the end. I asked him if he would stand behind Trump if Trump just straight up wouldn't accept the election results. He's like, I don't know. Ask me tomorrow. He never gave me an answer. So
I don't think he will. He said that Biden won the election. So,
well, hey, there you go. I'm glad he conceded. Damn! Not even the conservative thought leader voices on Twitch.tv are backing Trump anymore. Ooh, cringe.
Lecture Fan's the only one still coping because he posted something like 2 days ago on Twitter that was like, "We don't live in a democracy."
Well, I mean,
I was
but
like, okay, all right, buddy, keep coping. Like he's like hoping, he's like crossing the finger, like, okay, maybe the state assemblyman will vote for Donald Trump electors. Like, what are you okay?
Fucking, I swear to God, like I can't imagine building my entire identity around Donald Trump, let alone any politician, but Donald Trump of all of them. Oh God, you got to imagine. Think of I just want everyone to put themselves temporarily in the shoes of someone, the existential crisis that you would feel recognizing that Donald Trump is going to be leaving office in no time at all, and you've built your entire living off of simping for Donald Trump. That's a scary thought, isn't it?
Yeah, what is Nick Fuentes' next grift going to be? Just like that, you guys are all like Marxists and communists, or
probably. I mean, he was at that fucking event with Alex Jones today, wasn't he?
Oh, was he? I have no clue.
He's making a lot of money on D-Live. All the Nazis got some money there, I guess.
Yeah, there's still a Nazi on Twitch, by the way.
Is there? Which one?
Yeah, Flamenco TRR. He's from the
Oh,
Kill
I know Flamenco. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird.
Yeah, he has 1K followers. In fact, I think
that was the guy you blew up on, right? I saw that.
Yeah.
What's his thoughts on Jews again?
Yeah.
What you would expect.
Yeah, Flamenco is piece of shit. So yeah. Well, all right. I got a little bit left time I'm gonna spend with my chat. Either of you have any more fucking hot and spicy memes? Anything you want to blow up on each other about? Anything like that before I say goodnight to you two for now?
Will you vote for Andrew Yang?
Would I vote for Andrew Yang?
Yeah, I would because of
Hey.
Yeah, I mean, I would think about it. The problem that I have with Andrew Yang is like I do think like Andrew Yang does seem to me like he's actually a good person. But I don't know what the fuck he's thinking with some of his policies. His UBI policy on its face is not bad, but it involves cutting the other social safety net, which defeats the entire purpose. So yeah, depends.
I'm not gonna get into that.
My main problem with him is he doesn't know shit about foreign policy and he
That's so vague, dude. You know what he said once that made me love him so much? He said every time that a president goes in there, from what he's heard from all the foreign policy advisors in DC, is that anytime a president says anything about being anti-war, not wanting to be involved in the Middle East or whatever, and then they get elected and they go in, they just go along with whatever the generals tell them, which is always the same policy of, we can't pull our troops out. We have to keep the troops there. We can't do any of this. And if you do, well, then that would be really bad. And since they don't know anything, that's just what they go along with.
Well, I don't want to get into this right now.
All right. Listen, it's been great talking with both of you. Dylan Burns and Endernax. You all know them. Hang out, say hello to them. You'll probably see them in the Discord. Go check out their shows. And thanks for coming on and having the conversation. Endernax, it was really great being able to talk about this with you. And I hope it was enjoyable for you as well. Because I did enjoy the conversation quite a lot. And Dylan, I always enjoy talking with you.
And chat, you're a bunch of dunderheads. Please don't play in traffic.
Hey, chat. Hey, chat. I got one last thing to say to your dumb asses. You ready? Trans rights.
Fuck yeah. Now put your money where your mouth is and fight for trans rights. Thank you. All right. Have a good night, you two.
Good night.
Bye. Look at that. We got him. But seriously, I think that was a good conversation. I genuinely think that was a good conversation. And now, I got a little more content for you all. You thought it was over with, didn't you? You thought it was done. Oh, I think Huey Long is super interesting and pretty based, all things considered. Look up American Civil Religion. Okay, I'll take a look at that sometime. But before I give you the content, first of all, Prospect, get rid of that white name in chat. Prospect, go to the rules channel and click the imp, and you can become a blue name. No whites in chat. All right? Secondly, all of you who are watching right now, I am so very thankful to have you. I hope you've enjoyed the show tonight. It's been fantastic. We have more content coming, but first, I'm going to need you to like and subscribe. Seriously. Really, really appreciate any likes and subscribes that you shoot my way. Likewise, if you've got the money, my content is always free, but I would love and appreciate subscriptions to my website and donations. We will be on the website eventually, as soon as YouTube approves of my application, which I assume will be able to go in tonight, which would be pretty based. We'll see. Can't make any promises yet because YouTube is YouTube. But if you got any of that, thank you. And for those of you who did donate, thank you so very much. Your generosity is deeply, deeply appreciated. So thank you. I tried before, but have you heard anyone discuss the Satanic Temple's abortion right ritual? It's going to cover abortion rights within the Satanic Temple's members under religious freedom. That's interesting. I've never heard of that, but that sounds really amazing. Christopher, if you send me if you put that in content recommendations or somewhere and tag me, I'll check it out. I will check it out. Yeah. You're going to roll the joint for tonight? Hell yeah. What time is it anyway? Let me take a look at what time it is. It is 8:43. Damn, how long have we been going? I don't even know. How long have I been streaming for? How do I been? 5 hours. Holy shit. Let me check in real quick on the YouTube chat. YouTube chat, thank you so much for being here tonight. It's great to see you all. Let me see. Hi, YouTube chat. I'm saying hi again. Hello. 9 angles are fucked. They're not really Satanists, though, are they? They're just, like, Satanist-themed. Unidentified flying objects. Trans rights. We got some... UBI would have been nice. Yeah, I agree. Trans rights. Look at that. Hey, everybody. You're discussing food? LeVay was a Chad? LeVay was all right. He was an objectivist, which is kind of weird. Hello. Happy to see you all. Glad Vosh rated me. Good content. Hey, thank you, Justin. I really appreciate that. I told you you guys would appreciate my content, and I think you'll keep liking it. I'm going to bring you all a whole lot of cool stuff. You're enjoying the stream? Came in from Vaush. Yeah. Noticed by Sen. Do you mean senpai? Did you mean senpai? Yeah. Uneaten food objects? Who's my favorite Kingdom Hearts character? Oh, I mean, fuck. Like, it's gotta be Sora, right? Like, I mean, he's the man. And Kairi is great, but like, you know, she got a little underdeveloped as characters go. Like, Sora's like so pure. Such a great guy. So yeah, can't really complain. My favorite food? Ooh, tough call. I love cheeseburgers, honestly. I really do. What games do I play the most? I've been playing a lot of Hades. I want to play Hades. Lately, I've been playing Subnautica again and Apex Legends, which is really fun. Oh, I'm not basic. Listen, burgers are great. Burgers are just fucking delicious. There's so much you can do with that. Oh, you meant Kyrie is basic as fuck. Okay, I see. Yeah, cheeseburgers are pog as fuck. I agree. Yeah, I might play Shadowlands. I've been really thinking about it. Milk or sweet potatoes? What do you mean by that? I don't love sweet potatoes, but they can be good sometimes. Probably milk. I don't know. That's hard to say. Favorite Crusade? I don't have one. The Crusade sucked. Lettuce, onions? Always. You always need some good lettuce. You always need some onions. You like a tomato. Get some ketchup, maybe a tiny bit of mustard. Always need mayo. Nice grilled bun. Bam. Cheese. Pepper jack cheese can be fine, but I really like cheddar. Cheddar has like a nice beat. a nice bite to it. My favorite weed strain of all time is the original Jack Herrera. Jack Herrera is amazing. It's really hard to get out here, but it is incredibly good. I also like Blue Dream, and Afghan Kush is pretty good too. My favorite band, probably Bring Me the Horizon, but it's kind of hard because I like a lot of music. I also really like, what's his fucking name? Can't even think of his name right now because my brain is blanking. Here, I'll give you the name. Oh, hey.
Hat.
Hey, thank you so much, Glooby. Deeply appreciate that. Veggie burgers. Oh, I love veggie burgers. What's this one? Do they have BurgerFi? I don't think so. Based as fuck with the weed strains. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Let me see. Do I prefer? Let me see here. Do indica, sativa, or hybrid? I generally okay. So I used to prefer sativas. Nowadays, I'm so busy all the time that I prefer the indicas. I don't like hybrids. I just don't really like hybrids. Never really gotten it. Hat. Yeah, indicas are good. They're nice and chill. I do like sativas. Like in the morning when I'm getting food. Or like when it's time to eat food in the morning and like think about shit. But I don't know. I like both indica and sativa. I don't like hybrids though. Just not a big fan of them. They don't really hit either of the points for me personally. Let me just check here real quick. I wanted to give the name Gregory Alan Isakov is another musician that I really like. Gregory Alan Isakov. He has this fantastic song called the Stable Song. The Stable Song is incredible. I would play it if I can, but I can't. Hashish is hard to come by. Depends on where you are. You can get it. You can't get Hydra these days. Dead strain. Really? I didn't know that. How do I feel about the controversy surrounding The Last of Us Part 2? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Which part of the controversy? Which part do I... What do you mean? Yeah, Afghan Kush is good as fuck. Bring Me the Horizon is based. I agree. The backlash... Oh, the Abby thing? People are stupid as fuck. That's what I think. I think people are really stupid, and that gamers especially have, like, never grown out of Gamergate and need to fucking get over it and stop being such giant pussies. That's what I think. They need to stop being such giant fucking pussies. It's really sad. It's actually pathetic. Gamers, come on. You guys are supposed to be like the elites? Get over it. Holy shit. Get the fuck over it. Holy fucking shit. Here, let me check. Let me see here. Relatively new viewer. Hi, Neandroid. Welcome. Happy to see you. Happy to have you. Bring Me the Horizon's amazing. Do I like horror games like Amnesia? I actually, I'm mixed on horror games. I've played through Amnesia. I liked it. I like certain types of horror games. I tend to like horror games that are like not jump scary, but are horrific for another reason, like Pathologic. Yeah, that's what I tend to think. Gamers are building shit in Minecraft, but can't seem to build a bridge to get the fuck over it. True, Jessica. Oh, Against Me is a great band. Against Me is a great band. I like Against Me a lot. Usually listen to death metal, core, or black metal most of the time. Oh, that's cool. Meme about paleocons. All right, listen, I'm looking at the meme, but you can't spam the meme so much. BRP. Can't spam him so much. I gotta get to him when I get to him. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. What's this? Here we go. Can you see it? Republican Christians. What Jesus taught. True. You know what it is? Christian socialists are the based form of Christian socialism. Real Christianity. Republican Christians. Christian socialists. Based. Not Christian socialists. Not based. Christian anarchism. That does exist too. Jesus was a socialist who wore a dress. True. True. Supply side Jesus. Speaking of Jesus, I have some content for you all. Are you ready to cringe? Are you ready to cringe? Oh, hey, good to see you, Reindeer. Happy to have a Christian socialist here. Not Christian socialism is, well, I meant like Christianity that's not socialist. Are you ready for some cringe Jesus content? I'm ready. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready for what I'm about to hit you with. And I'm pretty sure I can watch this without getting fucking copyright striked. I think. Yeah. What is this? Why am I being tagged in this? Why have I been tagged in this? Oh my god, I'm getting tagged in Vosh drama. I'm getting tagged in Vosh drama. What the fuck? Why am I getting tagged in Vosh drama? Make sure to ask Vosh why he supports CP. This is how? Just because I was once on a stream with Vosh, the anti-Vosh stands need to stop. You need to fucking stop. The anti-stands. Jesus Christ, you people, calm the fuck down. I am obeying the Twitter code. Are you kidding me? Me? I'm yelling about it on my stream, not on Twitter. Yeah, VDS, it does exist. Listen, VDS does exist. Sometimes you Voshsters are a little too quick to the draw to accuse people of VDS, but VDS does exist. It's time to motherfucking stop. VDS is Vosh derangement syndrome. It's this. It's what this looks like. It's when I post that I'm in a video at any time with Vosh, and a bunch of stupid people come in talking about bullshit, drama from 100 years ago, about like CP, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it's horrible. It's fucking terrible. I hate it. It's so annoying. I'm not gonna get canceled. I'm immune to cancellation. Are you fucking kidding me? What are you gonna cancel me about? I won't give a shit. Fucking try. Try to cancel me. Impossible. Anyway, that was a lot of energy. I know, I expended a lot of energy. I yelled very loudly. I hope nobody ran away. I am cancel proof. Okay, don't actually, please. That would be it'd be probably frustrating. Just ignore them. Ignore the drama. Hey, my leather mistress AOC. Interesting name. Good to see you. Just so you know, I'm very sorry if I don't always pay perfect attention to YouTube chat. It's really hard to watch multiple chats, but I try to stop in and make sure I get the big important stuff, the stuff like that. Yeah. So, what were we gonna say? Oh yeah, we gotta watch some cringe. I got some cringe for you all. I have more content for you all. Are you ready? Are you fucking ready? You ready for the content? All right, I'm gonna give you a little more content before tonight's stream is over, because we got a little bit more to do. Watch this. Here we go. Good shit. Yeah, the Jesus lean! We got it. Oh no. Wait, is this published? Let me see. Is this like, let's see. Okay, it's not. Okay, I'm not gonna get smacked. It's made by an independent, so I can watch this. Are you ready? We're gonna do the Jesus lean. Are you ready? Some of you, many of you in chat have never heard of B-Shock and the Jesus lean, but now you are gonna enjoy it. And get ready, because oh god, this is gonna be some premium cringe. What in the fresh hell is this? You're about to find out, fempunk. Get comfy, because you're about to go on one of the famous Demon Mama wild rides through the internet. I have taken my viewers on many of such wild rides, and they're always very fun and often very shocking. So get ready. I hope you're ready. And without any further ado, let's fucking listen to this shit. Hey, welcome to the fold, viewers. Happy to have you. Let's go.
Yeah. See, I know y'all like to dance, so we about to do the Jesus lean, like this. Left, left, left. Bounce for the king, bounce for the king, bounce for the king, right, bounce for the king, bounce for the king, bounce for the king, bounce for the king. Now do the Jesus lean, do the Jesus lean, do the Jesus lean, do the Jesus lean. Now do the Jesus lean, snap, do the Jesus lean, snap, do the Jesus lean, snap, then stop. We did the crazy bout God with everybody clapping. Time to do the Jesus lean. Everybody snapping. Everybody moving like everybody packing. Be shot back again. What's up? What's happening? CHRIST 24/7. Blessing me. 365. I'ma move my feet. I'ma dance for the Lord like DAVID. Time to break it down. This ain't no time for relaxing. You get the right to lift and then you get the front to back. Gotta stick to the beat like a wet stamp backing. Got to keep it fresh like spearmint smacking. So bounce your shoulders right to the left, north to the south, east to the west. Can't slow down, you better catch your breath. Left, left, left. Bounce for the king, bounce for the king.
cops doing here?
Do the Jesus lean.
Do the Jesus lean.
Do the Jesus lean. Now do the Jesus lean snap. Do the Jesus lean snap. Do the Jesus lean snap. Then stop. Now lean to the left, to the right. You can. Alright. To the left, to the right. You can. Alright. To the front, to the back. You can. Like that. To the front, to the back. You can. Like that. Lean back like that. Tell me what you gonna do. Lean back, then snap. Kick the devil in the tooth. Lean back like that. Tell me what you gonna do. Lean back, then snap. Kick the devil in the tooth. Kick the devil in the tooth. Kick the devil in the tooth. Kick the devil. Kick the devil. Kick the devil in the tooth. Kick the devil in the tooth. Kick the devil in the tooth. Kick the devil. Kick the devil in the tooth. Left.
That one was a little uncomfortable.
Now do the Jesus lean. Do the Jesus lean. Do the Jesus lean. Do the Jesus lean. Now do the Jesus lean snap. Do the Jesus lean snap. Do the Jesus lean snap. Then stop.
Oh yeah, I forgot there's a thing at the end. "10 years old." Check mod chat? Okay. Oh, never mind. I think that's a BMW, actually. But I can't tell because the back looks like shit. It's old people with hydraulics.
Now do the Jesus lean. Do the Jesus lean. Do the Jesus lean. Do the Jesus lean. Stop.
Damn. Now you've experienced B-Shock. The first of B-Shock. It's not over yet, folks. We got another stop on the train. We got at least one other one. Where's the other one? I gotta find the other one. Yeah, here we go. Are you ready? Are you ready? Here we go.
Press play. Go.
He really loves his car.
I'm B-Shock, and I'm Christ-like cruising. Put them Jesus
This is the same guy.
And ride. Cause I'm Christ-like cruising. I'm like, hey, what's up? I know you hear them Jesus beats bumping in the trunk. Riding to the beat, never by myself, but Jesus in the other seat. In the burbs, in the hood, what it is, what's up, how you feeling, what's good. Keep the tent rolled down, now the Jesus beats recognize when we come around. What's up, what it is, I bet you never thought that you could ride around like this. When you're cruising, for it ain't about the car, it's about the music.
Are you Christ-like cruising, chat?
Vibrating, turn it up loud, guaranteed to shake Satan, breaking.
Probably his pastor or something.
Gotta roll the windows down so they can hear about Jesus. Yeah, they say they can't hear it. Nah, they don't got the spirit. Yeah.
Why are they fucking shaking Jimmy Carter's house?
Roll up in their neighborhood and really make them feel it. Turn it up. No matter fast or slow. Turn it up. No matter hot or cold. Turn it up. I gotta let them all know that it's.
I haven't. You should send. You should put it in the music thing, Heather. True. Sea of cheese. I bet that car has a Jesus lean. True. Pomegranate.
Cause I'm like, hey, what's up? I know you hear them Jesus beats bumping in the trunk. Riding to the beat, never by myself, but Jesus in the other seat. In the burbs, in the hood, what it is, what's up? How you feeling, what's good? Keep the tent rolled down, now that Jesus beats recognize when we come around. What's up? What it do? I be bobbing.
Yeah, it's no Jesus lean, but it's pretty good.
And when I ride by, all my brothers and my sisters throw them deuces high. And when I press play, you can hear the Jesus music from a mile away. And for my sins, he was crucified. I'm unashamed of his name. I keep him amplified. From the bass to the mids to the treble, I'm gonna take this Jesus music to a whole nother level. I'm gonna keep on knocking down your block no matter what the cost. Cause there ain't no stopping me from rocking people that are lost. Turn it up. No matter fast or slow. Turn it up. No matter hot or cold. Turn it up. I gotta let them all know that it's Jesus beats banging in my trunk and it go.
All right, Viddy Bitty, we'll watch it after. Jesus music.
I'm like, hey, what's up? I know you hear them Jesus beats bumping in the trunk.
Oh, for sure,
never by myself, but Jesus in the other seat. In the burbs, in the
wait, that's not Jesus, that's an old man.
How you feeling? What's good?
Be shocked. Think you're a convert? Hell yeah.
Recognize when we come around.
Oh, okay, I'll do that silent. All glory to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. B-Shock. Listen, B-Shock has kept it very real, as you can see. Let me just see what we got over here. I got a response. Okay, so let me see. I've been sent a link. Let me check it. Oh my God. Yes, I love this song. This one's a little more well known, but we'll listen to it. Now let me check what's in casual here. Where is it? Where? Yo, let's watch this. How do I? Here we go. Open with. Let's do it. Here we go. Yo, what the fuck? Hold on a second. What the fuck? Hold on. Wait, let me fix the chat. There we go. Here we go. Yo, what the fuck? Watch this. This is pog as fuck. That shit's pog as fuck. Holy shit, that's fucking sick. Holy shit, that's pog as fuck. What the fuck? That's awesome. Holy shit, I gotta save that. Fuck, that's so cool. Aces, what the fuck? You don't need to worry about that ever. This is way better. This is better than any dono. No joke. This is better than any dono I could ever ask for. Holy shit, this is so fucking cool. Aces, you rock. What the fuck? You're so talented. Holy shit. Aces, where are you? Aces, are you in chat? Holy shit. That's so good. What the fuck? That is so pog. Yeah, I'm going to put that as the intro. Holy fuck. As long as Aces is fine with it. Holy shit, that's so fucking awesome. Genuinely amazing. Oh my God, I'm pogging out of control right now. Holy fucking shit, that was good. That's so cool. Yeah, the music's already done. We got it. We got a sting and everything. We're like way ahead of shit. It's fucking amazing. Holy shit, that's so cool. Thank you. Holy shit, I don't even know, like, that's so great. I feel like it would be disrespectful. Actually, you know what? It wouldn't be. it wouldn't be disrespectful to follow it up with respect and obey authority. Are you ready? Are you ready for one more song? And then I'll have a special treat for you. Enjoy. This is a classic. Classic.
R-E-S-P-E-C-T, respect authority, O-B-E-Y, obey authority, come on, respect authority.
This is anti-anarchist, like literally, this is anti-anarchist propaganda.
Come on, authorities are here to help you do what they say, and everything will be okay, come on. Respect authority, come on. Obey authority.
True prospect.
Jesus has authority in your life when he's Lord of your life. So if you listen and obey, success is yours today. You will be okay. R-E-S-P-E-C-T, respect authority, O-B-E-Y, obey authority, come on.
True silence. Oh.
Come on. Obey authority, come on.
The Civnat theme song.
Here to help you do what they say, and everything will be okay. Come on. Respect authority.
Respect authority. Lick the boots.
Children, listen to what your father teaches you, and respect your mother's teachings to honor your father and mother. Then the Lord will give you a long, good life. Students,
A longer life.
obey school rules, respect your teachers, and listen to
True,
their
Josh.
teachings.
That was weird.
They are here to help you learn and grow up to be successful. But first of all, hooray for all who are in authority, so that we can live
Yes, Shumeki, I know.
and happiness.
But
First of all, hooray for all.
True Templar.
So that we can live in peace and happiness. R-E-S-P-E-C-T, respect authority, O-B-E-Y. Obey authority, come on. Respect authority, come on. Obey authority, come on. Authorities
But-
are here to help you do what they say, and everything will be okay. Come on. Respect authority, come on.
Rage with the machine.
Believers,
When was this made? I don't know.
God, children,
Oh, fresh cringe, huh?
obey your parents.
I'll check it.
Students, respect your teachers. Come on. Respect authority.
But
Obey authority. Respect authority. Obey authority. Come on.
I don't even know. Honestly, this thing actually creeps me out a little bit. The B-Shock stuff is very wholesome. This stuff is not wholesome. This is a little creepy. I'm not gonna lie. Pretty weird. This one is weird. Definitely very weird. Definitely a little uncomfortable. Let's see. What is this? What is this thing? What's this thing? I don't know what this is. History for conservative kids. I don't know what this is. Maybe I'll watch this another time. This seems out of theme, but that's okay. But That was my favorite part of the entire song. My favorite part of the song is just when they scream, but, and it has like an echo on it. So good. This was posted in 2011. Yeah, maybe. Or maybe they just grew up and were fine. Regarding the he'll give you a longer life, most Baptists teach that obeying your parents will give you a longer life. I remember sitting in a devotions like third grade. Oh, devotions. I remember that shit from when I was a kid. Like, he wasn't joking. He was dead set that God killed his brother because he disrespected his parents. Oh, shit. We could listen to VeggieTales, but that would get me DMCA'd. Maybe we'll listen to VeggieTales songs in the Discord sometime, maybe, together. A classic. Let's take a look. Hey. Oh, the B-Shock is killing you, Fawn? Of course, it's so good. Have you heard of Snortling's Hollow? No, I haven't. I don't think I have. Maybe I have.
Did I hear you right? Did I hear you saying that you...
Oh, I know the don't copy the floppy. I know the don't copy the floppy. Listen, VeggieTales is actually, listen, hot take about VeggieTales. If B-Shock DMCA's me, I will be shocked. You didn't see that one coming. Oh, listen. VeggieTales though, actually based. Really, listen. They had some problematic messaging, but a lot of passionate people were involved in that team, and they genuinely seemed like, I got you, Shemeki Ellen. All the DMC doesn't make it so you don't get money. Yeah, I know. Ever listen to Rappin' for Jesus? Maybe. But listen, I liked VeggieTales. VeggieTales, for all of its flaws, was very passionately made, and I think that's pretty cool. Huh. Wait, they're anti-Israel? Really? That's weird. I won't listen to anything like that. Have I seen Christian Sidehug? I've actually been, I was taught, when I was a kid, I was taught, Aces, you're amazing. Aces, you're amazing. That thing was amazing, Aces. I think you might be a little behind on the thing, but you're amazing, Aces. Seriously. I think Aces might be watching at a delay slightly, so just yeah. Snortling's Hollow is a conservative propaganda show. Oh, interesting. I'll check that out. Fempunk, can you put that in the content recommendations thing? You thought they were more... Oh, I don't know. I don't know about that. Yeah, I'll check that out. Yeah, you made it during stream? Aces, it's amazing. Aces, as long as... If you're cool with that, can I use that as an intro for my videos? Can I use that on the intro to my videos? I would love to. I would really love that. If you're cool with it. You're awesome, Aces. Thank you. Yeah, the animation was sick as fuck. Hey, Leather Mistress, you gotta press the... Somebody help Leather Mistress. Tag Leather Mistress with the rules channel. I gotta streamline this somehow. Well, I mean, some of it. Oh, of VeggieTales? Wait, hold on. You hated VeggieTales? Hey, I found you from VGG. Want to talk on stream sometime? Maybe, Jola. What would you want to talk about? I read Discord chat more than I do YouTube, but I'm looking at YouTube right now. I'm checking the YouTube chat right now. I'm saying hello to YouTube chat. I do my best. Anarcho-femdom? Yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing. Look at this. I'm going to let my hair down, and I'm going to give you all a little... me letting my hair down is not the treat, but I'm going to give you a treat. I'm going to give you a little treat. I'm going to give you a little tiny treat before we end stream for the night, because I am getting a little tired and very hungry, and we've been going for 16 hours. So, yeah. Let me just take a look here. Hello. Tall Socks. This song thumbnail. You just have to set the rules channel as the default channel for new members instead of the live stream chat. Oh, wait, does it default to live stream? Why does it do that? No, I've been streaming for 6 hours, not 16. I can't do 16. Put something in the... Oh, you put something in music chat? Okay, I'll check it. Yeah, I said 6. Did I say 16? I meant to say 6. Did I say 16? I'm so sorry. I meant to say 6. Rare emote spam. Quieres. Yeah. Oh, I didn't mean to say 16. I'm sorry. I just flubbed. That's just me flubbling over my own words. It's how it happens. It happens sometimes. Listen, it happens. All right. Okay, listen. The longest stream I've ever done was 13 and a half hours. That's the longest stream I've ever done. 13 and a half hours. Very, very long. I mean, I am committed. Don't get me wrong. I am committed. I stream a long time. I keep people entertained for a long time. We'll break the record at some point, but I have to have like the energy to do that and the content. It's a lot. Monkey. What's happening here? I wonder why it's doing that. I wonder why it's... Is it because of this? I wonder. Long stream on the last day of Trans Awareness Week? Maybe. I don't know what I'm up to. With the number of viewers tonight, you should be over the 4,000 watch hours. Yeah, I should. Hopefully, I'll be able to apply for partner, and if I get partner, we can go to the site, which would be amazing. The site would be incredible. What's my favorite type of bread? Ooh, that's a tough question. I really like good, like, homemade sourdough. Like, oh my God. I know, I missed the site too. It's okay, we'll get back to the site. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Every week is Trans Awareness Week if you're trans. True, Briar. True. That makes me contemplative. Homemade sourdough bread is incredible. Incredible. Have I had a fresh sunflower bun? I haven't. That sounds amazing. Oh, that's awesome, Cottagecore Lefty. That's so cool. We could have that. Yeah, we could add the monkey to the Discord if people really like the monkey. I don't want to steal people's emotes, but if the monkey is popular, we can add it to the Discord. I'm okay with us adding like more emotes to the Discord. I just want the site emotes to be nice and curated. Cause like I want us to have the best ones on the site. You know? Yeah. All right. Time for the treat. Time for the treat. Let me go get the treat for you all. Hold on. Hold on. Look who it is. It's Yoda. Say hi. Say hi, Yoda. You can't even comprehend how many people are looking at you right now. Look at how cute you are. Hi. Hi, how you doing, Yoda? You having a good night? I know you've been probably eating treats and all kinds of goodness. Mwah. You want to go down? You want tummy rubs? Look at her. She's so good. She's such a good puppy. Look at her. No, my dog is not a fascist. My dog is a sweetheart. All right, she wants to go now. All right, there you go, Yodi. There you go. You still want to hang out in here? Oh, you got hair all over me. You had lots of spare hair. Bye, Yoda. I would bring her back, but she wished to go. Is she a corgi mix? We don't know what she is. Apparently, according to the vet, she's like got some terrier in her or something. I think she might be like a wild, what are they called? A Carolina dingo? The hair? The fluff that she left? I don't want to share the hair. I'm going to throw the hair on the floor. And we'll vacuum it up later. Oh, sell the hair? What are you talking about? What the hell? I'm a former Trump supporter. Can I get a shout out for my id poll? I mean, kind of, I guess. Marxist, Alden, Yodanist. Yeah, there we go. That seems legit. See, isn't Yoda cute? Yoda is like, we would buy the hair? Well, really? Why? Why would you? Why would you want to buy that? That's very uncomfortable. Oh, so you can clone her? All right, that's actually a pretty good idea. That's a very good idea. Yeah. Now, all right. That's all the content I have prepared for today, everybody. Yoders? Yeah, we call her Yodi. We call her Yod. Good girl. Look at the good girl spam. So good. I love it. Pillow stuffed with dog hair. Oh, God. Don't forget to chat about mod stuff sometime after the stream. Oh, yes. I will. Don't you worry. I will. 100%. Am I going to drop by General? Yeah, I might pop by General in a little bit. I need to go eat and get something to drink and probably chill for a little bit. But I'll probably pop by General. So, yeah. Yeah, we can play Apex later tonight, Josh, for sure. You just want to ask about mod stuff? Yeah, exactly. I will remember. Don't worry. I will remember. Don't you worry. All right, listen. Thank you all for being here today. I look forward to seeing you in the near future. Soon, everything will be less scuffed because we will be back on the website, which has all the cool shit on it, and it's nice and whatnot. Your debate guest tonight was actually a nice dude. Too bad he wants to be a fucking Republican. I don't know that he does. I don't know that he does. Maybe he's just looking for a place. Maybe we've found it here. Yeah, thank you. Oh, you're welcome, Windleby, of course. Keep animating. Oh, yeah. Bye. Wait, I'm not going quite yet. Just remember, I hope to see you again very soon. I love you all very much. No parasocial, but I love you all very much as my community. I'm very happy to have you, and I look forward to you hanging out with me. For those of you in YouTube chat, come join the Discord. You'll know when I go live again. We have a fuckload of fun on this channel. We do a lot of cool-ass shit. And don't forget to shoot me some likes and subscribes. And by the way, I have a whole bunch of videos that are going to be going up soon. I got to catch up on my editing, so I will see you all very soon. But there will be videos of my content up in the meantime. Got some stuff that's new. Bull broke. We got Naz, though. Ooh, really? Did we get a Naz? Oh, it's okay. Listen. Look at all these pompos. I love it. I love it so much. Much love to you all. Have a wonderful night. And I will see you all incredibly soon. Mwah! Bye-bye for now.